Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad that you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place so fast, and therefore you must work so hard to keep abreast of everything lest you're left behind. Well, Haiwi, finally, who are after the denial, the rejection, the claim for drama, and faking a raid, now William Ruto and team have dispatched the police to raid former CS home, Fred Matiang'i. I don't know whether now today was the drama or the other one at night. All the same, according to the lawyers, this is against the court orders, and therefore we can conclusively say we are back into the days of disregarding court orders and making life unbearable for the Kenyans that the administration of the day does not like. Well, with this in the works, with this in the happenings, then Kenyans need to awake to the fact that this is things no longer at ease. Everybody needs to appreciate that the liberties we have today have not come easily, and they should not let them slip away without a fight. It is very, very disturbing that an administration goes to court to look for court order. They are denied the orders, but goes ahead and raid somebody's home. My question tonight is, what is Kenya Kwanza looking for in Matiang'I's house? Because this is now clear that there is something they are looking for. It is not Matiang'i they are looking for. It is not his family. There is a particular item they are looking for. How come this item is very important to an extent that they can go against the court orders? They can break into somebody's home when the person is not there. Because if it was to arrest the CS was not there. His family was not there. They found a watchman. Let's get talking. Thank you so much. As you join us, as soon as you get us, please make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. This is your one show that allows you to say what you feel and think about the whole happenings. The link to use to get in the studio is now available in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. What is William Ruto and team looking for in former CS's house? Is it his communication with the police? Is it the details of the intelligence that he may be able to gather around the country? Or as it is alleged, the server containing results, genuine results. Hey. Well, let's get talking. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate those of you who are joining us. We are live on Mtembei YouTube, on Mtembei TV YouTube channel, and then Mtembei official Facebook page, and Mtembei TV profile page on Facebook, as well as there is a feed on Sound Candid Talk. Those of you who are comfortable following from wherever, please take it easy and make sure that you follow through, participate. Let's ensure that we salvage this country from the hands of bad leadership. This is not happening at this time and age. I want to salute those of you who are coming in fast and furious, and please don't hesitate to invite somebody, help somebody subscribe, help somebody stay in tune and in touch with everything that is happening. Dahir Abdi, karibu kwa show Leo TV. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. Ken Daniels, you're welcome to the show. Ban bin Bunu. Thank you so much, karibu kwa show. I hope maombi jibanji next week. Ruto atajua hajui. Asante sana, tuendelee. Gifted Jackson Mzalendo following from Sigomore. Hey, nakwambia karibu sana. Linet Momai, karibu kwa show. Nasi wetu, karibu kwa show. Kennedy Murage, karibu kwa show. Ali Delilah, karibu kwa show. Delila, karibu kwa show sana. Following from Mariakani Kilifi, asante sana. Make Hassan, karibu sana. Matiang'i ordered the police to break into Miguna's house against court orders, which police today assessed Matiang'i's house on court order. What court order? Do you have evidence to that effect? As for Raila Odinga complaining out there, he should be asked what he said when Matiang'i's house was vandalized illegally. The same Matiang'i defied wherever. The question is, what are they looking for in Matiang'i's house? Do you just break in houses because somebody broke in somebody's house? And who was the deputy president in the administration that that broke into Miguna's house? Was it the order by Matiang'i or the order by the administration of the day? Is this court order given in private? I mean, because if there have been different judges in different courts 3 times, they were denied the orders. Who gave the orders? Or now William Ruto is giving court orders. Let's talk the truth and not beat around the bush. Whether Matiang'i defied the order or did what in his past, we want to know. What are they looking for? It has been 6 months in office. Why did they apprehend Matiang'i the first week in office, like they were in a hurry to swear in rogue judges that had been rejected by Uhuru Kenyatta? So let's not mix up things here. Kuna proud Luopian, karibu kwa show. Agnes Njeri, karibu kwa show. Nani Joshua Mokaya, nani mwingine hapa, Goliath Foundation, you're welcome. Dennis Mwendwa, karibu kwa show. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Kori Nyamwera Wachola, karibu sana. Kuna Samuel Kimani, Cecilia Wiyanga, mamake Lynn, karibu sana. Kuna Boraz Dominic, kuna Matthew Wesonga, kuna nani huyu, Gabo Mwenda, alafu Nyakindu, nakwambia leo ni ngumu kweli. Okay, kuna Jorim Wahome Marenya, karibu sana. Roda wetu yule, karibu sana. Kuna Jairus Malaya, alafu nani mwingine huyu, Nikas Williams, Kipkorir, Hillary Kimtai, makasiriko. I tell you the truth, kuna nani huyu mwingine sifugie yote, Ben Rasta, karibu sana. Nani huyu, Malaika Gabrieli, karibu kwa show. Naomi ndio huyo, karibu sana. Egesa George, karibu sana. Morin Kirimi, kuna nani Africa Narratives, the African Narratives, of course, mtu wa Mungu Henry Priest, karibu sana. Haman Libulele, asante sana. Naona tushaanza kuingia. Tafadhali tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tukajadili kwa kina mambo haya. Naamini kwamba ni muhimu tuambiane ukweli wala tusidanganyane. It is important that we tell each other the truth. There is a miss with how things are being conducted in this country, and somebody is hell-bent to suspend the constitution and run this country as if it is his village or his place of doing whatever he wishes to do. This is not happening in our day and in our time. kuna Nyarago Otiso Timothy, kuna Imani Maureen, kuna nani huyu Zadak, kuna Zadak Wanyangu, of course ndugu yetu Fabiano Adriano, Lilian Mogeni, Travel with Fred, of course kuna nani Mangi Evans, Christine Mlongo, Juliet Musalia, alafu kuna Harun, the ancestor. Hey, you need to show up my brother. Hii kazi tulikuwa nawe pamoja, nini ulipigwa mawe? Joe ukajitetee. But you're glad. Then what is this? The barriers, Patrobas. Hey, nakwambia, alafu Clumsy, Dushi One Dush, Gertrude Lango, alafu Richard Kubwa, of course, and thank you so much, everyone. Please keep inviting somebody to join into the discourse. This is where you get an opportunity to practice journalism without graduating from Kenya Mass Media. So you're free to participate into the discussion, but we are headed in a bad place as a country if nothing is done in good time. Finally, Kenya Kwanza owns up. They intended to raid into Matiang'I's house. They denied that Matiang'i has staged the raid by himself, and now finally they raided the home while he was away. So the question is, if you want to arrest Matiang'i, you reach his home, he's not there. Why break in? And when you break in, you don't find him. Why carry items? I mean, what kind of government is this? What kind of operation could this be? Let's talk. Rhoda, habari ya leo?
Mzuri. I've been not feeling well. I've been a little bit feeling not well in my body. I have a coffee and then I feel pain. But tomorrow I will go to the doctor to check my lungs well. Sometimes I feel strange when I'm coughing.
Oh, follow.
Yeah.
Take good care of yourself.
Thank you. Maybe I can ask you, can I pray? Is okay with you?
Yeah, go ahead. You can open for us with the word of prayer. Very excellent. Thank you.
Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to you this evening to say thank you. We could come to see this day. Father, some people, they didn't see this day, but because of your grace, that's why we are alive. Jesus, you sent your own forgotten Son, Jesus Christ, to save the world, not to condemn the world. This world we are living, too much darkness. You came to bring a good news. Everybody have seen Jesus live in the right, but Lord, live in the darkness, they have not seen the Father. I pray for our country, God. Remember our country, God. I declare salvation for all community. I pray, let your kingdom come to every community. Let your kingdom come like us in heaven for all community in Kenya. Let shine light to the darkness. Every city, every county, in Nairobi County, you shine, you shine, you shine. And I know because you love those people who speak the truth, who stand with the truth, who stand with the justice. I know we are victory. Even when the enemy come for the floor, I know we are victory because we are with you. We are with you. Do not fear. God is with you. Do not fear the terrorists in the night. God is with us. If God is our side, who can be against us? God is our side. Even with the enemy is coming like a flood. God is our side. Na Mungu atajulikana na dunia zima. Atajulikana Kenya zima. Ni Mungu wa ukweli. Apendagi vitu ziko na giza. Anapendaga vitu za ukweli. Kwa sababu ukiokoka wewe unakaa nini mwanga, ukai kwa giza, unakaa right because you are called when you live in the light, you are called the son and the daughter in Christ. I declare our country will shine like to the darkness. People that will know Jesus, people that will be saved, really true, born again. And when you are born again, the whole world will see, and people, they will see how you talk, how you speak the truth, you lie, do you pretend, do you hypocrite. Jesus doesn't like the darkness, he doesn't like hypocrisy. He can see the liars. He knows what we are going through in our country. I pray even our opposition leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, we declare, bless that man. You know why you bring this word at time like this, what we are going in our country, God. We have been, many things have been going. Right now we have seen police have been going to take Matiang'i home. An innocent man have done nothing because to attack him. I declare the blood of Jesus in his compound, with his family member, his children, God. Even I declare for his community, Kisi, they will live with the peace. In the name of Jesus, the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Rhoda, for that. We appreciate it, and we believe God hears and answers our prayers. As we continue with the conversation, everybody, please let us adhere to our standing orders. I would request, please, let's all dress up for the show. It is important. YouTube community is very sensitive to if we present any form of nudes or undressed up people, inakuwa shida, na hatutaki kuleta shida. Tafadhali sisi watu wazima tujibebe kama watu wazima na heshima zetu, tafadhali. Reverend Lala, uko nyuma ya curtain, hiyo ni kinyume ya sheria. Naomba ukatufungulie kwa kutoa hoja yako kifupi tafadhali, tunapoanza mjadala wa leo. Welcome. Lala, are you still there? Okay, let's Nelvin, take it. Nelvin, take it.
Yes, Bernard, habari yenu?
Fiti, namna gani?
Mimi niko salama, niko mzima, nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Najionea tu sarakasi yenye inaendelea Kenya. Kwa hii dunia. Unafaa ukiwa umechaguliwa kiongozi mkubwa, ufai kuweka grudges ambazo ati wewe unaweza weka grudge ukosane na mtu mwingine, ama ati juu mtu alikufanyia kitu na wewe unataka kulipisha. Baada ushughulikia wa Kenya, unashughulikia mtu kama Matiang'i. Sasa mimi nashangaa hasa wale ambao walikuwa wanaitwa hasla. Namna washughulikiwe. Unashughulikia Matiang'i. Hiyo ni kukosa hekima na busara. Ile manafaa kuwa na hekima na kuwe na busara pia, kwa sababu vitu zingine kwa hii dunia utafanya hivyo kesho utatoka. Serikali ya aliyekuwa president wetu wa enzi hizo za kitambo, hata mzima Moi yeye kuwa analipisha visasi. Yeye alikuwa anafanya kazi yake, lakini sasa William yeye ametuonesha anaweza lipisha kisasi, anaweza fanya Kenya anataka kwa sababu wako na uongozi. Saa hii ukienda kuvamia mtu kama Matiang'i, unamfanyia kama Miguna vile alifanywa. Sasa hiyo ni nini? Hiyo ni nini? Mtu amekuwa badala umwambie hata karibu tusaidiane kazi, kwa sababu huko Tiati kumenishinda, huko Baringo kumenishinda, watu wanauana huko, ukuje unipatie mawaidha kidogo kama ndugu yangu mdogo ama mkubwa. Wewe unaenda kuvamia mtu ambaye amekuwa kwa internal security. Ni nini hiyo? Huyo mtu ako na connection ngapi? Ameweka watu wangapi kwa jeshi? Ameweka watu wangapi kwa polisi? Ameweka watu wangapi? Yaani watu wenye ameajiri kazi. William anafikiri akifanya vitu kama hizo anafikiri ni Matiang'i anafuruga, kumbe anafuruga jamii nzima. Ni kwa sababu huwezi fanya hizo kazi. Fanya kazi, shughulikia watu kwanza. Watu wako na njaa, wanalala njaa. Watu wanataka madawa kwa hospitali, shughulikia hao. Watu wanataka mbolea, hivi karibuni watu wako karibu kuanza kulima, shughulikie. Ukianza kukimbishana na mtu mmoja, hii ndio serikali walisema sijui ya bottom up, kila kitu inapanda usiku na mchana, unaamka hii iko juu iko chini hii. Yaani wamepindua serikali, imekuwa kama kibanda ya kuuza mboga. William anafaa aombe mawaidha. Hata mapresident wote wenye wametoka huwa wanaomba mawaidha wale wenye wametoka. Wale wenye wametoka mbele yao wanaomba mawaidha ndio waweze kurani serikali vizuri. Kwa sababu ukijifanya wewe ni mjanja, ati sijui tutaki sijui nini, tutaki nini. Hii serikali si yako, serikali ni ya umma. Kitu yoyote ambayo inahusikana na mwananchi ni kitu ya umma. Kwa hivyo William, kuna vitu zingine anafanya vitu ambazo mimi mwenyewe hata nikikaa chini nasikia uchungu. Nasikia uchungu kwa sababu ya nini? Mimi nimekula, nimeshiba, nimelala. Nimekula meals zote 3. Kuna mtu ama 4. Kuna mtu wako Nairobi, hata meal ya asubuhi peke yake ama ya mchana ama ya jioni amekosa. Amekunywa maji saa hizi jioni venye tunaongea na wewe, amelala. Ameenda mjengo, amekosa mjengo. Sasa wewe umedanganya watu hustler fund, upatie watu shilingi 500, unyanganye watu kazi mtaani, utoe subsidy zote, ufanye kila kitu. Hiyo ndio vitu zinasaidia raia. Serikali iko hapo kusaidia raia, si kuangamiza raia na tax kila mahali. Sasa Nairobi ni chafu. Walisema wakiingia for 30 days Nairobi itakuwa safi. Hiyo kazi mtaani wagerudishia vijana wajilipe, na hiyo nini, waoshe Nairobi iwe safi na sheria ziwekwe kali. Si mambo ya kukuja kupiga huyu tujue tulikuwa tumekosana umpige kwanza. Fanya kazi kwanza, hiyo ingine baadaye. Kwa hivyo mimi ningeomba tu watu wazidi kushirikiana, kuwa na umoja. Ukiona mwenzako pia ako na njaa, kama uko na uwezo umsaidie, usimwachilie pia. Na tuzidi kuomba Mungu, kwa sababu sasa hii maombi ni mingi tunafaa kufanya, kwa sababu ukiona president akienda mahali anaenda kuombea mvua na yezi nyesha hata tone, hata mawingu peke yake yezi yozonekana. Hii ni shida, tuko kwa shida. Na mimi Bernard niliogopa hata jana sana. Yaani mtumishi wa Mungu ameenda mpaka kwa jukwaa anaanguka. Yaani upako umemfikia yeye badala umfikie washirika. Bernard, wewe ndi unafaa kuponya mgonjwa, lakini mgonjwa ndiye anakuponya. Mimi vitu zingine zinanishangaisha sana. Drama after drama. Drama after drama. This is a government of sijui nini. Hata sijui ndaita nini. Yaani Bernard, unajua kuna kitu kimoja, ukienda hata kama ni wewe sahihi Bernard, uende kuombea mtu, alafu ukute yeye ndiye anakuombea, unafaa kuacha hiyo uhubiri, kwa sababu wewe inaonekana imani yako iko chini. Juu imani yako inafaa kuwa juu kushinda ya ule mwenye unamuombea. Lakini ukipata mtu unamuombea lakini imani yako, yani wewe badala umuombee, sasa yeye ndiye anakuombea. Hiyo hata Mwenyezi Mungu atusamee, kwa sababu mahali tunaelekea ndiye hatujui ni wapi, lakini Mungu atushikilie. Na ndio unaona vitu kubwa kubwa inafanyika. Sasa unaona kama Turkey sasa hii watu wamekufa more than 40,000. Hiyo ni miujiza ya Mungu, anatuonesha watu wabadilike. Mtu wabadilike, usifikirie kuendesha Prado ama hiyo unaita Lexus sijui ama nini ndio maisha ya hapo baadaye. Mungu Yesu anatuambia ukiwa naye usijinyime, lakini pia kumbuka wewe unaweka mafuta ya 20,000 ama 15, lakini kuna ule mwenye amekosa. Bernard, tuombe Mwenyezi Mungu atuzidi kutusikia. Ni hayo tu kwa leo.
Okay, asante sana Melvin, we appreciate that. Ni wakati mgumu wa nchi hii kwa sababu tumeleta drama mpaka kwa Mungu mwenyewe. Yaani hiyo swala ya jana, alafu baada ya hayo maombi yote tena hatujamaliza kutenda dhambi, tunaamkia kwenda kuvunja nyumba ya mtu kinyume sheria. Sasa yaani huyu Mungu tunamtumia kivipi? And then of course mababa askofu wetu, okay, wametoka wakaeleza alianguka ni nani, alianguka kwa nini, na amepeleka hospitalini ama ilikuwa tu power ya Mungu ikamwangusha ikamuinua. We have not had any following information towards the same happening. Was it state managed? There is a lot that is taking place here that is going to end us into a very precarious state. But we pray that it will get out of hand completely. But all indications, all signs are everywhere. We are being led by a system that is corrupt, a system that is twisted, a system that intends no good for this country. And so Kenyans must brace themselves up to liberate themselves from this, or accept to live on their knees forever. All indications of the setting the stage for dictatorship is all going, all systems going, and nobody's relenting. There is famine, there is insecurity, there is drought, there is education, people having problem going back to school. We don't have junior secondary school classes, and nobody is listening to that. Everybody's concentrating on amassing political power, buying members of parliament, and threatening those who don't believe in their gospel. So we, as the Kenyan people, we need to see this for what it is, not to be deceived, especially when you are a young person. If you are a young person and you are supporting Kenya Kwanza in their evil, you must be very evil, or you must be very naive in the sense that you don't know what you are talking, what you are doing, because the way you lay your bed is the way you are sleeping. You're going to lie on the same. Don't think that you're punishing Raila Odinga and the other elites by supporting a regime that is bad to the core. It is your life that you're putting in danger. And not many days from now, you'll be the first one to cry. So I want to call upon all Kenyans around the world. Let us rally together. Let us push out this bad governance and get our country back on the track. Tusichezee moto kwa sababu utatuchoma, akumulikaye mchana usiku atakuchoma. If they are doing this 6 months in office, what will they do 2 years in office? It will be so bad that you will not go out of your house afraid of being arrested. You will go to buy tomatoes, you'll be arrested. You go to buy Royco, you'll be arrested. And no explanation, because the police is above the law, the government is above the law, and everything is being done in the pretext of Rais alisema. Orders from above, orders from above. That is where we're headed to. We need to stop it before it is late. Thank you. Mustafa was here before. Mustafa, sema. Unmute Mustafa. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Hello?
Yes, karibu sasa, nakusikia. Hey, umemute tena. Unmute alafu naongea tafadhali. Okay, Pole. Let's listen from Nancy. Thank you. Nancy, how are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Karibu.
Yes, Auntie, everyone. I just saw what happened huko kwa Ruto, kwa Matiang'i. Mimi ninashangaa ni Ruto akili yake ako sawa kweli ama yuko nomo? Sababu mtu nomo hawezi fanya hivyo. Mimi naona kama yuko nomo. Ama ni mgonjwa ako karibu kufa, sasa anataka kuharibu kila kitu. Cause niliona miguu zilikuwa zimefura, sasa tunafurahia kuna kitu hayuko sawa. Hata ulikuwa unaona alikuwa strong kitambo, lakini siku hizi mwili yake ni kama imejaa maji. Ako bitter. Sasa sijui anajua ataishia tu, sasa anataka kuishia na kila mtu. Wai, sijaona mtu aromba hata moyo hakuwa hivyo. Sasa yani shetani ametuingilia hivyo tu. Kenyatta aliwaambia mkusikia. Unajua Kenyatta amefanya na huyu mtu anamjua. After Ruto shamfanyia vote nini, lakini bado alienda against it. Yani his conscience could not allow it. Nyesieti alikuwa hata angemweka wa collide, si angegain more ama, lakini his conscience is clear. Hata sahii mala anaenda kulala kwa tu sawa, lakini wenye wako wanafuata hasla, you know, ati hasla na mtu ako na mamilioni ameweka kwa mfuko. Aki Kenyans surely. Yaani waliamini kabisa hiyo narrative. Mimi sikuamini. Mimi sikuamini. Waliamini kabisa hasla naingia, you know. Yaani watu walikuwa shaanza kujiprepare kuishi vizuri. Wa Kenya. Anyway, but Kenyans never learn. Still bado tu wata-elect tu watu, you know. So, what else did I want to say? Yeah, I wonder how what nani Simba Arati will do, because yeye ndo alikuwa amesema last time alikuwa anaenda Kisii, akasema amerudi kwa njia tena, akageuka tu mara moja, ashafu nini. Sijui wa Kisii watafanya nini kesho, you know. Me I know how Kisii is. Mi mwenyewe ni Mkisii anyway. Najua vile iko huko, kuna yani ujamaa mbaya sana. So, and they believe in their leaders. Kwanza wataki mtu wa nini. They believe in their heroes sana. And then Jalango. Have you seen Jalango with Mkurmen? Yani ameamua sasa kujitoa tu wazi. I don't know. You know, instead of hata ende kwa baba anze kuomba msamaha, baba angemsamea amuoshe, lakini amekataa. Amefuata pesa, ati ameenda development ya barabara. Kuna development hapo, pesa tu amefuata, lakini tena utaona Wakenya wanamvotia tu. Sijui Wakenya wako na nini. So,
No, these people are not planning to be voted in. They are looking for how to rig themselves in. And that's where the challenge is. When Kenyans reject people, IEBC accepts them. And that's where the dilemma is. We go and vote out a bad leader. Then IEBC colludes with the leader. They ratify our rejection, they make it, that is our choice. And so, in fact, that's the reason why the public right now is very angry with the RUTO administration. They are embarrassing him by failing to turn up for his meetings. Even when he changes them into prayer, nobody's taking him serious. Why? They did not vote for him, yet IEBC declared him as the winner. Jalango and the rest, I told you people, it was not an accident going to State House. From what I think, Jalango and other members of parliament of ODM that went to State House was sponsored by William Ruto in their campaign to get the ODM ticket to get into parliament. And then when they get there, they cross over to support William Ruto. So William Ruto is shrewd. He invests like that. He did that with Jopevu. He did that with Aisha Juma. If he cannot get a UDA member of parliament from a certain place, he will sponsor his mall in ODM in that place. And because on condition, when they get into parliament, they will cross over. So Jalango is just doing his duty. Ashalipwa, ashafanyiwa campaign, so saini kurudi. It's the same thing ile ilifanyika Men in Black. If you remember Men in Black. It is Ruto sponsored Ababu Namwamba and team. Akawapatia mpaka chopa ya kwenda around the country to campaign. Ili wapate leadership ya ODM na wachukue ODM wampeleke. If Men in Black did not intervene and save the day, ODM saa ingekuwa ni chama ya Ruto. So this wickedness is such that the Kenyan people need to revolt. A revolution will help this country better than all these other wherever diplomatic approach. Thank you. Nance, kama una response you can say now before we listen from Mustafa.
Yeah, Mustafa can talk. I'll talk later maybe.
Okay, asante sana. Mustafa, vipi? Mustafa, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, Bwana Mustafa, the broadcast is allergic to silence. Okay, sorry, I think you have network problems. Let's listen to Kenyan Ketacho. Mami, welcome, unmute.
Yes, everybody, how are you? I salute you and I greet you in the name of Jesus, because I can see all your faces are smiling, and we'll keep on being strong in the name of Jesus, that we're gonna go conquer this enemy that is really dragging us in these bad times. Leo, Rhoda, Bernard, sijui huyu mwingine anaitwa na Lemetgit, Rose,
Nelvin is better.
Nelvin, yeah, and Nancy wa Kenya. Nawasalimia sana. Even those people in the comment section, I salute you and I greet you. I'm strong and I'll keep on being strong, though sometimes I break down because I feel so bad, and really, it really disturbs me all the time. Every day at 3 a.m., I have to wake up just to check what has progressed in Kenya, what is happening in Kenya. And I was very disappointed this morning to find that they are still raiding MATIANG'I'S home. I don't know what they are looking for, but material things, you can get them, but leave Matiang'i alone. Let's have our Matiang'i strong and sound as he is. But I know this government is not here for the good of any Kenyan. We have seen all what they are doing. It's just malicious way of attacking people who have not had any connection with them, and who will not be happy of what they are doing. And that is what they are trying to do. They are clipping those people who can have good moral of the country, whom we respect and whom we adore the job they did for the previous regime. Mimi nasema Ruto, to be honest, he is not there for the good. Na hawa hata unaona hawa majambazi wameanza kwenda kwa hiyo UDA. This is what they are expecting. Now that Ruto is planning to change the constitution for him to be a life president, they think that is what's going to happen. So they will be there in that government. They are making their beds of roses all the time, thinking that that is where they are going to dwell forever. And they will earn their money the way they are looking for money, like people who are crazy. Because I cannot imagine, we are working hard and hard work, sweating so that you can get your money. But this one, they just want that money that you have worked for. Those tax paying people are paying taxes for these majambazi. Watu kutoka in all kinds, all corners. Azimio, Wiper, all these people who are being bought by Ruto, they are going there because of your taxes that you pay, you Kenyan. How painful is it? I just spoke to one lady, my friend, and she was telling me in their place, people have started stealing. And they are not stealing big things. It's just to keep them going. Maybe something to eat. They have started stealing. They go even to your house and get what they can get. Just food. They are not stealing to enrich themselves. They are stealing to get something to eat. It's bad. And people think because you are somewhere comfortable that people are not suffering. People are going through thick and thin. Very bad situation they are in. Na sasa nikiona huyu mtu bado anaendesha hii seriously, hata amemaliza raha ya Wakenya kwa maombi. watu wameshindwa. Maombi hii tunaomba, is it the same as that one done by Ruto? Are we really in the right way of doing prayers when you are doing your own prayer in your house? Ni nini inaendelea? Ametuletea jama Kenya ya kutusumbua akili zetu. And that is many Kenyans who are going through that. And what they are trying to do is that ni kuamaliza, and I said there before, anataka kumaliza watu nguvu, mumalizike, mshindwe na kusimama, mshindwe na kutoa sauti, muwe wachache, because people are dying, that is decreasing the population. Ndio afanye kile kitendo anataka kutenda. And he's working in all ways, kwa sababu saidi anaenda kuingilia mtu kama Matiang'i. Who is the next? Who is the next from there? And the other one and the other one. Kwa hivyo anadilu na Wakenya ambao hawajiwezi, anadilu na Wakenya ambao walikuwa kazini, anadilu na Wakenya ambao wako na sauti, ndio awakomeshe kabisa. Nilisema jana habari ya hawa watu ambao wana rule Kenya. Kenya is for Kalenjins. I am not ashamed to say that. It's for Kalenjins. They are full all over. Kwa sababu ikiwa ile serikali inaongoza ni hao tu wako, you can imagine. Because what there is, you have a supervisor who is a Kalenjin. Whether you are a Kisii, whether you are a Kikuyu, whether you are a Luo, whether you have a Kalenjin supervisor who is working. So you are in a fearful situation. You can do nothing. And that is my stand. Kwa hivyo, hakuchange. Alisema kwa mkutano ati mimi mkinichagua sitarudia hivyo tena. The time when he was exposed. That he had put Kalenjin. Even this time round, amefanya high tech. Ya kuweka hawa ni supervisor. Wao sio wao wako kwa docket. It doesn't make any difference. Tena, increase employees. Ambao sasa pesa za wananchi ndizo zinaishia. Badala ya kusapoti wananchi ni kuamaliza, walipe taxes, mnyonge, mwenye ako nayo, walipe ma taxes, ndio hao watu wapate pesa waweke kwa mifuko. He's misusing the whole fund of Kenyans, doing nasty stuff. Ridiculous. So sisi wana Kenya, we have the voice, we are strong, we are many. Leave those majambazi ambao wanahamahama, wanakimbilia pesa hiyo, pesa 8, I will call it pesa 8, kwa sababu siku ile tutanyakua hiyo uraisi, because it is coming, they will know where to go. Hizo pesa zitawanyanyura, heshima yao itakwisha. And really, pride comes before a fall. They are proud right now, but the day is coming. Asanteni wana Kenya, tushikane, tuseme Ruto must go. That is my voice. Thank you very much. Oh, today I came as Getacho. Getacho is Burji. It's a tribe called Burji, which is in north of Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for helping us catch up with our country. And we're glad. Ruto must go. That needs to be a hashtag for every Kenyan who wants this country to be secured again. Like I said initially, we have been through much to come where we are. Any person who wants to take us back to where we came from needs to be taken for what he is, the enemy of this country. If I remember how people were beaten. There was a time I used to run a young church in Eastlands of Nairobi. And then we had a young man who was selling groceries, kumawiki na tomatoes on the street. And then the police would just come, and then they come and then inua mikono. Then they drop bangi kwa mfuko. Okay, that is it. Unapelekwa uko police station, unajibu mashtaka kwa masuala ambayo hauna habari nayo. So the young people resorted, when they see police, they run away. You run away from police. Now, if this is what we are working to go back to, and somebody wants to invest in this, then we are doing badly. We are doing badly. Wakenya tafadhali, na waomba kwa jina la Yesu, tusikubali kurudi mahali tulitoka, kwa sababu tukirudi hapo sioni tukitoka. If we allow this regime to take us back to where we came from, we may not be able to get back. Those of you are church people, you remember there was a gospel singer called John Deuce. Understand he's a pastor still in Kericho. He sang a song about Sita Rudi Nyuma, if you can remember, Sita Rudi Nyuma. And then the best part of that song is that unasema nini? Kule njiani na kutana na wengine walioanza safari kama mimi, wameamua kurudi, kuacha safari. And then, you know, kuna wale wameamua kurudi nyuma. Okay, then katika hiyo kurudi nyuma anasema, ukirudi nyuma kumbuka kwamba hakuna tena muujiza wa kufungua bahari ya Shamu. If Kenyans will accept to go back to Moism and the dictatorship, kumbuka hakuna tena muujiza wa kufanya nini? Kufungua bahari ya Shamu. That's a warning. Don't let RUTO take us back to where we fought so hard to come out of. We may not have another Raila Odinga to help champion this. We will not have another Martin Shikuku. We will not have another Anyona. We will not have another wherever Matiba. We will not have another. If the replacement of Matiba in Kiharu is Ndindi Nyoro, can you imagine that? Now you watch it. Rose, karibu changia tafadhali. They say in our village, firewood gave birth to ashes. If the replacement of Matiba is Ndindi Nyoro, then this country is doomed. Rose. Today is somebody's birthday. So tutaimba hiyo wimbo baadaye. Rose, are you there? Rose Rachel. Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Tina, don't go behind the curtain. Tina, we need the screen to be fully pictured so that the viewers can enjoy viewing. Rachel, are you getting me? You unmute first. You can speak as much as you want. We will never hear until you unmute. Okay, sorry. There's a challenge there. Okay, let's listen to Wamama Kibao. Karibu made vipi lakini? You're still mute. Unmute first, please.
Oh, asante sana Bernard. I hope mnanisikia. Nimewasalimia nyinyi wote and I'm happy to see you all smiling. Hata ingawa tume mnanisikia?
Yeah, endelea, unasikika.
Yes, hata kama we are not happy, all these things are happening. Tunaweza kusema tu Mungu yuko na sisi hata mambo ikiwa mbaya, we are just hoping and trusting. I'm happy to hear that Raila Odinga alisema tutaenda kuomba. I think UDA wataona difference ya maombi ya watu wa Mungu ambao wanamcha Mungu na maombi ambao tunaleta watu kutoka mbali mbali. Yaani watu ambao wanataka kuomba kweli wanajileta. Hakutakuwa na mabasi pale zinawaleta watu kutoka mbali mbali. Tutakuwa tunaenda kule kuomba na tutaenda na kuambia kweli. Na tutaomba na Mungu atatusikiza. Mimi si mtu anajua Biblia sana, lakini nimekumbuka wakati Raila alisema tutaenda kuomba pale Jibaji. Nikakumbuka wakati wa Jeremiah na yule Bara, sijui Bara na King king, whoever king it was, utaniambia wewe ndio pastor. Yani wakati Yeremia aliendelea kuomba, aliacha hao watu waombe kwanza, na hivyo ndivyo kutaenda. Wataomba, waombe na Mungu wao atashuka. Lakini sisi tutaenda kuomba na Mungu wetu atashuka. Na kwanza tutaweka maji, tutasafisha mahali yote, ili siwe ni ile moto yao ilibakia kidogo ndio imewasha, na Mungu atashuka. Lakini atuombei mvua. Msikizeni vizuri, atuombei mvua. Wacha tuachie mtu anaitwa Ruto na watu wake waombe mvua. Kitu muhimu tunataka tuombe nchi ya Kenya irudishe ile sifa yake. Tuondoe hawa mafisi. Hiyo maombi yetu itakuwa kwanza. Wacha watu wateseke kwa saizi. Na maombi hiyo ilienda, mliona vile kulienda, aliambiwa. Na ninaomba kama Bernard utapata nafasi utuwekee ile maombi ya jana, ilikuwa jana 14. Na ile maombi ilikuwa na yule mtumizi wa Mungu anaitwaje? Yani kuna yule prophet, somebody came to the same place that they were having the prayers yesterday. We wanted to see that difference. Kama utaweza kutuwekea, tuone wale watu wajilileta wenyewe, na kiwanja kikawaka moto, kikajaa kabisa, kikafurika. Lakini jana hata kuleta watu na ile magari za mashule, bado ilikuwa kuona kiwanja yote hakukuwa na watu. Kwa hivyo tungekuomba kama utapata hiyo nafasi, tuletee hizo picha mbili pale, watu waone kweli Kenya watu wamefika ko. Kila kitu imefika watu ko. Yani si mambo za kuambia watu maombi wajashiba. Ukiwaita maombi wameshiba. Wametoka kwa umewapea hiyo 1,150. Hiyo wakilipa kurudi mali atawafanyia nini? Yani nataka kuomba watu wa Kenya, tafadhalini mkumbuke wakati wa Moi. Wakati wa Moi mlikuwa mnaimba na mnaambiwa tingizeni, tingiza kidole. Mtu anatingiza mnapewa 50 shillings, hiyo mambo inaisha. Ninataka kuomba nyinyi watu mkumbuke, yani kupatiwa hiyo 50 shillings utakaa miaka 5, na hiyo sasa hivi ndio mlifanyiwa. Tunataka kukosoa hiyo, na ninataka watu wapate msimamo. Leo kweli hatutakuwa tunasema mambo mingi, lakini we are going to revisit Matiang'I'S place. Ninataka kuwakumbusha hii serikali ya RUTO. The same thing that happened sometime. Now it is good to call a spade, my friends. It's good to call a spade. There's the problem, because every regime wants to come and show powers. Pole sana kwa Matiang'i, and I'm with you. Lakini hata wale watu wanafanya, najua Matiang'i alifanya makosa yake pale, because we saw what happened wakati wa ule jamaa alipoondoshwa akapelekwa Canada. Lakini tunataka kusema RUTO, ujue kweli vile tu unafanya wewe, utaondoka. Na sasa what do you want to say? By the way, you should say you are claiming that you are Christian. Can we see that Christianity in you? Can we see that spirituality? The thing that you and your wife are trying to portray to Kenyans, that you are so spiritual, you are so godly. Can we see that? Why revenge? I would be very, very happy to see you going to the church and saying, I forgive all those wronged me, because you are following the footsteps of Jesus Christ. When Jesus Christ was crucified on the cross and with a lot of suffering, you have not suffered like Jesus Christ. But when Jesus was crucified, before he died, he said, I forgive you. If at all you're following the footsteps of Jesus Christ, and really you are Christian, like you are trying to portray, can you show that by forgiving and saying, I am going to show you how the God I serve is different from the God you serve, and let us follow you in that. But the fact is, you are showing us, you are telling us, but your deeds are completely opposite of what you are doing. I'm completely shocked. But there is one more thing I want to tell you guys. It is not about taking the CCTV from the Matiangi's place to see what was happening. It is about taking the CCTV, going to edit, and remove all the evidence. That is what RUTO wants. If those CCTV, if you get hold of those CCTVs, they're gonna go and edit, take out everything that can suspect the police who are there. They just wanted to erase any evidence. That is what they are doing. But I wanted to tell you, we have seen Saito being killed, and you guys, you kept quiet. You were in the government, and you kept quiet. We have seen many people dying. Wow, there's something I forgot. There's something you want to show us. You want to tell us you are the person who was controlling and was dealing with all these people who are getting killed. That is what you want to tell us. Uhuru had nothing to do with all that, because this is what you are showing us now. Uhuru had got nothing. And Uhuru, I want to tell you, we are here because you are Mr. Nice. You are Mr. Nice. You kept quiet so much. We would not be here, because this gentleman took advantage of you, kept quiet as you see things going wrong. We wanted people, we wanted to have president who can stand for the truth, whether you are being sacrificed or not, you stand for the truth. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that RUTO tunataka tumfuruze. Can I say this? Because Uhuru anajua kishika. Sasa hivi tumesikia Jubilee ni kama inaisha. Anaingia kweli kweli, kama nimesema na watu wengine wamesema, he is going to interrupt with all the chamas zile za Azimio, because he wants to get the percentage that you allow him change the constitution. We are not going to let that happen. And I told people before elections, people should think, because if you wanted to go back to the Nyayo era, if you are elect RUTO, we are going back to the Nyayo. This is what is happening. We people are completely sick. You better know that. We are completely sick. And we are tired listening and hearing the cries of Kenyans. We want you Kenyans to stand up for your nation. And this is the only time. If you do not stand up for your nation, the nation is going to go, and this RUTO is going to lead Kenya for the next 30 years. Believe me or not, RUTO is a good student of Moi, and to make the matters worse, is a good student of Museveni. Museveni is telling RUTO, the best thing to do is to make people poor. When people are poor, they kneel to you. And they will be saying, yes, sir. And this is only the time. We wanted to tell RUTO, we are not going to kneel for you until you get us not doing nothing, and we cannot be able to stand for ourselves. But the fact is, the remaining percentage, if Kenyans will not go swift and do something, RUTO will be ahead of us. He is a schemer, do not forget that. He is a big schemer, and he is always ahead of many things. We are not going to let that happen. So people should be able to take things at their own hands, because we want to protect our constitution. Whatever is letting Kenyans be the way we are, allowing us stay the way we are, allowing us to speak freely, is the Constitution 2010. And it's going to be watered down, like you saw the cabinet went back today, not in the cabinet, the cabinet, they went back today. And whatever they are talking about, the first thing is about the Constitution. Why attend the constitution before thinking about the dying, the cattle restaurants, the poverty, the people who do not have food? Why attend to that? Is, in fact, that should be coming 2 years from now, if it may be, if it is an important issue. To me, it is not at the moment. And if it will come, it has to start from the common person, from the citizen of the country. It is not about the cabinet ministers or the bunge. No, it has to start in the bunge na wananchi, by the way, and it goes to the wananchi every constitution. So this is not something that should be coming now. What we should be thinking about is, are Kenyans happy? Are Kenyans hungry, or are they fed? Are Kenyans having enough water? Are Kenyans having, the children are going back to school? This is something I expected to hear today. But what we are hearing, constitution. What does that tell a Kenyan? What does that tell Kenyan? It tells a Kenyan somebody is there just because of himself. And the people who are there, the MPs, whoever they are there for themselves. We elected, we went to the election polls because we elected the people to go and serve us. It's not to serve their tummies. And what people are doing right now, they are sitting there and serving their own tummies. And this is why the first important thing is the constitution, nothing else. Because they are thinking of, oh, if this constitution is changed, I'm going to rule for the next 30 years. If this constitution, I'll be under RUTO and I will be making my own ways, whatever. But now, Kenyans, please, let's hold hands and say enough is enough. In fact, you should not be talking about what RUTO has done. The policies, like yesterday, I heard Muzarendo talking about the policies. We are not interested. All those policies are none and void. There's nothing that was, the policies are working. There's nothing that has worked so far. Is it
Let me conclude. Time.
Okay, I'm about to finish. I'm saying, okay, just to finish, I am saying what we are having now, or whatever we wanted to hear, is about RUTO must go. What are we planning for him to go? That is it. Not about all the policies it's about. This, he has to go. That's all for now, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Mama Kibao Mbele. Asante sana kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunashukuru. Na Wakenya mmakinike tafadhali. Msiwe wajinga, kwa sababu ukishapoteza uhuru itakuwa ngumu sana kurejesha. Lazima tusimame ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu anaturudisha kipindoni wakati tumeachiliwa na tumefanywa huru. Rosi, karibu tafadhali. Naona mic yako ishafunguka.
Hello Bernard, sasa.
Niko poa. Karibu.
Na nimewaona hapo habari ya leo, Roda, Kenya, Wangira, Wamama na Nancy. How are you people? I'm glad I'm alive today. Honestly, I don't know where to start. I don't know whether to start with the prayer or Matiang'i or MPs going back to the other side or Jubilee House. Everything, it seems like everything is a mess. About the prayers, I don't want to talk about it because there is just that part that I don't want to remember. Then about Jubilee members also having the issues in the house, I'm just wondering what their leader is doing, because their leader is just quiet. The man is just silent. He's not saying anything. And I'm just wondering the nature of a man. When somebody came to your house trying to shatter it, you will always try to defend. But on this one, I'm just seeing things are just quiet. Like, it's just like, let the things be the way they want to be, which is okay. We don't have a say. The owner of the house has decided to rest. So let's rest together. Then on RUTO, the reason why I'm thinking RUTO has another plan is because the way this man is pulling people towards his direction, yani anachukua watu kuchukua kweli kweli. So I think one thing he has in mind is changing the constitution, so the president will not have term limit. Ye venye ameingia hivyo sure, mpaka siku yenye atasikia leo nimechoka, ndio ataona kama ata hand over, because when you have majority you will always pass policies. Whatever I said in the house, that one will go, it will just pass, because most of the people are your people. You will have that favor, right? Because you have so many people, so the favor will be on your side. So I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to win people on his side, so he can just pass anything he wants to pass. Akiamua leo naenda kufanya hivi mahali pengine, watu wanasema yes sir, because ako na members, so ataenda tu afanye. Then by the way, Bernard, the way wamama amesema, please you can kindly place the 2 videos of prayers of RUTO and the prayers of other pastors. We see the difference, but surprisingly he didn't remember to ferry people yesterday. But whichever way, we are okay. Let's pray for Kenya, because right now we are not safe, because the person on top is a schemer and is scheming a lot, and people are just quiet. We will see more and more happening. He has money to buy people. He doesn't have money to help the poor who are dying, those who are going to bed hungry. He does not have money to help those people. So I think our voice, if we combine the voices of Kenyans, the voices of the people who are angry, the voices of the less fortunate, is enough to remove that man from the seat. And together we believe with our director, Mr. Raila Odinga, we can achieve what we have started. Because I always believe in unity. Yeah, when people are united, people can do wonders, however few people they are. Because even in the Bible, there were people who were few, whom people thought they can't do anything. But they did more than what people thought they were not able to. They did much. So I believe in the force, in the energy. Once we put our energy together, we can move ahead. Our energy as people, hata wenye ananunua, we can manage to rule them out. So I'm just urging Kenyans, let us unite and demand for what is ours. Yeah, we need to demand, we need to claim our nation back. If he has his wrong things, just leave it to him. But us, we need to work as a team, because I believe with that we can achieve something. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Rosie. That's very articulate, and we're glad that everyone is getting that loud and clear. I want to really bring us to an understanding here. There is Paul saying Matiang'i has himself to blame. He started by faking raids. You're not serious. I really wonder why some people went to school and they have nothing to show for going to school. It is clear there was a raid, okay? That is why it's been followed by a raid. There is no faking of raid. If you want to be a blogger, you need also to be a little smarter blogger. Make your story. There is the principle of propaganda. Propaganda thrives when you have some little truth, okay? Some little truth that can tie up your lies. But if it's all lies, it doesn't work as propaganda. The best propaganda is get some little evidence. For example, let's say you want to push a propaganda that Raila Odinga has gone for a handshake with William Ruto, God forbid, okay? You must be able, as a propagandist, to prove that there was a meeting of these two people. Whatever they discuss is not important. You must be able to tell they met in Serena. whether they went to take tea, whether they just bumped into each other. But if you can prove that they met, there was a contact, okay, then your story as a propagandist will sell. But you don't just fake things, all of them fake, and you want people to believe. It doesn't work that way. If there was no raid in Matiang'I's place, there would not be a raid today. And look at the desperation. You go to Kiambu, get court order, you are rejected. You come to Nairobi, get court order, you get rejected to Kilimani. You now move to another court. Look for that's a desperation. There is something, or rather, there is something Kenya Kwanza is looking for that Matiang'i has. Okay? And that thing has something to do with the 2022 elections result. It has something to do with the whistleblowers result. They are looking for how to falsify that. And the only way to falsify that is to get access to the same. And since they cannot, now they want to look for it everywhere. Desperate William Ruto, leave office. If you are not elected by the Kenyan people, you will not serve the Kenyan people. And then about buying members of parliament, that's a good move, a very nice move. But the truth be told, William Ruto will not be kicked out of office by members of parliament. He will be kicked out of office by the Kenyan people. And right now, the people who are punishing William Ruto are the people. It's not the members of parliament. Members of parliament have gone to bed with him. The Senate has gone to bed with him. The judiciary has gone to bed with him. The people punishing him right now, embarrassing him when he's calling for his prayer meetings are the masses. And so he will run out of office because the masses will go for him. Members of parliament are 290. Are they 290 or something like that? That's a small number. Let him wait. When the millions of Kenyans will march to that state house, let him wait for them. This time, it is not about Raila Odinga, it's not about Azimio. And that's why I think even Uhuru is not perturbed by him going to buy the registrar of political parties to declare new office bearers. Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't need the Jubilee party at this time. And Raila Odinga doesn't need the ODM party right now to get rid of William Ruto. That is why they have voted to go to the people's barazas, okay? It is the people who will march into that state house without political tags, without political party tags. They will march in as Kenyans. And the reason will be, we are fed up. And so if there is anything William Ruto can do to appease the Kenyan people, he should try it. But from the look of things, he doesn't have enough money to appease the Kenyan people. He doesn't have enough language to appease the Kenyan people. It is too late for him to ask for forgiveness. So let him wait for his fate. He's playing smart. He's playing professor. He's playing ahead. But the truth is, he's very much behind. Moi played this for 24 years. Why? He was sensitive to the people. Moi would organize to ban Kikomba market, okay? Just to create a crisis. But what will he do the following day? He will appear at the place with the lorries, with the maize, with the money to distribute for the vendors to rebuild again. That to help the people calm down, okay? By offering the solution after creating the problem. William Ruto is putting salt in the injury, putting finger in the injury, stepping on the Kenyan people. The trouble he has caused the Kenyan people is going to backfire against him. And so those of you who advise him, please tell him he's not going anywhere without the Kenyan people. And the Kenyan people will get rid of him. He can buy all the members of parliament if he wishes. He can buy all the Senate if he wishes. But those people have no say anymore. They have no control. And that is why even those members of parliament, they are not coming back. The moment we incite the public against them, that's their end. It is that simple. They think they are going to constitute an IBC that is going to give them automatic entry into parliament. We will preside over that. That's not prophetic. It's real. And so please, let's tell each other the truth. All the same, I want to appreciate everybody as you join into the discourse. Please make sure you're inviting somebody. share with somebody, and we really want you to be a subscriber. Don't just be a passerby, don't just be a visitor. We want you to be a subscriber, and when you subscribe, turn on the notification bell, because if you don't, in 24 hours, YouTube will clean you out of the system, because they assume you are a robot and you're not a really human being. So want you to be a subscriber of Mtembei YouTube channel, be a follower of Mtembei Official on Facebook page, and then of course a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk, the channel we are building up. We really want that channel to pick up. As at yesterday we were at 1530. I don't know if we have crossed over. Hey, we are where now. I'll be giving you the statistics. Let's keep going. We need to get to 5,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Naomba Mr. Wangira seems to have issues. So tumsikilize leo, tukimsubiri Wangira arudi, tuangalie kwa constitution, wakati umenyimwa court order, unatumianga order gani kuingia kwa nyumba ya mtu. Hiyo Wangira, tafadhali ukija ukuwe na hiyo section na subsection na clause zinazo tuonyesha hayo maneno. Karibu bwana Leo.
Thank you so much, Bwana Bernard. I hope I'm clear, yeah?
Yeah, uko sawa, endelea.
Okay, asante sana Roda, wamama kibao na Kenyan Gitacho na kila mmoja ambaye anafuatilia. I don't have much to say, but maybe to start with the issue of Matiang'i. I think you've made it clear. The guys who want Matiang'i, they just need to interfere with the items or the content of that CCTV footage. That is the only thing they want, because if they wanted the CCTV, then they will go to court and wait. They can lodge a case against Matiang'i, then Matiang'i will have an opportunity to produce the CCTV in court. But I don't know how heavy the CCTV is that it amounted them to go with over 8 police vehicles just to go and collect a CCTV footage. Yet we know very well Matiang'i is a statesman, Matiang'i is a former security officer over there. He is a Kenyan that is well known, who cannot resist any arrest, who cannot harm them. So why would they go with almost every department? The only thing that they almost took even the G4S to go and raid Matiang'i's place. So it shows a government that is so disparate. I wish they would have used the same response to go and respond to those bandits who are killing Kenyans back in Kerio and Turkana. So it's so sad that the government is doing so to somebody like Matiang'i, who did not act as his personal basis, but this was a public officer who swore oath, and he was acting for the benefit of Kenya, and everything that he did not do them as a private citizen, Matiang'i, but he did them as a government officer who was taking instructions from people who were above him. And above Matiang'i was William Ruto, above William Ruto was Uhuru Kenyatta. So if Matiang'i was taking instructions from his seniors, and one of his seniors was William Ruto, before you go to Uhuru Kenyatta. So I wonder why they would want to go after Matiang'i. They would have started with Uhuru Kenyatta. After Uhuru Kenyatta, then they go to William Ruto, is when you go to Matiang'i. Matiang'i was just a cabinet secretary. A cabinet secretary takes instructions from the deputy president and the president. So if there is any order that maybe he took that was against the law, and because this order or anything that he implemented, he was implementing them used as Matiang'i, the holder of that cabinet office, getting instructions from the deputy president and the president. Then if they have to take him personal responsibility, then the deputy president should be the first person taking personal responsibility before they go to Matiang'i. So that was wrong. When you look at the happenings in Jubilee, I just laughing. I just think those guys are just confused. I heard Sabina and the group Kanini Kega trying to say that, they're dissatisfied with Azimio. Azimio is undermining them. So I had to ask myself these questions. Jubilee is part of Azimio. ODM is part of Azimio among those other 20 plus parties. The Jubilee party leader is Uhuru Kenyatta. The Jubilee party leader is the chairman of Azimio. That don't mean, even before you talk of maybe any other, the remaining 20 parties, I think Jubilee is having an advantage over the other parties like the the DAP Kenya, those MDG, UDM, and any other party that is in Azimio. So was she trying to say that Jubilee is undermining Jubilee? Because who is Jubilee? If the party leader of Jubilee is the chairman of Azimio, then you want to tell us that Azimio is undermining Jubilee. So that one doesn't make sense. How is Azimio undermining Jubilee, and Jubilee is Azimio, and the leadership of Azimio is the leader of Jubilee? So unless he was trying to tell us that Jubilee is undermining itself, then if they're saying they're crossing over to Kenya Kwanza, once you cross over to Kenya Kwanza are the minority. Yes.
Manale, one moment, please. One moment, please.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Hold your thought there. Wangira requests to make submission. His net is troublesome. Let's just give him the chance, and then he will come in.
Wangira, you can proceed. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Bernard, for understanding. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for your understanding. My network, somebody must have sabotaged me this evening. My network is misbehaving. Let me just speak fast. Bernard, let me start with the Matiang'i incident, Bernard. Bernard, we are a nation governed by what we call the rule of law. Oh, not the rule by law. We are governed by the rule of law, Bernard. I watched those policemen who were speaking to lawyer Dastan Omari today. And lawyer Omari was trying to be basic, to be legally basic, by being legally basic, it means that if there is a court order, Bernard, you produce a court order. Then you serve that court order to whom it is supposed to go to before you undertake, what we call the enforcement of that particular court order. For example, if there is a court order implying that I be evicted from perhaps a piece of land where I'm living, Bernard, I'm supposed to be served with that piece of that court order so that I even authenticate to see whether the court order is genuine. So, I remember Dastan Omari saying that, they were in the court this morning and, the police had applied that they be allowed to go and, access, Matiang'i's residence for purposes of having that CCTV, whatever. But, the court refused. Those were Omari's words that, the court did not grant those orders that the police were purporting to grant. And that's why he was asking that if there is a court order, why can't they produce the court order? Why can't they produce the court order? Oh, I can see that the net is again misbehaving.
Okosawa. Oh, you're hanging. Sorry. Yeah, Mr. Wangira, you're good. You're good. Go on. Sorry, you need to reboot your Wi-Fi.
That net is behaving.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Please, let's keep the conversation going. And don't watch alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody to join. It is important. We also want you to be a subscriber, not just a passerby, because it is important. You miss out a lot in all that you're saying. Paul, with all due respect, we are not talking about your line of thought. We're talking about even what you're talking about, burden of proof. Burden of proof is not on Matiang'i. It is not Matiang'i who denied a raid. It is Jubilee. It's UDA that denied the raid. So they need to prove that there was no raid at Matiang'i's place. Now, if there was no raid in the last 3 days, how come there's a raid now? Okay, so did Matiang'i stage manage the previous raid and now this one has been authorized? If it's been authorized today, it means it was in the pipeline. And that night is only that because it was aborted, that is why it has been followed up by carrying out their threat like they threatened. So it is important that we keep a line of thought that is understandable and not this falsehood that you're trying to push here. Yeah, we are not talking about wherever what is it called, disco matanga arrangement. We are talking about a government functioning. Government does not function like disco matanga. Don't take us for fools. Mr. Ongera, you're back. Thank you. Can we continue? Continue.
Let me just try to do quick before it messes again. So Bernard, I was telling you that a court order is very specific on what is granted in a court order. When you go to court to apply for a court order, there are specific prayers that you ask for. Then the court could decide to give you those prayers, or the court could decide to even vary those prayers depending on the circumstances. And that's why Dastan Omari was insisting that the court order be produced before they move into search Matiang'I'S home, Bernard. So, Bernard, at all, if there was a court order, then they were supposed to have produced that court order. Secondly, if there was a court order, because I even heard them say that Matiang'i was not a party to that application. They claim that the party to that application was the security firm that protects Matiang'i's home. Even if the security firm that protects Matiang'i's home, if that was the party to the application, they were supposed to have been served and to have informed Matiang'i accordingly, because they are there courtesy of Matiang'i. If you are protecting my home, you are protecting my home courtesy of me. So if there's anything concerning my home, then you need to inform me. But this issue where we saw that they came, the gate was broken into, they got into Matiang'i's home, then they retrieved whatever they wanted to retrieve. Bernard, I hope that what they did was within the court order at all, if it ever existed. Because if it was not within the court order, Bernard, our law is very clear. Evidence Act is very clear. Evidence Act is very clear, and it was affirmed in the matter concerning the present deputy the Chief Justice Filimona Mwilu, where the DCI purported to have obtained some evidence illegally in what I call an illegal form. You go and you obtain evidence illegally. So when this matter went to court, the court ruled it very clearly that any evidence that is gotten illegally, Bernard, is not admissible in court. So, I see a strong court battle between Matiang'i, who was their former boss, and the DCI, because in the manner that they operated, one, we want to know whether there was a court order. What were the terms of the court order? Two, and if there was a court order, what were the terms? Did they live within the terms? What they cutted away, was it what they had applied for in the court that they were going to cut away? Those are very weighty questions, Bernard, that could end up going back to the same court, where this court order is purported to have been gotten from, Bernard. Bernard, now to the issue of Jubilee, Bernard. It's so saddening, Bernard. I don't know what some of these Jubilee junior members, I'll call them junior members because the senior most member of Jubilee is the party leader, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Take Uhuru Kenyatta for, Bernard. Some of the things that I see in Jubilee cannot happen in my own party, ODM. And that's why I'm a proud member of ODM, Bernard. Bernard, can you imagine that when Raila Odinga is the party leader of LDM, that a person like, let me use an example of a person like Jalango and his few friends in ODM. Do you think that they can purport to have a coup in ODM when Raila Odinga is still the party leader of ODM? Can it happen in ODM? What do these people take Uhuru Kenyatta for, surely? That is contempt, Bernard. That now Kanini Kega is standing there, Bernard, saying how they have succeeded in throwing away Wakina Jeremiah Kioni, and now how they are now going to discipline Wakina Jeremiah Kioni. Bernard, I don't know. Uhuru Kenyatta needs to remove the kiboko, and he needs to start wiping people, Bernard, because they are taking him for granted. Then how do you become the party leader with a secretary general that is not a guy that even the national delegate conference agreed on, Bernard? And even this issue of withdrawing Jubilee from Azimio la Umoja, Bernard, it was the National Delegate Congress of Jubilee Party that decided that Jubilee join Azimio la Umoja. It was not the National Executive Council. So I don't know how the National Executive Council can overrule what was decided on by the Delegates Council. I don't understand how. What is playing out in Jubilee, Bernard, is not how political parties are supposed to be operating, Bernard. That is, I don't know what type of a picture that one is, but it's a very, very bad picture. And especially when the party leader of that particular party is the immediate former president of the Republic of Kenya. And you see people playing around with the party that, it took time to build, Bernard. Because it's Uhuru Kenyatta who took his time to build Jubilee. And now if you see the people who are playing around, and I know they're playing around with Jubilee because of the money, Jubilee is entitled to some good money from the political parties fund. And I know that's what they are running for. They want to run and get the money that that will be going to the Jubilee party in form of the political parties fund, Bernard. Bernard, I'm just concluding, I've just been watching a discussion between that guy I told you yesterday, the canon of the Olsen Cathedral, Wainaina, and Amy Kosgei's father, Mr. Kosgei, who is now a nominated senator. This evening they have been on Jeff Koinange live, and I'll pick what Wainaina said. Wainaina was asking very basic questions, very, very basic questions that we are asking, Bernard. That, do you think the prayers by William Ruto are uniting this country or they are dividing this country? If prayers are supposed to be unifying the country, are these prayers unifying the country or are they dividing the country? Those are the questions that he was asking. Then he came up with my. Can you hear me?
Yes, go
we are
ahead.
hearing you.
Can you hear me? Leo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Kira, we listen you very well.
Speak.
Mr. Ongiras, sorry. Okay, then his net is not good. His net is not good. You need to reboot your net. Switch it off for 3 to 5 minutes. Then you get back. It will get back in the system. Even if you have a bagger, the bagger will have left you alone. All the same, thank you, everyone. I'm happy that you are following, and please don't watch alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody to follow, and we encourage you to be a subscriber of Mutembei TV YouTube channel, Mutembei official Facebook page. Follow that page, and then, of course, the Mutembei TV Facebook profile. We encourage you to be also a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk, where we really want everybody to belong and ensure that you help build that particular channel into a big house like the Mtembei TV as we are proceeding together. So the feed of the broadcast is on all the 4 channels or the 4 avenues. You can follow whichever that you're comfortable with, but invite more people to join. It is that important. Rhoda, what is happening?
No, I'm very happy person. I like to be happy. Even I don't know, it's the joy of the Lord is my strength. Yesterday there's one person say that it's not good to pray. There's one church in America, they have a 24 hours pray. They pray for all over the world. They pray so much with Easter. Easter is usually enemy to be attacked. And if you go to the YouTube, you can watch prayer 24 hours. Prayer is not bad. It's one guy called Jiro yesterday. He was talking about, oh, why yesterday they have a church weekdays. You can pray anytime. You can start a ministry of prayer 24 hours. You are praying for the people for healing. You are praying for the people for deliverance. You can open your ministry, YouTube. You just there 24 hours. There's one church I used to watch online. It's Bahamas. You know, Bahamas is a city revival. You know, Bahamas is island. Oh my God, that city is really. They have a prayer in the morning, in the night. That woman, she's a prophet, and I'm telling you, it's fire. Even I grown up in the Holy Spirit. Watch that church online. I grew much Holy Ghost, because that woman they pray with the takarabasha. You know, pray with the fire. You know, I love to pray. I learned that church how to pray. Of course, when you are saved, you have a Holy Ghost. So pray is not bad. I want to correct Giru yesterday. So that's why I'm laughing when I think about what he said yesterday. And what I want to say about, many things. I don't know what I want to say. No, I don't want to forget. I have some many things I want to say. Maybe I have to think. Okay, thank you. I'll speak later.
It's okay, Rhoda. Let's relax. You are overjoyed, eh? But it's okay. The excitement is in the air. It is well. It's well. Thank you so much for bringing that up, and that's why it is true. Nobody should use prayer as an excuse, and nobody should say that he's pro prayer or against prayer. I remember when there was some years back, there was a controversy between a particular church that claimed that they had booked Uhuru Park, and when the NASA people had already booked the Uhuru Park, and then they were saying that they have to go and pray there because they had already booked. And then I was called on TV to respond to that claim. Only incidentally to go and find out that the name of this church that wants to hold a prayer in Uhuru Park is called Prayers Beyond Boundaries. So I said, if your name is Prayers Beyond Boundaries, you don't need Uhuru Park. You can do beyond boundaries from anywhere. Prayer is unlimited. So why should you struggle for Uhuru Park? Pray from wherever you are. Your prayers is beyond boundaries. It will reach anywhere. And so some of these things we are pretending about trying to play politics using spirituality make us look stupid. It is important that we remain true to the course that God has given us. That is, if it is conducting prayer for the nation, let it prayer for the nation, not prayer for UDA or prayer for the false C, for the illegitimate government to make it legitimate. There is no amount of prayer that will make a legitimate government and a legitimate government become legitimate. It will not. You own up the mistake. You can raid all the homes, but it will not make you legitimate. That is it. Tubu dhambi zako, omba msamaha, Mungu atakusamehe. Lakini kuja kujaribu kufanya hiki na hiki to make what is not be, it will never be. It will never be. And Herod tried to kill the children to stop the Messiah. The Messiah was here. Pharaoh tried to kill the boys to stop Moses. Moses, he still sponsored Moses in school. God is able to use you to protect what will kill you. So William Ruto and the team should just understand. God, there is no searching to God's understanding. His wisdom is infinite. They are playing with fire, and that fire is going to burn them. Like Leo said, Matiang'i was not the one giving orders. Miguna was not Matiang'i's problem. It was the RUTO regime problem. The deportation of Miguna was not Matiang'i's decision, because Matiang'i was not falsely in office. He needed not. He was interviewed, he passed the interview on his credentials. He was in office based on his merit. It was RUTO's ascension to power that was questionable. Miguna was resisting that particular government. So it wasn't Matiang'i. And those of you who have been sent here by UDA to push that narrative, that now it is justifiable for people to raid a house against court orders, because Matiang'i did it. It's not Matiang'i who did it. The person who was in charge of all the raids and all the intimidation, all the shooting of NASA followers, it was one William Ruto. Msijaribu kutusumbua hapa. Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Na saa hii siku ya mavuno imefika. Utavuna kile ulichopanda. The same way you organized, okay, raids, okay, it will come for you. One thing that William Ruto is not understanding is that it is not the political parties that are the problem. The problem is the Kenyan people. And to appease the Kenyan people is not going to be easy. Ruto is where Moi was after 24 years. Now, I want you to imagine that somebody has been president for 24 years. His last days in office, he was unpopular. He did not have national support. And so everywhere he went, he was booed. Now, if you are been in office for 6 months and they're already booing you, boycotting your meetings, you are a very bad one. You're not going to last. Except you want to use which there is no other method. The only way to survive is when you win the masses. You win the masses. Ruto doesn't have the masses. The people who elected him don't exist. The numbers that put him in office are not there. So tell him the truth. He doesn't have the Kenyans, and the Kenyans are going to kick him out of office. Ruto must go. There is nothing he can do now that can save him. Now, naomba hivi tunasonga mbele na tuendelee kukaribishana. Hapa ndio mahali wa Kenya wanakutana kuongea masuala ya nchi yao, na lazima wawe na msimamo. So wale wainjilisti, maaskofu wanaolipwa ili kwenda kuombea William Ruto na timu yake, alafu baadaye, unajua jana nilicheka sana, manabii wamekuja wakaconduct maombi. Kumaliza maombi, badala manabii watoe unabii, tena madamu aliyeita maombi ndo anatoa unabii. Sasa mimi nashindwa, hii ni maombi ya Ahab, ameitisha maombi, alafu manabii wamekuja 400 wakamaliza maombi, alafu baadaye tena Jezebel ndo anatabiri. Si manabii watoe unabii, Jezebel apokee unabii. Mbona tena Jezebel ndio anatabiri? Yani hata hii Biblia wanayosoma ni upside down, hawaielewi kabisa. Na wale maaskofu badala wapeleke kwa Bible study. It would be very good if those bishops went to UDA and conducted a Bible study on how to balance things. But whatever they are doing is unnecessary. All the same, let's keep going. Naomba hivi Kenyan, I'll give you half a minute.
Sorry Bernard for intervening. I know you are in mkururo, lakini nilikuwa nataka kusema jambo moja. Ruto anacheza ule mchezo wa abnuasi. Remember that story of abnuasi. Anaweka chakula pale na moto anawakisha hapa. Na anaambia watu wakae chini waongoje chakula. So wananchi watachukua hiyo chakula, watamwaga kwa moto na waende State House. So Ruto must go. Tutazima hiyo moto. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good reminder. Yes, Banalala.
Asanteni wenzangu. I think I've seen it today. It is preposterous to see what how stupid these people are. Look at Matiang'i. Look at what they've been feeding us, the public. First of all, it was him. They had nothing to do with it. And then after a while, you know, they go back on their words. And then now they're back to the place with no clear authorization, you know, to carry out, you know, what you call it, the court order to even go there And to me, this is exactly the behavior of a panicking, rejected administration. They have no clue on what to do. They think if they go there and raid, and they're going to get the exhibit or the information and take it away, not knowing that people are smarter than that. They can try, but they can't succeed because there is no coordination. The Bible says the guilty are what? Are afraid. And in spite of many prayers, which of course we believe in prayers, I want to address RUTO. RUTO, I think the concern that many of us have is the way prayer is being used. The Bible says, pray always. That is something which is supposed to be part of us. In the child of God, we pray. But when we use it in certain where it doesn't apply, then it's no longer prayer. And I gave an example here some time back. I say that I'm in my office. I do psychological work. And if somebody come to my office and they're bleeding, okay, there's a bleeding taking place. The first thing I would do is, a little I know, maybe put pressure there. Maybe the other hand, I'm calling an ambulance to take this person to the hospital, and I'm praying at the same time. So by the time the ambulance comes and the person goes to the hospital, I will look back and say, thank you, Lord, for bringing the ambulance faster. We stopped the bleeding. I can't stand there and start binding. I bind you, blood, to stop in the name of Jesus. I bind you to stop in the name of Jesus. Stand up in the name of Jesus. No. And this is exactly what these guys are doing. They know they've looted. They know they're some of them are very corrupt people in their midst. And the clergy is there standing with them, trying to bind other people. I was reading some of the prayers, they're trying to, and that's what prayer is all about. It's never designed for that. And so let the Christians know that, and even Islam and other religions know that prayer, that's not how prayer was designed. Prayer is effective tool, and we all need it. All of us need it. This war will need it, that God will guide us and lead us, and that this enemy will be paralyzed, okay? Because we are on the just course. We are basically saying this is the will of God, that people live in freedom, that there's a lot of love between us as Kenyans, that we act as one nation, because I see all tribes are here, all professions are here. We are all from every walk of life, and we just don't like theft. We don't like corruption. We want our kids to have a future. If we don't do it, we will not have a future. Try to imagine the next election. Try to imagine we are going under the same, the way things have happened, with the knowledge that something was stolen, and majority know that, and we go to the next election. How do you expect all of a sudden now RUTO to behave? And even if he wins, who will trust him? In other words, the cancer has gone in and it's gone into tissues, so there has to be a deeper work. There has to be radiation and chemotherapy to get rid of it. The cancer is stolen, the election, the grandmother of corruption. Okay, because to me, I think it is, and I say it again and again, our democracy depends on trust. The trust is that they trust each other, that we do the right thing. In other words, when we go to the polls, we want to be sure that the one we elected, the majority, takes office. And that is the heart of democracy. And so when you compromise it, then what do we have? What do we have? Even animals are quite organized, you know. But here's a man who is basically killing other parties. Look at now what's happening in Jubilee. Look at the poaching of other people. So really, it's not there for this democracy, okay, that we have. And again, already it's taken the heart of it, which it doesn't deserve. So it is our duty. So to me, I think not doing anything is sin. You hear me? Not doing anything is probably a worse sin. When I see pastors standing with people who should be repenting, what are they saying? They're actually being part of the cahoot. It's not just neglecting their role, but they're participating, they're becoming partaker of that. So those prayers become meaningless and useless. And so I think it is important for us to know where we stand. Because what they're trying to say is, even you listen to those prayers, those are we are the non-Christian. We are the non-believers. You know, I got born again very young, you know, and I've been in church, and more people, I mean, that's what I know. So for them to claim that we are not, Bernard here as a man of God and there are others, it's laughable. And so to all of you who are thinking prayer don't work, prayer works. And prayer is what has brought us to where we are at this moment. And the prayer will guide us through till we get back our nation. And so let us know this is a panicking, you know, system, and they're on their way out. Thank you. Bernard, I'm back.
Okay, asante sana Lala, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunashukuru tu sana kwa kuwa tuna nafasi ya kuongea kama Wakenya na tukaamue kwa kina na kwa kauli moja kwamba kama serikali haifai, na kama haifai itupiliwe mbali. Kuna huyu anaitwa John Maina. We are not, the people mocking God are the ones playing with God. They don't understand who God is, and they think God can be used. God uses all of us, but he can never be used by any one of us. Those who think that they have the monopoly of God, like that, those false prophets that deceived Ahab to go and kill himself in war. Okay, when Micaiah came and said, "I was before God today," and the lying spirit came and said, "How do we go?" and the entire Ahab to go and end up die in war, and say, "We'll enter the mouth of their prophets." So one of the prophets say, where will God be? You know, he said, how can God jump over me and speak to you? It's like God had to use him to speak to any other person. But what happened eventually, just like Micaiah prophesied, so it came to pass. It is important that when you are around the leadership, and this is free advice, especially to the men of God and clergy. When you have a privilege to be around the people in leadership, be there for the truth. Don't be there for the lies. Don't be there for politics. These are political leaders. You're there as a spiritual leader to safeguard them, even from their own politicians who would want to deceive them. So you should be the voice of truth. You should be the voice of reason. You should be the one telling the leader, the people are in pain, the people are angry, the people are hungry. You cannot continue like this. You need to do this and this and this and this. You need to work on this and this. But if you're there only to collect the money and go, the sins of that king will be on your head. The sins of the country will be on your head. So you even complicate your situation badly. And that's why I'm afraid of the bishops dancing around this regime. They will not end well. They will not end well. Not because they are not meant to, but because they have failed in their responsibility. God places you in certain places for his main purpose. What is the purpose of you being closest to this regime? Are you there as a voice of reason, or you're there as part of the deceit? Are you part of the false prophets who are parroting the lying spirit, or you're there as the voice of God telling the person in office that in this office, this is expected of you. The Kenyan people are expecting this from you. God expects this from you. Because being a president does not mean you are not a man of God. You are not a minister of God. Everybody who is in the place of authority, the Bible calls them ministers of God. And that means they should serve the purpose of God in that particular office. What does God expect to the president of this country to do, if it's not to safeguard the welfare of the people of Kenya and to safeguard the future of this country? So if you are a man of God and you are dancing around the president or dancing around any person in authority, awe governor, awe MCA, awe senator, na umwambie ukweli, wewe ni mojawapo ya matatizo ya nchi hii na tutakutatua. Asante sana, naomba tafadhali tuwache mkururo umalizike ili tusikae sana. Kuna watu nimeweka, Secretary General amefika na leo ni siku ya vyama kunyang'anywa, so sitaki kunyang'anya chama, lakini naomba hivi wacha leo amalize, alikuwa ameanza amalize, alafu tuende kwa Secretary General. Leo, carry on please.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I was just winding up, and when I was winding up, I was talking of this issue of hii mambo ya chama, watu kunyang'anywa vyama. So what was surprising me is how the Jubilee are complaining that they are being undermined, yet the owner and the leader of Jubilee Party is the chairman of Azimio. So that one doesn't make sense. There's no way, unless they are trying to tell us that Jubilee is undermining Jubilee. And talking of the positions that they were saying, the positions that they are holding in the House, the committees and those leadership positions, they are holding them as minority, because in the Kenyan constitution, we don't have something called opposition. So what happens if these guys decided that they are joining Kenya Kwanza, which is the majority? I was seeing them saying that they're joining the other side, and they're saying they're not going to leave their positions because they legally hold those positions as a Jubilee. So I'm just trying to ask myself, how does it make sense that you are in the majority side, then at the same time in the parliament you want to call yourself a minority whip? Does it even make sense? So these are people who are threatening to leave, but they don't want to leave these positions. There are people who are confused. That is what I can say, because they are saying we are leaving, leaving Azimio, getting to Kenya Kwanza. What they don't know is that leaving Azimio, going to Kenya Kwanza, number one, they'll have to leave these positions at the committees that they are in, because these committees, they're the committees courtesy of minority. So you cannot join majority and again come and whip the minority. It does not make sense. So they just need to do that. But I know RUTO is out to kill these political parties. Yeah, so he just started. He wants to deal with them one by one, so that he can gain the majority, the super majority. And I was happy with what the MPs who are in Parliament did today. The Parliament resumed, but the first bill they're coming up with, at this situation whereby Kenyans are hungry, we are having so many problems, the first bill they're coming up with is to introduce those positions for leader of opposition. And Otienda Molo asked them a simple question. We want to introduce the office of a leader of opposition. Our constitution speaks nowhere of opposition. We don't have anybody called leader called opposition. Why do you want to introduce an office to a position that does not exist? Leo hii tunasema tunataka kujenga ofisi maybe mko na shule mnataka kujenga ofisi ya principal, na hiyo shule haina principal, iko na head teachers and the deputy teachers and whatever. Ama mnataka kujenga in a primary school ofisi ya lab technician na hamuna that person. So why would you create an office for the leader of opposition when the constitution doesn't even talk of opposition? We are only having the minority and the majority, and the leader of minority is already in the parliament. So this guy wanted to use that one as a leeway. He wants to tame any opposing voice so that akue the perpetual, or he wants to become the everlasting president of Kenya. But Kenyans are not going to allow that. And maybe to finalize on the issue of Matiang'i, I thank the Kenya Kwanza. They are really helping us push for revolution. And if there is anybody who did not plan to attend the Kisii meeting on Friday, the Kenya Kwanzaa have given them a reason to attend the meeting. If there's any leader who did not have an agenda for the Friday meeting, Ruto have already given them an agenda to attend that meeting. If there's anybody who did not have the reason to hold that microphone on Friday, at least those Kisii leaders and the people of Kisii will have something to speak when they hold that microphone. We thank them very much for trying to catalyze and speed up this movement. And maybe if they continue doing it each and every time, next time tukitoka hapo tunaenda Kisumu, sasa Kisumu tunataka waende washike governor ama wafanye nini? At least let them keep us busy. I saw watu wanasema hakuna kazi, so usituambie tusiende maandamano na hujatupatia kazi. So the only way you can stop youth from going to maandamano ni wapatie kazi. And as long as wapatia kazi na yeye ana enjoy ya kuna kazi, ni sisi sasa tunaenda maandamano, tuende tumuondoe pale, hata yeye pia feel venye watu wana feel saa zile hawana kazi. That is why we have to conclude by saying Ruto must go. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana bwana Leo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Watu wa comments, hakikisha kwamba you keep the debate alive. Don't allow yourself to be dragged in responding to things that are diverting people from the conversation at hand. What is it that William Ruto and team are looking for in Matiang'I's house? Let's ask that question loud and clear. What is it that is so badly needed from Matiang'I's house that they can, purport to have a court order that they don't have, and stage a raid at night, get aborted, and then follow it with a daytime without order? Ni nini hiki kiko ndani ya nyumba ya Matiang'i ambacho William Ruto na timu yake wanahitaji tu sana mpaka wanakwenda kuvunja nyumba kutafuta wakati mwenye nyumba hayupo, na wanabeba vitu kutoka kwa nyumba? Hii ndio system ya machambazi ya kuibia watu kimabavu. Secretary General, karibu.
Waja nikae mzuri kwa sababu mambo ni mingi. I don't know where to start and where to end, but let me start with saying hi to everybody. And I want to appreciate your time and of course appreciate the hours that you spend here educating many people. And there's one thing I wanted to just say before I start my submission, and this is because sometimes, as another guy said there, we also fall into the trap of Christianizing this channel to a point that even the Hindus who are part of the revolution and the Buddhists and some of my friends who are atheists and those who are Muslim, they feel shy to come here. So I'd like to tell Rhoda, for the sake of those revolutionary who are Buddhist, they love revolution, please don't Christianize the channel. We are Christians. We know that majority of Kenyans are Christians. But we appreciate even the people who come here from Mandera and give very powerful, strong points. Because if I may start my submission, Bernard and the panelists, do you know that Israel rarely reigns? The land which Jesus Christ stepped on. Huko mvua inakuanga ikipita huko pengine kuwe ni upepo imeisukuma huko, but it rarely rains. And the reason I'm saying this is because when you see a president and the leadership of a country reducing everything we do to prayer, then we are not serious. Because I'm imagining the prime minister of Israel, I think it's Benjamin Netanyahu, praying for rain. And that is the land of Christ. That's the land of the children of Israel. Yeah. gathering the children of Israel, the people of Israel, and telling them, let us pray for rain. And they know so well that their land is semi-arid. And therefore, you will find that Netanyahu will not spend a lot of time in prayer, praying for the rain, but he will, because he's a prime minister, he will institute policies that encourages irrigation and fund it. Eventually, Kenya, which is an agricultural country, buys fruits from Israel. Today, the biggest mango exporter in the world is Egypt. They don't get rain. In fact, the biggest percentage of their land is desert, is actually sand. But they do not go each and every Sunday using 100 million shillings to pray for rain. And what Ruto is doing and Gachagua is just reverse psychology. They want Kenyans to believe they are the people who are chosen by God, because rains will come next month, according to the meteorological department and according to our other pattern. They want to show Kenyans that if it was not for their prayers, we could not have received any rainfall. It is conmanship of the highest order. It is immorality, and it is corruption. Because I'm reliably told that the pastors and the bishops who went there walipewa kabaasha kanono so that they can prophesy according to what the executive wants. Let us not Christianize this country. This is a secular nation, and people choose which religions they want to go to. Those who are telling us in the comment section, because of their gullibleness, that we are mocking God, it is them who are mocking God. Because when you steal an election and then say it is God who gave you the presidency, that is mocking God, is joking with the Lord. When you pray today and give thanks and raise up your hands, and then take a phone call and instruct the security apparatus to harass peaceful Kenyans, dismantle kitchens, then that is not Christianity. That is evil. So when I look at this Kenya Kwanza government, it is them who are provoking the Lord. It is them who are mocking the Lord. It is them who are using the name, because I wonder how people read the Bible, because the Bible that I read, Bernard, tells me that faith without action is dead. I would have loved, before they went for the prayer of rains, they return stolen properties, because they have been stealing, and it is known. You call the press conference, return these hotels that have issues, return this land that have issues, and then we come for prayer. And that is why you see that the Church of Kenya has lost its salt. Imepoteza chumvi yake, because now they are fighting for that bahasha each and every weekend. And we are wasting out of time doing things that government should not do. I'm saying that because I also wanted to tell people that I love Jesus Christ, and I pray in private. And when I pray in private according to the word of God, God answers me in public. But I don't go telling people that I am a Christian. Unajua mimi ni Mkristo, nijui nini. Like Bernard saa zingine anavaa msalaba hapa, na kora. Me, I don't do that. Because the Bible says we shall know them by their fruits. Tutawajua na nini? Na matendo yao. Na matunda ya Roho Mtakatifu si revenge, si kuharas the previous regime. Hiyo si matunda ya Roho Mtakatifu, hiyo ni matunda ya roho wa shetani. Haleluya. Hiyo ni matunda ya roho wa shetani. Kwa hivyo watu wasiogope kucriticize vitu ambazo they are obviously against the word of God. Si vibaya kuambia mtu hiyo njia unasema si mzuri. Kwa hivyo tufuate kanuni za Bible na tufuate kanuni za sheria. And that is what is going to safeguard our country. Israel, they don't call for thanksgivings. There are Christians there. They don't go for prayer meetings for rain. They provide irrigation. They export fruits. That is what they do. The president does not waste time stooping so low by telling people our problems will be solved each and every time we go to the church. The faith without action is dead. What that means, if there is your neighbor there who needs some clothes, please don't disturb God by telling him to provide clothes to that person. Chukua zile nguo ambazo utumii ni ndogo kwako, mpatie. Na kama uko na ingine mpya kidogo, msurprise nayo. That is how you answer prayers. When we have given you the executive, you are the CEO of a country. It doesn't matter how you got there, because we know, all of us, it's obvious right now, it is rather obvious that Kenya Kwanza stole elections. Now when you get there after stealing elections, prove to people that you can lead, that you can solve problems of Kenyans. Yeah, that you can provide dams. Don't eat dams, provide dams, so that at the end of the day we have a country that we are proud of. The other thing I want to say, and that is what Leo had actually spoken there, these proposals from the president of a constitutional change, who advises this country, who advises this government, the so-called government? Because I wonder how you give a proposal of ministers to go to be summoned in the parliament, and they are not members of, they are not MPs. They should start with making them MPs, and this is something that we had done away with. We either change the constitution to a parliamentary system, but let us not have this PR and these gymnastics of saying that now we are accountable because these people went to parliament. It will not add any sufurias to anybody anyway. Hiyo ndio lugha ilikuwa ya Moi. Hata waende huko wakambu huko, hakuna kitu itasaidia, because we know our problems and we are not looking for solutions. Are we together? Kwa hivyo, let us not give proposals sijui official opposition leader wa kazi gani. Opposition tutaichezea huku nje. We are leaders of the opposition out here without an office. Kwa hivyo hii management hii yao, it is uncouth, it is barbaric, and I look at the leadership of this government and I wonder, because personally, if I'm the president, hope one day I can be the president, I will not really so much preoccupy myself dismantling parties. Leo unaongea bwana asifiwe, wadhani ya gosho, alafu jioni unachukua simu unapigia registrar unamwambia fukuza hao watu kabisa watoke kwa hiyo chama. You know, it is becoming unhealthy, because I don't think majority of Kenyans are with Kenya Kwanza, even the ones that supported them. I think as time goes by, as the cost of living hits hard, people are realizing they were duped. It was a con game, and there is nothing that is going to come out of this government. This is the end of roads as we know them. It is the end of development as we know it. It is the end of good governance as we know it. Because there is nothing we can see in these people after 5 months that has really impacted on the people of Kenya. In any case, what we have found is stories here, promises there. We'll make 1,000 dams. We will tender tutafanya, tutaunda, tutapanga, tunaona, yani ni launch, tutaona, tutatengeneza simu za 5,000, tutatengeneza dams za 1,000, tutatengeneza pesa ya kuinua watu kutoka kwa umaskini hadi kwa utajiri. Vitu ambazo to me they are nonsensical, vitu ambazo sioni zikisaidia mtu yote. What we wanted to know is when we go to the pump, when we go to fuel our car, can we get a subsidy? Can we save some one bob so that at the end of the day you can use it somewhere else? What we wanted to know is gas, can it be available and cheaper so that we don't cut our trees? Solutions. But what we get is the opposite. As I finish, I want to say that we are behind Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Watu wengi hawakuhama, hata watu walikuwa Jubilee hawakuhama na hao watu. The problem with my tribe, Bernard Kikuyu tribe, is greed. Pesa kidogo inaweza fanya upenduke utukane hata ndugu zako. And that is what has happened in Jubilee. These people have been well paid, and because they have been well paid, now they are now talking, and it is very sad. Sabina Chege, people Kanini Chikega, I thought these people were principled, but I think hakuna mkate ngumu kwa chai. Kila mtu akipewa kachai kidogo mkate inayeyuka. Because that is what has really happened. So they are going to be alone in that party. They are going to be the neck of the party, and they are going to be the members of the party, because I don't think anybody will follow them. These are tumbocrats, paid, and now they are singing the song of the government while Kenyans are on their way trying to navigate on how they can survive. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache na mengi, nasema Mungu abariki na Roda. Tafadhali ukumbuke kuna watu marafiki yetu kutoka Mandela. Sawa? Na sisemi sasa si vita, wewe rafiki yangu, you're my friend, but we are a secular state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Secretary General, for bringing the party order. But let's do this. Our tolerance needs to be exhibited in our interactions, and is not any choice or rather a deliberate undertaking to irritate or make anybody uncomfortable because of somebody professing their faith. What I would want to advise is that let's be tolerant one to another. That is, I let you practice your religion, you let me practice my religion. And if you see my religion is doing better than yours, you're free to cross over, but on conviction, not on compulsion. On the other hand, too much of anything is poison, as you want to say, ma? And so we're going to have orderly way of going about this. I would advise, like we started with the word of prayer from Rhoda at the beginning of the show, let's also have it at the close of the show, not in between. Okay, so that kusikuwe na ile unexpected prayer inakuwa inaleta kizaza. So I agree with Secretary General, but on the other hand, don't feel uncomfortable. We're here as Kenyans, and the main thing that brings us together here is not the difference of our religion, but our country, which we all share. We all share a country called Kenya, and because of that country, we can come together and bury our differences in terms of our religion and convictions, and be convicted for one thing: a better Kenya is better for all of us. A bad Kenya is bad for all of us. And so the main focus here is to make Kenya better for all of us. That Muslims will be okay, the Msambwa will be okay. Unajua kwetu ndio kuna mambo mingi sana. Kwetu kule tunatoka sasa, tuko na Yesu wa Tangoreni, kuna Yesu mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Wanyonyi, Yaani nakwambia kwetu ndio dini zilianzisha, alafu si mnajua headquarter ya Church of God iko wapi? Yaani kanisa la Mungu iko Kima, alafu PAG iko wapi? Nyang'ori. So naomba tuvumiliane, lakini tuendelee pamoja. And then of course it's still okay. Kama you feel uncomfortable, you let us know. But Mtembei TV and all other channels that are attached to this is not a push for any religious conviction. I can do a preaching here, but my preaching is just to share the truth. And then what you do with the truth is your personal decision. It's not our biblical presentation does not make us compel anybody to believe. We just lay bare, you hear, you believe, you follow. You don't believe, we still share until you reach a place where you'll be convicted, and then you do the right thing. Otherwise, thank you so much. And the people in the comment section, please, let's keep it neat, let's keep it clean, but forceful, firm, strong. Our country must be redeemed from the hands of bad leaders. Very serious matter at hand right now that we must do. What Kenya Kwanza is doing right now is so backward and so evil that nobody should be able to find brief for them. And on that note, I want to bring in Alex to say something before Mohammed can add on what is going on. Alex, how is it going?
The going is good. I will avoid speaking about Matiang'i today because that was a sideshow. The real things that were happening, I think we are forgetting that Ruto is a master of politics. After the induction of the members of parliament and the Senate in Mombasa, Ruto had a cathedral mindset that he's playing with us. In the opening of after the recess of 2 months, some illegalities have happened in Kenya, and I think we are not paying attention to them. What they did today in terms of Matiang'i was to distract us so that, as my friend who spoke before me said, so as we may not understand what Ruto is doing. I've sent you 3 clips that you should play there so that the Kenyans can understand that while we were doing this, Ruto is a master planner. The first thing he did was to go to Matiang'i's place after 3 orders in 3 days, misuse of courts, and not getting the permission to ransack or to go and look for whatever they wanted to look because of the Data Protection Act of Kenya, which does not allow anybody to give information, which is very clear. And what they did was illegality. But one thing that Ruto did was to use his guards very well. Now, how did he use his guards very well? Let me read a few things here. In the Senate today, Senator Gloria Oruoba decided to go to the Senate while she was soaked. She had a white pants and she was in periods. And it could show from the front the blood and from behind the blood. And she decided to go like that to the Senate. Instead of them discussing what they were supposed to discuss, it took 3.5 hours of when Senator Tabitha came and asked, why should a woman senator come with a white cloth soaked with her periods? What is that? After discussing, Senator Gloria was thrown out. Later on, Karen Nyamu too was a distraction to the upper house, to a point that Boni Alwale had to lecture them. And in lecturing them, he told the Secretary General of UDA to make sure that there is disciplinary procedures for whatever is happening within these 2 senators. I don't think it was by coincidence. It was a planned thing. And why was it planned? Now, when you listen to this, the speeches in the House for Otiende Amolo and the Nyando MP in regard to what Ruto has sneaked into the House, is that he has lumped 4 legislation which are very critical for him to rule forever in Kenya. Now, he has tied the NGCDF to another 3 legislation which require a referendum. So he's telling the members of parliament, if you don't pass these 3 legislation, then you are not going to get what? The CDF. And that was a bold move that he made. Now, which are the 3 legislation? The first one was to pass the supplementary budget. And let me tell you how much he wants from the supplementary budget. The National Assembly was asked to consider President Ruto's first supplementary budget for the financial year 2022-2023 with a proposed increase in spending from 3.36 trillion shillings to 3.72 trillion shillings. And remember, some weeks ago, the Council of Governors was told that take 350 billion or leave it. They wanted 420 billion. Now, I'm asking myself, when you compare in terms of percentage, the 420 billion that they needed in a year compared to the supplementary budget that Ruto wants of 3.72 trillion, where is he taking this money to? And he already said that we are broke. So where is he getting the money from? The second thing is that he also sneaked the office of the opposition leader in that, which Otiende Amolo told him that it's a complicated thing. And this is how it is complicated. In our constitution, we do not have anything called opposition. We have the upper house, and we have the majority and minority. Now, if you create the office of the opposition, that means the majority leader is going to turn to be called business, or the leader of government business in the house, the seat that Kalonzo and Raila were fighting over during what? The coalition government. Now, then we turn ourselves from the presidential system to the parliamentary system. So he's sneaking something, he's tying it to the CDF, and if you could play those 2 clips that I've sent you, they were so critical, and he is distracting us while he's changing the constitution. He has already bought enough members of parliament that requires 3/3 to pass the legislation. He is comfortable where he's seated, and we are busy talking about Matiang'i while this man has already changed the constitution without our attention. So let us not be sidetracked by the issue of Matiang'i. The issue of Matiang'i is a small one. There is nothing they are going to do to him. But let us look keenly on these 4 issues. He has tied the CDF. Before the recession, the Treasury had told them that they are going to deposit 2 billion every week or every month so that they will be able to have CDF and help the issues of bursaries. By now, each member of parliament should be having between 80 and 100 million in their budget so that they can help us in terms of the poverty that we are seeing our people. Why is Ruto tying? He must decify each of these things instead of lumping them together. So he's telling them either you pass this legislation, which is gender balance, the oversight. He has weakened the oversight, and those 3 things which require actually a referendum. Now, if we go this way and start talking about Matiang'i, and forget what Ruto is already doing after buying all these members of parliament, we are going to be caught up between the hard rock and the hard place, whereby we are going to lose the sidetrack. By the time we think we're starting a revolution, the crackdown should have started. It was not by accident when Sonko said whatever I said. There are things you use, people who have verbal diarrhea on the platform or on the on the podium, so as to tell you what they want to do in the future. Now, they are waiting for a few things so that the crackdown will start, and they are going to stop our barazas, like it or not. As Baba said today outside Matiangi's place, this is what he said. The sending of our army to the Rift Valley for banditry itself is illegal. It ought to have passed through where? Parliament. We have the interior government that deals with GSU and other people who can deal with that. But the army, it can only be sent somewhere after Parliament has discussed. So William is already testing and charting the waters and testing them while we are looking and discussing non-issues. Today, the Senate was discussing socked pads of Senator Gloria and the sleeveless clothes of Senator Nyamu, instead of discussing of how these three bills have been sneaked in and lumped together with CDF. Now, the members of parliament are confused what to do. If they refuse to do that, they become toothless. They don't have CDF. And therefore, what makes most members of parliament run to become members of parliament is not even actually to make legislation. It is the sweetness of the CDF money. And now we have been caught up with sideshows, and the guy is already changing the constitution subtly. So you play those clips and so that our people can understand what really transpired today in the House and in the Senate, and vis-a-vis what they are distracting with us, so that Kenyans can see for themselves that it was not about Matiang'i today. It was about legislation. And Otienda Molo asked, the member of Nyando asked, the reason why BBI failed is because Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta just gazetted it. Ruto not only gazetted, he has written a memorandum to the parliament, which in itself makes it illegal that if they were go to court, now because he's a friend to the court, he's amicus now, it looks like he's an amicus in the courts, he's a friend to the courts, what will happen? So the member of Nyando was very wrong when he said that the courts will turn that thing down immediately. No, the courts are going to give Ruto everything that he wants because he has already bribed them. Which means if this legislation passed and we pass the seat of the opposition, he will tie it now again to now changing the constitution the way he wants, so that now we are going to take away the term limits. So let our people understand, behind the scene, there's a lot taking place. And that is why he went to the fishing expedition of buying people like Jalango. You saw Jalango today very happy with Murkomen. It looks like he got good money. And you can see a man, when a man has good money, you can see how happy he is. So our people must not be distracted with the sideshows. Let them look keenly on this piece of legislation and the memorandum that Ruto wrote to our parliament, and understand that the constitution will be changed without a referendum. It will be a sad thing that the office of the opposition leader will be created without a referendum, because Ruto has said so. Sideshows, Bernard. Put those clips, our people, to see, so that we can have real discussion. Let's not talk about Matiang'i. Let's talk what happened today in parliament and see what Ruto is ahead of us, so far away. We are here talking about things that are non-issues. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, let's The video will soon be ready. I want us to get off the two people who are here to make their submission, then we play the videos. Brother, please hold your horses. Wait, please. I want Dennis to speak shortly, then Mohammed, then we play the videos. Dennis has been trying on and off. Progoro, are you there? Dennis, you unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute fast, we can't hear you. Hey, Bwana Dennis. You click on that mic beside your name. Your gadget is failing. Sorry. Keep trying, Mohammed. Mohammed, come through. Dennis, utajaribu mpaka ifunguke.
Yes, habari zenu nyote.
Salama, vipi huko?
Tuko salama kabisa.
Tumenunua ndege.
Samahani. Dennis, one more time. No, you must unmute first. Okay, you keep trying as we have, we can go.
And see by themselves what CDF is doing for Kiaru people. And I think as a person who has seen it, I know it is good. The gentleman from Nyando, the Honorable Lukelo.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me from the outset to welcome back my colleagues and the Office of the Speaker and the Secretariat in general, having been at home during our recess for the last 2 months. On the same breath, Honorable Speaker, allow me to express our collective frustration and resentment as a House on this matter of NGCDF. Before we went home for our recess, Honorable Speaker, the CS Treasury did make an undertaking that from the 9th day of December 2022, 2 billion shillings were to be expended to our accounts every week, which by now, Honorable Speaker, our accounts should be having, every individual constituency account should be having 80 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. The Cabinet Secretary has walked on all the promises, walked back on all the promises he has made. And up to until the time we showed up in Mombasa during our induction and staged a small go-slow, we had not received anything, Honorable Speaker. This House is a co-equal branch of government with the executive and together with the judiciary. This House has gone into lengths to midwife and legislate pieces from the executive without any delay or any ordinary delay. But here we are, executive makes promises to us that are never respected, Honorable Speaker. Today, they will be coming out asking us to pass the supplementary budget, number 1, supplementary budget 1 of 2022-2023. I want to ask this House to refuse to pass this supplementary budget until the entire NGCDF monies are wired into accounts. Why do I say this? Most of our children who solely depend on the bursaries are still holed up at homes without any recourse. And we are here passing every piece of legislation and every agenda from the executive. I want this House to stand strong and refuse this supplementary budget until all the monies are submitted. Back to the course, Honorable Speaker. There are 4 issues that have been raised by William Samoei Ruto as regards the memorandum to the Speaker of the National Assembly. And that is on oversight, Office of the Official Opposition, NGCDF, and the gender representation, Honorable Speaker. Now, if you read Article 255 of our Constitution, apart from the NGCDF, all these must go through a referendum. All of them, Honorable Speaker. And NGCDF, as you did allude to, Honorable Speaker, during your contribution, there is nothing illegal about NGCDF. There is nothing unconstitutional about the NGCDF Act of 2015. But we still want to strive to anchor it in law so that it can be solidified in a way that no court in this republic would once again tinker with it or throw it out or disturb it, as we have seen in the recent past, Honorable Speaker. So I'm very much afraid that if we carry out an omnibus legislation and include NGCDF in the proposals as advanced by the President, then the NGCDF as an act may face, the wrath together with all these 3 that have been presented by the President. And therefore, I ask that let us decipher issues. If it is about NGCDF, let it be a stand-alone advancement of proposed legislation. Let us not lump it up with the rest that probably are likely to face a problem with the judiciary branch of our government, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I would ask that even as JLAC retreats to look into this, let NGCDF be a stand-alone. Let it not be together with the rest, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it shouldn't be lost on us that why BBI's fate died at the Supreme Court is because the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, did gazette a team that was going around the country to collect views as far as changing certain constitutional issues happened then. And therefore, the mere fact that the president gazetted that team, the entire BBI died in the hands of the 7 judges. Now, President Uhuru only gazetted and did not do anything else. We have been invited by William Ruto by way of a letter to the Speaker of the National Assembly. And not only that he has written a letter, he has included a memorandum, and he has also suggested areas where these changes should be made. I'm very much afraid that if this goes before a court of law, and indeed it will, through the civic society or the civil society, this thing will be dead on arrival, just because President Ruto is putting his hands in the changes of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And we also need to see the amendments for what they are. There has been a proposal to bring in cabinet secretaries in this House. What does that therefore mean? That the work of oversight committees are going to be dead. Because what will be the role of PSC? What will be the role of PIC? If those cabinet secretaries can personally present themselves before this House, Honorable Speaker. And this is an elaborate process of killing the role of the opposition. You do understand that when you talk about PIC, when you talk about PSC, and all the oversight committees, it is only the opposition that occupy and dominate these committees, Honorable Speaker. And by so killing these oversight committees, you inevitably kill the opposition. So on this other hand, we are being conned to get into this trap so that we can allow ministers to come here, killing the oversight roles, but at the same time we are told, by the way, we also need the role of official opposition leader in the House. I mean, I think we are smarter than that, Honorable Speaker, to be brought into this conundrum. Honorable Speaker, this is something that will go before the Republic, and Kenyans will have to voice their concerns on this matter. I do not know how prepared Kenyans are to increase 100 female gender into this House, 100 of them, and how that feeds into the national budget at a time when the country is suffering, and not less than a cabinet secretary in charge of Treasury has come out to say this country is broke. And you are also saying at the same time that let us bring in 100 more women into the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, in order to cure this, because again, it is important that this House is balanced, why can't we compel political parties that during their nomination processes have equal number of women as those of men inside this House, so that at the end of the day, we do not lump up more additional budgets into the House, but only cure the number of women to be brought into this House by way of political parties, Honorable Speaker. And by that, we are going to adhere to the law, and we are going to sidestep this idea of pumping in additional 10 billion shillings into the budget of this National Assembly or of the Senate, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The Honorable David Gikaria, the person under whose charge our environment is protected.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and my good friend, Honorable Kaluma. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And Honorable Speaker, when you're giving your remarks or you're giving your contributions, Honorable Speaker, I really followed keenly. And to some extent, you did convince me on one of the aspects as to what you alluded to, the fact that we need to look at these things critically so that, again, it doesn't land in the courts. And again, it is thrown out just because of a few legal technicalities. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that I agree with you is that you did say that we look, this is only the President is inviting us to give our views on what he thinks. And it's not a bill. It's just a request by the President. Look at this. And of course, our President is a gentleman. He's not Mr. Know-it-all. He will pick a few things from you. He'll pick a few things from me. The next, he'll pick a few from Beatrice and others. And he will say yes to the fact that if we are actually true in a presidential system, then how do you bring in opposition in Parliament? And this is something that the President is going to look critically into those things and be able to make a decision by the time now when it comes to the actual legislation. The last thing that I also agree with you, Honorable Speaker, is that we should look at this thing devoid of politics. Let us avoid politics when you're discussing this so that you can be able, because sometimes we play to the gallery, we forget about what this House is meant to do. And I totally agree with you that, Honorable Speaker, we need to look at this request devoid of politics so that we can be able to give our best. Did the President mean well when he made this request and through a memorandum? And I would say yes. He meant well for this country. He has seen what is ailing this country. It doesn't matter. He has just given us a proposal. It is for us now to improve on what he has given us so that we can be able to achieve what he intends to bring to this country. Thirdly, the third is that the president himself has checked and seen what is ailing this country, and he wants to bring those changes so that we can be able to. But the first thing that, Honorable Speaker, I want to address is, and it has been said here by different speakers, as to whether we need to have a referendum. Honorable Speaker, and I've learned a lot from you, from
including on our own side. I honestly wish that there were more members here, including on our own side. Now, in the absence of our leader of minority, let me take that role. Mr. Speaker, for starters, I'd like to should
be careful about taking people's positions.
You know, this is, as you know, as a lawyer, I'm holding brief. Very briefly, I'm holding brief. Mr. Speaker, let me issue two cautionary statements. First, of the 4 issues that have been raised in the President's memorandum, 3 issues would expressly require a referendum. Only one relating to the funds, especially CDF funds and the oversight fund, would not require referendum under Article 255(3). Insofar as the issues on composition of parliament in terms of gender, the issues in introducing CSS to the floor, the issue of introducing a leader of opposition, there are issues that touch on the sovereignty of the people, they touch on the structure of governance and the system of government, they touch on the functions and composition of parliament, and expressly they would require referendum. So as we discuss this, we need to bear that in mind very clearly. It's not an easy path. And the caution I want to issue secondly, Mr. Speaker, is that as members of parliament, it is good to look for the interest of many people. But of paramount importance is the interest of our own citizens, of our own voters, who are the beneficiaries of these funds. I'd like it to be made clear, an honorable member said that so far the CDF funds are unconstitutional. That is not true. CDF funds are constitutional, and there is no court anywhere so far that has found the 2015 Act unconstitutional. What we are doing is we want to entrench the provision such that we cater for much more. Our sisters who are representing the counties have the NGAF. NGAF has not been properly included. We want to include the NGAF, we want to include the other funds that Senate oversight, so that we call them the oversight funds. That's why we are amending the Constitution. Let it not be supposed that we are amending it because we think that is unconstitutional. We will be shooting ourselves in the leg. And for our own purposes, I would really urge members that we need to remove that bit of the memorandum that deals with the CDF funds and the oversight funds, because we were already on it. And let's use it, because as part of the ad hoc committee, we have already designed, we've gone much further than this memorandum. We have already drafted the amendments that are necessary to the Constitution and which do not require referendum. Let us move with speed, run with that, and leave these other issues that might raise partisan politics outside first. Let us take care of our interest before we take care of other interests. And if you don't heed my caution, watch this space. If you maintain this oversight fund together with these other 3 issues, they will be lost in space, and the consequences will be quite dire because we are racing against time. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the idea of amending the Constitution is not a bad one. Our Constitution is ripe for amendment. 12 years after any Constitution is enacted, it is good for citizens to sit together and look at what is bad, what is good. But amendment of any Constitution should always be bipartisan. It should always involve the public. In fact, it's not just bipartisan in Parliament, it is beyond Parliament. All previous attempts to amend the Constitution by President Moi then and thereafter by President Kibaki failed because the initiation was not bipartisan. I want to caution that this initiative, insofar as it's not bipartisan, it is the wrong way to look at amendment to the Constitution. We require a bipartisan approach. And I want to tell my brothers and my colleagues in the Justice Committee, right from the word go, this initiative will fail on two accounts. The first is the account on which BBI failed, and it's not saying that I agree with the Supreme Court. I actually don't, but they pronounce themselves, and that is as it is now. Insofar as this initiative is expressly by the President, and this memoranda starts by actually paragraph 1 and 2 restating the date when the President said it, and then attaching a copy of the President memoranda, it will fall afoul the determination of the Supreme Court in terms of initiation. It makes no difference that that was a popular initiative, because even here, the argument will be, but if it is a parliamentary initiative, the President is not a member of Parliament. So how will you say it's a parliamentary initiative and it is initiated by someone outside Parliament? And in both cases, whether it's popular or parliamentary, it passes through Parliament. The second mistake was the President writing to the Speaker. The Speaker is a neutral entity in this House. The person to initiate would be the leader of majority, the leader of minority, or an individual member. But expressly, the leader of majority now introduces the motion, but the motion is reading that it was written to the Speaker. So there are already two technicalities that makes this initiative run afoul of the law. Let me examine two things now. One, the idea of the leader of opposition. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad idea. It is an idea that is not well-founded, either in terms of constitutionalism or in terms of purpose. And it does not take cognizance of Article 108 and Article 130. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. In this House, there is no government, there is no opposition, as per the Constitution. If you look at Article 130, national government comprises the President, the Deputy, and the Cabinet, not the leader of majority, not any of you here in Parliament. And when we come here as minority, we don't come here as opposition, we come as minority. The word opposition does not appear anywhere in the text of the Constitution. So how can you introduce a leader of an non-existent entity? Honorable Wanyonyi, I'm telling you now, I'm helping you understand the law, so just listen. That idea is precipitated on a misinformation and misunderstanding that those who are in the majority are here on behalf of the executive, and those in the minority are here on behalf of the opposition. That is not so. In fact, the whole idea of this presidential system is that we, as a parliament, check on the executive as a collectivity. The moment you start trying to bring the leader of opposition, you run into many problems. The first problem is you can actually have a parliament where the majority has not produced the presidency. Can you imagine a situation where if we had maintained what we believe is ours, Azimio is the majority in this House, and Kenya Kwanza is the minority? Can you imagine a situation where then Azimio would have the presidency, then you get another person who is in Azimio to come be the leader of Kenya Kwanza in Parliament? Isn't that ridiculous? It is based on the assumption that whoever produces a majority in Parliament will always be the president. It is not so. Secondly, if you look at 108, there's the leader of majority, there's the leader of minority. So I suppose you then remove the leader of minority and replace it with the leader of opposition. And what do you do with the leader of majority? Do you still call them or her leader of majority? You'll call them leader of government business, and there's no government in Parliament. But what if the person who's run up is actually an independent? Because the Constitution allows. So you run as an independent, and then you get the second highest votes. Then now you come to Parliament to head a party which you are not part of. It is ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. Let us rethink this thing seriously. The question of having a leader of opposition because we want accommodation is a question we must examine deeply and not artificially. If we want a parliamentary system, let us be honest and adopt that system. I will tell you that in the Committee of Experts, we had actually adopted a parliamentary system, but it was changed by our colleagues in Parliament then. I'll move very fast, Mr. Speaker, just 2 minutes. The question of cabinet secretaries in Parliament, they will be strangers. The President is not a stranger because he's allowed. The head of Treasury comes here as of necessity because we are the budget making. But the cabinet secretary does not come to the floor of this house. The cabinet secretary stays at the bar. So if you want cabinet secretaries on the floor of this house, then you must admit them as members of parliament. That changes the numbers, that changes the functions. And is it a good thing? No. First, because you will definitely weaken the committee system. Our constitution gives committees so many powers, the powers of the High Court, which have never been used. Why haven't we used them? If we can't use them as 15 or 20 people sitting and we have the power, what is the assurance that as over 349 we will use them? And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, mark you that when you do that, something else comes into play. There's a reason why there's a prescription in composition of committees. Those of the majority always have a majority of one. But in the oversight committees, those in the minority have a majority of one. So that in the oversight committees, we can better check the national executive. If we come here with the numbers the way now playing, there will be no oversight. The oversight committees will be dead. Parliament as a plenary will be doing put the question. And the question will be put and the CSS will go. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, lastly, that we might think we are strengthening parliamentary democracy, weakening it. And we must be very careful, including on the question of numbers. You must know that the question of numbers in terms of gender representation goes against the contrary question of the cost. Are Kenyans prepared to pay 100 more members of parliament or not? I think the fundamental question we must ask ourselves, do we still need 2 houses of parliament today? If you ask me that, I would say no. Thank you so much, because we have entrenched devolution sufficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much,
Interesting outlook. Thank you, Alex, for bringing that up. It's this is serious. People can be shrewd, eh?
Bernard, I told you that was tracking us from the real issue. This guy is ahead of us. We must not allow. Let us talk about the issues.
That's not getting ahead of us. It's being cunning, okay? Being cunning in such a way that you want to destroy the constitution so that it serves your purpose. Being ahead means you come up with progressive legislation, not legislation that want to make the constitution become impotent and dysfunctional. This is wickedness. And from the look of things, with the purchase of members of parliament, we will still have to use the guerrilla approach, because the rubber stamping kind of parliament we have, even if they would be making noise, they will still end up like NASA. NASA opposed the security rules. They boycotted, they stepped out. But what happened? The security rules still sailed through. And so he's working on the same script to let them make noise, but I will get what I want regardless of what they say. And so the revolution approach is still the only way, in my opinion. All the same, can we weigh on that, and let's give Mohamed at least tusikie sauti yake. Network yake imeleta kizaza. Karibu Dadi, vipi huko?
Poa, habari zenu? Uko salama nyote?
Salama. Tuko poa.
Alex Roda ya Kenya. Habari zenu? Kwa hivyo nashukuru kwa maoni yenu, maoni mazuri, maoni matamu. Na mshaona sasa mpango ya maadui Wajua maadui pia wana mpango zao mbaya na hawalali hata wao. Unajua ile kiumbe Mungu ameumba ambaye halali ni shetani peke yake. Shetani usiku na mchana yeye hufanya kazi, hakuna siku atalala mpaka siku ya mwisho. Hawa watu hawana tofauti na shetani. Wao wanapanga mpango njama mbaya mbaya ili wafaulu kwa interest yao. Sasa hata mimi nashindwa hao maspika. Yaani wanaweza kuwa neutral namna gani? They are already one side. Sini watu ni speaker ambaye wamewekwa hapo tu na UDA. Sasa lazima watapitisha ile kitu wanataka yote. Sasa hata wazimio wakae pale ama hao watu wa MP wapige makelele, at long last wanaweza kufanya mambo yao ile wanataka. Kwa sababu ile parliament nimekuja kuona ni majority take it. Unaona? Sasa hii system ishaharibika tayari. Constitution ya Kenya ishaharibiwa tayari. Sisi hatuna constitution tena. Hatuna yani katiba tena. Tayari hao watu wanaharibu moja baada ya moja. Na kubaliana na huyo ndugu yangu huyo alikuwa anasema hizi maneno mengine wanatuonesha ni sections kama hizi Matiang'i na nini, ni kudivert watu wasijue ile nini inaendelea, wanataka ile kitu wanataka kufanya. Kwa hivyo lazima tuwe chonjo, sisi tuwe uangalifu na tufahamishe na tufundishe wananchi kwa haraka. Na kwa ajili hiyo kuna haja ya kufanya revolution ya sisi kujitoa Wakenya wakatae yani mpango ya hawa watu na wachukue sasa hatua, wachukue sheria kwa mkono yao. Sheria sasa irudi kwa wananchi wenyewe, sababu wananchi ndo wana haki kuliko viongozi, na nchi ni ya wananchi, serikali pia ni ya wananchi. Kwa hivyo hakuna mambo mengine ile tunafaa kuongelea. Alafu hii maneno ya Jubilee, hawa watu ni kama walikuwa UDA walikuwa wametupanga kabla hata sisi hatujajua. Kumbe walikuwa wameweka watu wao ndani ya Jubilee, ndani ya Azimio. Walikuwa tayari wameweka watu wao ndani ya Azimio ili waweze kujua weakness, point of weakness yetu, na waweze kupata siri zetu, siri ya Azimio, na vile wataangusha Azimio isifaulu katika election. Ndio maana unasikia Mount Kenya maagent walikuwa wametoka, yani agents walikuwa wametoka sehemu ya polling station by saa 4. Ni nini ilifanya hivyo? Ni tangu lini umewaisikia kura inapigwa lakini agent ya chama fulani hawajahusika na wako ndani? Sasa hiyo ilikuwa ni kitu imepangwa tayari, ni kitu tayari ilikuwa imeshapangwa. Alafu ni akina hao Sabina Chege ndio labda hata walichukua hiyo jukumu ya kusimamia hizo maagent ama kupeana funds, unaona? Na labda hawa ndo walitumia watu, na walikuwa wanajifanya hawa ndo kifua mbele, walikuwa wanajifanya hawa ndo die hard ya Azimio, watakufa hapo. Na hata ndo maneno zingine walikuwa wanatumia vibaya ndani ya kampeni. Naona walikuwa walisema tumeiba, tulikuwa tumeiba, hata tutaiba kwani kuna nini? Kumbe anamaanisha yani pandile wataiba. Unaona? So hii ni kitu ilikuwa inajulikana. Yani ilikuwa ni kitu lazima itafanyika. Kwa hivyo hawa watu walikuwa tayari wamejipanga walijipanga mapema. Huyu jamaa alikuwa ametupanga vizuri sana, lakini kwa hayo yote isitujalishe sisi. Tushajua kazi ni moja tu sahi. Ile kitu kimebaki Kenya ni revolution, ni sisi kuchukua sheria kwa mkononi yetu. Sasa sisi tuangoe wote, hata wanajiita sijui maseneta sijui MP wote wangolewe, hata maspika tutawangoa wote, tunawangoa. Tunaleta serikali mpya, serikali ambaye enye wananchi walijichagulia. Unaona, hiyo ndo kitu ambaye itatusaidia kwa sahi. Hii maneno mengine tutaendelea tu kuongea. Ni nzuri kujua, kuelimishana, watu wajue kwamba ni wapi ndo tuko na upungufu, ni wapi yani tuko na weakness, alafu hiyo mali pia tuzibe, tuendelee mbele. Otherwise huyu jamaa amejipanga vizuri. Na hii maneno mengine ya maombi ya makanisa, nafurahia nyinyi wenyewe hata mnakashifu hapa vizuri sana, yani mna criticize vizuri sana, hivyo ni mzuri. Although kuna ndugu yetu pale alikuwa amesema hata hapa tusifanye Christianity. Ni kweli hiyo pia. Sisi kama Waislamu hatutapenda maneno zingine hapa. Tukiona Rodha akona hiyo roho sana. Sasa ni mzuri kuwa na dini yako, kuamini dini yako, lakini hapa tunataka tulete vichwa ambaye itatusaidia namna kubambana na waizi wahalifu, na vile tutaongoa. Hakuna haja ya kusema tulete suluhisho ati waletanishwe pamoja, ati wakalishwe pamoja, ati tufanye maombi nchi ikue yani ikue na amani. Hakuna haja hiyo, maombi ina maana sahi. Unajua sahi unaona mwizi ameingia kwa nyumba yako, utapiga magoti uanze kuomba. Lazima ujichunge, huyo mwizi unafaa kujikinga nayo. Sisi tunaambiwa katika dini yetu ya Kiislamu, kukufa wakati unajilinda na unalinda wazazi wako, watoto wako, familia yako, unakufa kama shahidi. Yani unakufa kama ule Mataya, ule mtu amejitolelea kwa sababu kukufa kwa ajili ya Mungu. Ndio lazima upiganie watu wako, lazima yani kinge familia yako wasidhuriwe na mhalifu kutoka nje. Kwa hivyo hawa watu ni wahalifu, wameingia katika serikali na utawala. Lazima tukae tutoe maoni ambaye itatusaidia namna wang'oa, namna tutawazusha. Naona tutawafurusha kutoka State House na hizo vitu wako nazo. Sasa hebu niambie, ni speaker gani tuko nayo ndani ya senator na nini? Wote ni UDA, wote wako side moja. Hakuna senator kupala, hakuna haki itaamuliwa ndani hapo ndani. Hakuna vile hao wanaweza amua kihalali. Lazima utalalia pande moja. Tumeona vile nani alifanya, vile Wetangula alifanya wakati ilikuwa ni nani majority ndani ya house, baadaye aliamua pande hiyo nyingine. Na Ofichi anajua majority, amefanya kama Chibukati. Ofichi anajua majority ni Azimio. Sasa hapa hatuna serikali, hatuna hata parliament. Kusema kweli, by this time hatuna parliament, hatuna hata senate. Tayari isha nyakuliwa kwa ajili hiyo. Wacha tuendelee na hii tuendelee na kampeni ya kung'oa hii serikali ya Ruto, na hakuna njia nyingine bila revolution. Revolution is the solution. Hakuna kitu kingine. Ruto must go. Asanteni sana. Maneno yangu ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you Mohamed, we appreciate that. Tunashukuru tu sana. Tutajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya ambayo yote yaliyo katika uwezo wetu kurekebisha ambayo imekwenda mrama. So I'll get back to Alex to weigh on the videos, and then we go to Rhoda. Alex?
I'm not able to talk right now. I'll talk later, Bernard. I'm driving.
Okay, thank you. Leo, you seem to be missing in action. Yes, Rhoda, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Bill. Again, I didn't say anything, but now I want to talk. Yesterday, I saw that video of that senator. It was yesterday, Karen, because I don't remember her name. And Sophia, is it called Sophia? You can correct me her name.
Gloria.
Yeah, Senator Gloria. She had problem with men, and it was a lot of discussions. And there's one lady, I think she's a senator of Ebu, Monica. I don't know if she's called Monica. And then the Kareni Nyamu. I was asking myself when I saw those kind of people, they're discussing nonsense. Mi nikashindwaje, watu wale waliwavutia, instead of wapeleke mashida yao, kama huyo Karen Nyamu ni senator wa nini Nairobi, si apeleke mashida ile iko Nairobi, apeleke huko. Watu wana maji, unaona vitu very important, wanaongea nonsense. Alafu imagine aki Kenya tuko na ujinga sana. Oh my God. Nitatumia hiyo jina tanikiwa mimi Mkristo. Muhammad, I'm sorry, you understand me. Imagine baba mwingine sijui anaitwa Mukur something. Mzee mzima akona defu. Akasimama akabia. Akasema ati Kareni ati hao ati wa Kareni Nyamu ati watu wa Azimio ati wako na nini ati wanaingilia Kenya kwanza. Mimi nikashindwaje jameni, si wote sisi tuko wa Kenya, you know, it's done bullshit. Instead of why who vote for them, they bring their problem, you know, just discuss nonsense about unatuingilia kwa sababu ni kama si unacho tuko nasare tulikuwa tunapigana tukiwa toy, you know, it's like a children, they don't behave like a grown up. Instead of they be good example for us, and we are put them to represent us as a Kenyans, wanafanya kazi inatakikana vile wametumwa wafanye. Ukiwa Senate sasa huyo Karanyama akatoka kama nalinga, nikashidoje huyu mtu ako Senate. Unaona, you know, instead of they discuss very important thing, they discuss about our democracy, they discuss about how they can make our school better, how they, you know, the important things. They just discuss nonsense. So this thing about constitutions, we need to be very, very, very smart and open-minded, because RUTO, his mission is to change our constitution and our multiple party. We know our country is ruled by the multiple party. We must be open, like the way Brother Alex told us. We must stand, because we're not like those stupid people, like those churches they have been hiding. Because you know, some people they like it. You know, some people they're happy when they see our country is darkness. Some people they get happy because that's the way they get. You know, the enemy always, you know, like a devil, like parasite. So most of our enemy, because as we are honest and we are standing the truth, we are standing for the justice. Our enemy who's against our democracy and they get happy because they can manage there. Can you imagine? Mtu anakufa unaacha pesa zako zikikuna na wengine. Why do you pray that kind of? Why can you stand with the truth? And the truth will set you free. Tunakufa, tuna mali na kula na watu wengine. Unajua nobody will stay this year 100 years. Nobody. Why do you stand with the truth for your country? Why can you love your country? Why can we be unity, love one another, and we build our country? We want to change. We want, instead of we move forward in our country, we stand about the constitution, the one was 2010, and we hear one voice. You know me. Let me tell you, me Ruto cannot win. Me, if I meet Ruto live, I'll tell him the truth. You can hate me, Ruto, but I will always tell you the truth. If you watch me, I will always tell you the truth. I will never hide, because that's not really who I am. And me, I'm different with my tribe. My community, they have been trying to hide things. I'm not the same. I'm a global, I'm an international. So don't worry about me. I'll be always stand with the truth and the things I know, the things I have seen with my eyes, the things I have heard. I'll never ever try to hide anything. We must stand to protect our democracy. Our democracy is very important, in our constitution. We cannot go back in those days in Moi, when Moi was intimidating our country and blackmail, and people have been, it was a dark night. We're not going back in those days. We must stand still. We say enough, Ruto must go. As a Kenyans, ninyi wa Kenya si wajinga bila watu wanafikiri. I know you Kenya, we are very smart. Kuna watu wengine wanajificha huku kama watu wa Mount Kenya. I know them. They have been trying to protect Ruto. I know some people, they have been that me, but me, I'm from Mount Kenya, but I'll never ever protect things I know is the truth. We must stand the truth. We must speak the truth here. We protect our country. Our country, we love our constitution and our constitution, because when we speak the truth will deliver our country. But when we try to come behind, it's like you're coming shortcut. You will never. You know, me, I'm not telling Ruto the truth. I know, Ruto, you have seen me here. I'll always tell you the truth. Those people who hate you, they'll be untruthful for you. But people who love you, they'll tell you are doing mistake. Me, a true friend will tell you when you do the mistake. But a fake friend will see you are doing mistake, and they're just making fun and laughing for you. But the true friend, I have a friend who usually tell me the truth, but I was ashamed when I get sad. Why? No, she was like, because I love you, Rhoda. I just want to tell you the truth. You must do this. You must do this. But why do you tell me? I can't. But I understand she was a true friend. She was a true friend. But other they were fake. A true friend will tell you the truth. We are telling you the truth because we are very honest. And that's the way we are. Our the religions we come from, Muslim and Christian, we know, we learn to be honest. So that's the point I want to address. Thank you so much. And we keep a shining light in the darkness.
Okay. Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. All right. Alex, are you in a position to speak now?
Let me speak after David Arika. I know David Arika wants to attack us here. I'll speak after David Arika.
David Arika wants to attack us. Who is us here? I'm not sure I'm on that list. David, how are you?
I'm good, Pastor.
Hey, I saw you was it on Telegram. It's when I wondered, hey, what happened?
Me?
Yes.
Telegram?
Yes, you are not aware you are a member of Telegram.
Yeah, I am, but I don't use it regularly. And did you see something bad there? I don't know.
No. I was just going through my Telegram, then I saw your name.
Okay.
I
I'm
got
a member, but
notification
I
you're
rarely
also
use
on
that.
Telegram.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, make your submission, David.
Oh, thank you, Pastor, for the chance. Maybe to put the record straight, I'm not attacking anyone. Alex, you are on me. You are hard on me for nothing. Police raid Matiang'I'S home against court orders. What is Ruto seeking from the CS home? I think it should be the former CS home. Yeah, I saw something that there was the order was denied. The court declined giving an order to ask the former CS to furnish the DCI with the footage of the purported raid. I don't know for whatever reason, but I also don't know why they were to go there today. So actually it was against the orders it said there. To me, I want to give a personal opinion. Going there against the court order sets a bad precedence because we should be obeying the law. Because we break the law today, we need the same law to protect us tomorrow. So that one, personally, I didn't see it as a right thing to do. Two, it's giving the, can I call them opponents, a privilege to continue arguing, because they'll have a reason to attack and continue criticizing government. So the best they could have done, they could have waited, because there's nothing that is gonna get lost that quick. They could wait to be allowed to go and get the CCTV footage. Because Kenyans wants really to know, was the home raided, or it was a stage managed kind of drama? So by jump starting the gun too early leaves so much to be desired. So many questions to be answered. But again, lastly, I want to say that Kenyans, including myself, we need to know why the police could go there if they went, and if they didn't go, why were they staging that kind of drama? Because when you go through social media platforms, which I occasionally go, I have seen a trend that people are getting mad about their own son being haunted or kind of being followed. And that is not very good for the country, because if a section of some people feel that the government is fighting them, that is not very good. So together with my brothers from Kisii land, we could wish that Matiang'i be protected, and if there is anything that he broke in terms of law, it should be done legally, procedurally, without intimidation. Because in as much as people are saying that the former CS misused power and intimidated people, you cannot intimidate him as a way of payback. Therefore, it makes no difference between you and him. Let's respect people's rights. Let's respect people's authority. And let's also respect government. So I want to appeal that that issue should be addressed soberly, fairly, without trampling on one's rights. Because you attack Matiang'i today, a big section, not everybody though, a big section of his clansmen, including Alex there, will come for you. Or you are attacking our son. But if you do it fairly, squarely, ukweli utajitenga tu. That is my contribution. Oh, the chairman has left. That's my opinion, according to what you have posted there as the topic for today.
Thank you, David, for the contribution. Alex, I understand you are the one who was supposed to proceed, or you're still flying?
No, I'm not ready. I'll tell you when I'm ready.
No worries.
And you don't even need to ask.
It's okay. Thank you.
Download this free tool that'll give you access to the.
Okay, thank you.
Click
Let's
done.
hear from Mama Agnes before we go to Moses. Sorry, I was refreshing my browser and imepotea picha na audio.
Habari zenu.
Nzuri mami, vipi lakini?
Leo nitasema kama
Yes.
Sijui kama mliona vile Boni Harware alisema leo. Aliongea kuhusu hii mambo ya kupitishwa kwa hawa governors vile wanaenda, sio hivyo kunafaa kuenda. Wanafaa wao wapitishe miswada huko ya pesa na ya nini, sababu hiyo ndio kazi ya Senate. Sababu kuna pesa zingine zitapitishwa njia ya nyuma na itakuwa Senate hakuna kazi inafanya. Actually he did not spoke like a new DA member. Aliongea kama Mkenya halisi Boni Harware. Sijui kama mliona hiyo clip yake vile aliongea. na mambo hiyo yote wanataka kuleta ni mbaya, na wanataka kufisha, niseme kama Alex, wanataka kutupeleka juu ya mambo ya Matiang'i, tusahau zile vitu wanapitisha bunge. Hata mumeona hapo sasa. Hiyo clip ya nani, utafute hiyo ya Halwale vile aliongea leo. Halo Bernard.
Yeah, samahani, endelea. Pole, kulikuwa
Umefika?
Umeshika eh?
Yes.
Ndio hiyo tu.
Lakini endelea kumaliza mchango wako.
Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema leo, muangalie hiyo ya Halwale vile alisema, muone kwenye nchi inapelekwa kwa njia ambayo sio ya halali. Juu wakati president anaenda kwa magovernors kusema mnataka mfanye hii, wao ndio kama Senate wanafaa kujua nini inafaa ipewe pesa ngapi, hii inafaa kupewa pesa ngapi, na hiyo ni kazi yao. Kwa hivyo naona kama president anaingia kwa kasi ambayo sio yake. Anataka kutuingiza kwa wisi tu, juu ni mwisi tu. Ni lazima atuingize kwa wisi. Lakini sio wisi akituimbia sisi, aibe yeye mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo uangalie hiyo. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kukuja tu kusema hivyo.
Okay, asante sana mami. Thank you. Leo find that clip. Huh? Yes, Matiang'i, have you brought yourself?
Yes. I'm here. The man himself, Matiang'i.
Tell us, why are we reading you?
Hey, me, I don't know what you guys want, but I can deal with it. I wanted to ask a question there, David Arika. Very politely, don't take it badly. Are you in support of myself, of Matiang'i, because of tribal affiliation? Because you always sing that other song, but today you seem to be doing it because you're a Kisi. So have you been bitten by that tribal bug? You keep surprising us. Just that question. Thank you.
You know, Bernard, when I got here, already people had formed an opinion, and now they are playing to my gallery. I decided to comment the way I commented because I knew all of you were prepared to find me attacking and commenting the opposite. But anyway, let me answer you. I've forgotten your name. I used to know you. You are a good debater. I don't know where it went. I've been away for a while. What are you saying, Matiang'i? I want to say that we have been campaigning. We have been in different camps. Of course, you know my camp. We've been very hard on each other. We've done stuff, but a point reaches where we have to put politics behind us and move forward as a country, as a people. As we move forward, reality is dawn. Those that we were holding firm, maybe they don't have anything that we can hold on to. But I want to personally say that I like Matiang'i. Besides a few things which I commented here on this forum, you can go back to some clips. He used to do his work right in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Interior. But where I broke ranks with my brother Matiang'i is when he got into politics and he portrayed some level of disrespect to my presidential candidate then, that is William Ruto. And he sounded a bit arrogant to some of us who were supporting the deputy president then. And to an extent where he declared election having done and completed even before we go to elections. So that's why we broke ranks with him. But personally, I remember making a clip and urging Matiang'i to come for gubernatorial seat in Nyamira County, despite the fact that my father-in-law was a candidate. I saw him as a person who can transform Nyamira County from where it has been and from where it is. But his close friends, some of them who are my students, they told me Matiang'i is going for a bigger thing. Even when I challenged them and told them, look, you have been given the position of a cabinet secretary for 10 years, you must be on your own. But that one, it didn't happen. So he went ahead to support the former prime minister and the Uhuru camp. And you know what happened? We believe you won. You believe you were robbed. But it has come back now. We have a country, we have a people. Still, Matiang'i controls or has a big support from my community. You know, charity begins at home. So there are people that are feeling their son is being mistreated. And we are saying, even if he committed one or two because he was in a very sensitive ministry, let everything follow the law so that everybody feels not offended or his rights trampled upon. That was my argument, my brother. So I'm not decamping. I'm still a UDA supporter, but I'm not attacking because what for? Because we have the presidency, we have everything in our hands, so we should not be backing here. We should actually be answering some of the concerns of our opponents. So you don't expect me to be in a campaign mood as we used to be before. You know, that could be maybe the premise of my comment and argument. And that's why it felt a bit different from what you expected.
I just want to say that in my, perception of how you were speaking about this particular issue, you belong to a tribal cocoon, because if that guy was not from your community, you would not be speaking the way you spoke tonight. That's just my personal view, because I have seen when you have been participating here, defending the things that are not worth defending. But on this particular one, this guy, you know very well, he was a pivotal figure in the last government, but you knew where you stuck to. But now you have become the those character traits of a tribalist. Basically, this is what I'm saying. Personally, I have no much love for Dr. Fred Matiang'i, because I know how he was involved in the nightmares of 2017, and he has never really apologized about that. These elite politicians, they're all together, I'm not partisan in this thing, because I know very well where we are and where we came from. I'm more interested in the plight of Kenyans in general, the ordinary folk. So Matiang'i, all this is drama, and I think that at the end of the day, nothing is going to happen to him. He held a very powerful position. There's no way they can do anything to him. So, but I'm just relieved by the fact that you have proved who you are, just like the rest of them. And thank you very much for that.
Bwana Chair, you need to protect me. You know, he's on media, everybody's listening, then he brands me that much. You need to protect me, Bernard. You're fully protected, and that's why I gave you right of reply. But all the same, let's do this. Let's allow freedom of expression, in the sense that people are free to move to whatever corner that they deem right in any situation. And David has had a very strong support for UDA, even in circumstances that looked obviously. In fact, I wanted to put it over to him, whether he's in support of praying for rain and this kind of psychological games that we are being treated to when we are literally faced with practical problems that the government is supposed to be rolling out policies to solve. Okay, I would want him to respond to that. Are you in support with us praying for the rain instead of us digging boreholes and irrigating our country and making our country food secure?
Were you in Nyayo Stadium yesterday?
Bernard, that question sounds ironical. You know, you are a pastor, and you know what pastors do. Even today, I've seen on social media, there's an in-law of mine who is also a reverend, and he wrote the same. He said, Kenya's problem will be solved with hard work and not prayers. Hard work is a function of development, but not prayer. And I was almost asking him, do I expect such from a reverend? But anyway, let me answer your question. Sinking boreholes is a function that can be done by government from Monday to Friday, and even including Saturday if you want to. And there are several dimensions of a person, of a country, of a family. You cannot say work all through. We need to grow spiritually too. So when you see a country praying on a weekend, I don't think that can be a really problem. In as much I agree that we need to work harder in sinking boreholes, in doing stuff that can help us get out of the quagmire in which we are. We cannot demonize prayer.
No, but David, we are not talking about praying. I was very specific. I said gathering to pray for rain. Yes, pray for rain.
I'm coming that quick. I'm coming that quick, Bernard. I'm saying you can pray on a weekend and sink a borehole a whole week. You have Monday to Friday. There's nothing that can prevent you from doing that. Secondly, one reverend told us that it is very easy to buy someone a Bible than buying a gun to prevent him from committing a crime. I still believe that if people can get converted and go to church as you go, we'll have less problems with insecurity than we could have when they are not. Because even in the same Bible, in the same church, Bernard, which you go, it believes the sanctity of work, of hard work. It believes in the sanctity of earning from your sweat. So we can criticize, yes, but I want to say that all of them can go hand in hand. There's nothing that can prevent you from doing what you want to do simply because you have gone to church to pray.
Okay, thank you. I think I get your point here in support of the government organizing prayer meetings other than rolling out policies for irrigation. And irrigation is in the Bible for your information. I will give you exactly where it is. Isaac, okay? Isaac, the son of Abraham.
So, Eli, are you changing your name or you are still Matiangi?
No, please, let Matiangi, please change your name, lest you bring problem. So I was saying Isaac, the son of Abraham, is the one who thrived in famine and had 100-fold harvest through irrigation. He dug boreholes and irrigated his land. And when everybody was crying hunger, he had more than enough. And if there was any prayer meeting that we need all to gather and work on with the government, is for strength to dig back boreholes and funding for boreholes and machineries for purifying the salty water, make it arable, and salty land, make it arable, so that we are food secure. This other prayer meeting, to me, is a distraction and a sideshow that helps nobody except buying time and, of course, probably trying the patience of Kenyans. But from the look of things, the patience of Kenyans is running out. Is running out, and that is why they are even keeping away from the prayer meeting, because prayers have been well attended in Nairobi. Anybody can gather people for prayer, even when they are promising them nothing. Now, when you see Kenyans keeping off prayer meeting, it should be a signal that things are not as usual. All the same, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tuendelee kumakinika. Bwana, leo sasa it's my, I think my 4th hour I will now leave you with the rest of the hours. But before I go, I want to encourage us to be subscribers. Don't just be a passerby, be a subscriber. Subscribe to Mtembei TV YouTube channel, and then Mtembei TV profile. Follow it on Facebook. We already passed the number of people who are as the subscribers on Facebook, so you can just follow the page. And the page, where there's also a new page on Facebook called Mtembei Official Facebook page. Follow it because we go live on all of that. And then, of course, we have the fourth feed. The fourth feed is on Sound Candid Talk. We really want us to be subscribers on that particular channel because we want to grow it to the capacity that is necessary to keep it function independently of the rest of our function. And one of the reasons why we're diversifying is because there are some issues we run into that makes us unable to stay on air when we are suffering some of the things that we have suffered of late. There was a time we were not able to broadcast on Tembei TV YouTube channel for 2 weeks. And it was because of the sanction by YouTube community. So if we don't have an alternative, we will stay off air. But if you have an alternative channel, we'll use it in the meantime. And therefore, you won't miss out on your favorite program and participate into the discourse. So please be a subscriber and help somebody else subscribe. Don't subscribe alone and stay quiet. Help any other person who loves these political discussions also to find a place where he can come and vent what is on his heart and mind, and also participate into hearing other Kenyans and how they are looking at the current state of affairs. So, Bwana Leo, if you are around, I would want to leave the steering with you. And then, of course, Kina Makiadi and the rest of the team, you should also be warming up to come in and relieve Leo. It is important that we allow the moderation to, to remain, not to get too tired, because when we get too tired, at times we make wrong judgment. But it is important that we give the support to the moderator. It's been reported that some of us harass other moderators when I'm out of here. Please, let's all remain in civil and respect whoever that is appointed to moderate. They all have powers, and they shouldn't use those powers against you. Let's just conduct ourselves as mature people. Remember, the reason why we're here is for a better Kenya. A better Kenya is better for all Kenyans. A bad Kenya is bad for all Kenyans. And no Kenyan should celebrate when Kenya goes the wrong direction. The rule of law needs to be upheld at all levels. I don't have a problem William Ruto and team wanting to change the constitution, but let them use the due process, follow procedure. You don't have to go around the law. It makes things complicated. It makes things complicated. And history has given us this clear. The August, it's called the August Constitution, the independent constitution, was a good, clean constitution until we began to modulate it to suit one person. It was modulated to help Jomo Kenyatta, make Jomo Kenyatta authoritative, make Jomo Kenyatta be unquestionable, make Jomo Kenyatta the final authority. And what happened? We ended up having a piece of paper that was helping no Kenyan. When we start doing what is being proposed right now, implement it, will still turn this particular robust constitution into another piece of paper that will not help anybody. And I don't think, especially those of us who are old enough, who lived in both regimes, should be sensible enough to see a problem before it becomes a problem. When the constitution is turned into serving an individual or made in such a way that it takes care of the interest of one person, the country is going to suffer. And our children will be cursing our graves that we folded our hands when bad things were happening and we didn't rise up and spoke up against them. So Even if the parliament can be purchased, the judiciary can be purchased, the people will not be purchased. And we can revolt against all this and make our country better for every Kenyan, not the elites, not those who think that they can be in power forever. Thank you so much. Please, let's keep the conversation and make sure that you're contributing to the progress of the conversation. Ignore the distractors who wants to turn us into sideshows because they are not helping anything. Asante sana. Naomba sasa mlete Moses. Unafuata hiyo mkururo. Kuna Moses, kuna Melchizedek, msimamo. Tufuatana hivyo hivyo until we are all done. Thank you so much. Moses, karibu. Vipi huko?
Yes, Leonard, how are you? And everyone
Great,
on the
great.
panel.
Karibu.
How are you? Asante. Mr. Eli, how are you? Mary, Simao, and David. Leonard, these are the same things and same scenarios that we are always seeing and happening each and every day. Mr. David, tell your president to let him perform his duties. Because when he was giving Kenyans easy, what he promised to do as his what he promised to do for Kenyans, I think prayers was not one of them. So he's out of his manifesto. Because in his manifesto, I'm not sure whether what prayers was one of them. And no one will always blame him that the things went, maybe things went wrong because he did not pray for the country. Let religious leaders do their job. What Bernard and the group, his work is commander in chief. And mind you, the intention, what we call near, of those so-called rallies, prayers, the intention is not good. What is the faith behind that? Because if at all you mean what you do, you would have seen through your actions. You must be forgiving person. But these are the people who are revengeful. They are always revenging. You see whatever is happening is full of revenging. So they should not pretend being so close to God and prayerful warriors, yet they are behind them. They are not what they are pretending to be is not what they are. They are different. Though they're just pretending, honestly speaking. The job for religious leaders and what Bernard pastors should go ahead and pray for the country, not him. He is a president. He must deliver, give services to the people. That is being said, Bernard, you know, we are seeing things happening each and every day, one after each other. But Bernard, I will remind you again and all Kenyans, Mr. Ruto, his dream and his planning. How can he become a good dictator in Kenya? That is his dream. And he's trying to find a way of succeeding it. That's the reason why people should be very vigilant of whatever is happening, Bernard. Because certain things they are doing it just to divert people from the cause. And that is the master way. It's a one trick of diverting people from the right cause. They will bring three things at a go, but behind that, there is one thing they are targeting to go through without you knowing. Before realizing, it is done. So people should be very vigilant. These are diversions because you see them, they are doing this, after they're doing this. There are certain, some important things behind all these scenarios that we are seeing in the country. Diversion is one of the things that dictators use, Bernard. And for me, like, because they will now make you confused which one should you stick on if at all you are not focused enough. You see, they create many, they are to catch up the attention of people, medias and so on, such that other things will happen. You just realize, hey, how did this happen? Like you saw, was it in the parliament? They will bring very important issues, the things that they dismissed when Baba introduced BBI. They dismiss, they call them sorts of names, but they are sneaking behind those, bringing it in, trying to, like framing it to look like it's different from BBI. But that is exactly what Baba wanted to do with the whole. So people should be very vigilant. These people, they are creating what we call diversion to divert people from the right cause. On top of that, Bernard, we are seeing what is happening each and every day on the former CS, Matiangi. People who are not already waking up, people who are not yet seeing what these KK people meaning, it's showing that they are trying to create fear to people, to show them that we can do whatever we want. We are above the law. No one can talk. If you talk about us, we are coming for you. That's what they are trying to do. And I don't know whether they are getting, learning a lesson from what they are doing, because doing that, you must also get a lesson. 8 months back, Matiang'i was a tough person in Kenya who could, no one has ever even imagined that people can go and start like framing to trying to arrest him. Some 8 months back, 8, 9. But now they can go for him. What are they learning from that? That shows that power is temporary. Today you are going for Matiang'i, you are trying to intimidate him by all means, but tomorrow they also make you do this. They will come for you and they do the same thing you are doing to the former CS. So the problem with these people, they are not willing to learn from their mistakes or some other people's mistakes. But they are instead of that, they are just continuing making mistakes after mistakes. But I'm not surprised with that. They have never had any good intention for the country. First of all, they are always thinking about themselves. So long as they are comfortable, they are progressing well, they don't care about other people. People should not pretend, You can't tell people you are the president that let's go and pray for the rain. You have powers. You are talking of collecting tax. Can you give the accountability of the taxes that you are collecting? The good job they have done, what I can count on their side, is appointing people and praying, appointing people without accountability. Those are the things they have done so far successfully. But what else? Nothing. Do you think people will eat prayers? People have never voted you to pray for them. People voted you to look after their standards of living, helping them, like they are pushing them, giving them bursaries. People want to see Kenya developing, new things coming up, setting for them, like reviving factories in Kenya. People should get jobs. But praying, you are the president, for God's sake. You can stand as a president in your state house and say, we call upon religious leaders on such and such a day, pray for the country. I myself and my family and few people, we shall pray from here, but we call upon all Kenyans to stand with us. It doesn't need you to go and organize. You're becoming a president, you're becoming a pastor, you're becoming a bishop, you're becoming everything. It's like Kenya belongs to you. Without you, nothing can be done. And that is what RUTO believes in, Bernard. He's doing all of this, buying these members of parliament each and every day. He's not just buying them to put them there. He's going to misuse them. And that's what they have started. Bringing bad laws, amending the constitution the way they want, so long as they can come and support. And remember, one of our leaders, from Uganda told you that Kenyans should stand up and defend your constitution before it is weak to protect you or to defend you. Protect it, because this guy is coming for it. Right now, he's wishing to do many things against the country, but the constitution doesn't allow him. So he's trying, how can he penetrate and remove all those kind of things, such that even rallies cannot be allowed. You see, the intention of these people here is not in good faith, is not good for the country. They are just hiding around and what, but God knows what they discuss behind the cameras. So people should not just let these people start playing with. Good enough in Kenya, you still have that one that you can organize masses, barazas, and what. Let that be the end of everything. Because this regime, if you give it 2 years, then everyone will be crying. Everyone will be crying. Because their plans and the games they want to play, it's not good for anyone. Thank you, Bernard, for now.
Thank you, Moses, for that. I believe Kenyans are getting that right clear. And from where I sit, caution is better, and the measures need to be taken in good time. As teaching time saves 9, Kenyans of goodwill, we have had bad governance before. We have suffered under bad governance before. Let us not play around with what is happening right now. It is very disturbing that top on the priority of the Kenya Kwanza administration is amassing political power, buying political power, dismantling political parties, and is being done relentlessly with the, with the consistency that that does not make anybody feel shameless. I mean, the shame of the same is no longer there. It's being like Kenyans here are saying, William Ruto is a political genius. Okay, you look at the comments and the glorification of the imaginations that are being deployed, and you feel like, why are we so naive to think that if we let somebody go away with breaking the law, he will become a saint eventually, but when the law is no longer effective, or he will turn around and now enforce that law after he has used it to get himself where he is. Having been on earth for a while, I've given you the story of when the streets of Nairobi were clean. All the hawkers were away, beggars were away, chokoras were away, and the street was clean. I traveled out of town. When I came back, I felt like I'm lost. I could not tell direction. It appeared like I've not landed in Nairobi, because even the back street was all clean completely. And then I asked what happened here. See, it was around 97 thereabout. And so Moi called the police commissioner and asked him, is it me you don't respect for what I say? I said that all the hawkers and all the beggars and all the chokoras should not be anywhere in the city of Nairobi. So the police commissioner called his boys and asked them the same question. And the boys moved into action and cleaned the city. All the hawkers, the closest they'll get to the city was City Stadium. The closest the hawkers will get to the city was City Stadium. And everything was fine. I was so happy the city is back into motion. You could walk anywhere. You're not stepping on anybody's tomatoes. You're not walking carefully. You're free. It was now fashionable. You can now take your family out, okay, and you just do window shopping because nobody is disturbing you on the street trying to sell you anything. And then when the stakes became too high for his re-election in that same year, on his way from the airport, stopped at the city stadium where the hawkers were congregating. And the same person that gave the law to clean the city said, nani alisema vijana hawezi kujitafutia kile wanahitaji kukula? Wacha vijana wajitafutie chochote kile wanahitaji, wauze chochote wanahitaji mahali popote. And all the hawkers left the stadium back to the city. That was 97. Up to date, they have never been able to clean the street. Why? When the law is lifted, then it is dropped. It's never, ever able to be brought back to where it had been lifted and working. And so, Kenyans of goodwill, if you really want the 2010 Constitution to serve you and be able to safeguard this country, we should protect it with everything we have and everything we are. If we let it be played the way it's being proposed to be played, I promise you, any president who can work without the people in his own interest, because he can buy the 290 members of parliament, we are causing problems. Let's not allow that to happen. And so, tusimame imara, tukatae uimla, tukatae umseven katika Kenya. Msevenization of Kenya must be stopped by all means. It must be stopped. We will not be watching over the shoulders to say what we want to say. We can't get back to a police state anymore. We were there before when we used to run away from police. You see police, you run away. The police were more thugs than the thugs themselves. You would rather fall in the hands of magas than fall in the hands of police. We must not get back there. Thank you. Yes, David, you're saying?
Bernard, I had a question, if you can allow me ask you. Do you?
Yes, go ahead, ask the question.
Okay, sometimes I stand guided. You speak from the two sides of your mouth. At one point, you were here agitating for BBI, which was to change the constitution, and you said the constitution is not cast on stone. It should be dynamic and change. Today, you are giving a gospel here that you must stand and protect the 2010 constitution. So you leave me stranded in between. What exactly do you mean? When it is changed in your favor, it is okay, and when it's not, we should stand and protect it? That one you can answer me. Number two, you say that leaders have been elected to, no, that was Moses, to lead the people and not to pray for people. I could wish Moses to guide me and others who are slow learners. The kind of prayers we're going to have at Anniversary Towers, are those part of your manifesto? I don't understand, because here you are condemning RUTO's prayers in the city. At the same breath, you are planning for a prayer meeting to pray for IEBC in the Anniversary Towers. Then your supporters are also urging you to pray for Supreme Court before you go to State House. Are those not prayers, or they're also they're part of your manifesto? I stand guided. Thank you.
Bernard,
Okay, thank you.
let me answer, because before you come, you know you are Mwalimu, you take some good time. So me, I'm brief.
Sawa.
Mr. David, praying that is going to happen. Can you tell me how many times have you ever seen Baba praying ever since after election? Once in a while is understandable, but what we are condemning is praying from Monday up to Monday. That is not called for. You are president, you have duty. Why people voted, but they voted for you for service, not for praying for them. There are people who can pray for them, not you as a president. Baba is going to pray. This is the first time you are seeing him calling that we are going for prayers. Ever since, if you have ever seen him praying somewhere else, or it is on the daily routine, can you maybe I stand to be informed? Constitution. A constitution is not like Bernard said, like you said, it is true. Constitution can be changed all any time, but with what intention? Is what you are going to change good for everyone, not for individuals to suit your you as an individual? No, a constitution should be changed to suit each and everywhere. You, David, Bernard, and me, even if you're out of government or within government, that is what we require to change in the constitution, but not to change because of your own interest. That is not allowed. And if you see the intention of this KK government, they are not changing constitution for Kenyans. They are changing for them such that they can use the constitution to mistreat people, to treat people like animals, to give themselves full power of controlling each and everything. You see, police went to MATIANG'I'S house without, that is out of law. You see what they have started. Can we support that? Of course, no. But the constitution can be changed at any time. But are you changing it for your own personal interest, or it's for good for the country? David, that is what I can reply for now.
Okay. Thank you, Moses. David, one, I don't have any side in the changing of the constitution, and there's no constitution being changed in my favor, because I've not made any proposition for changing of the constitution. My advocacy for BBI and my being against the proposition by William Ruto to change the constitution is, one, the procedure. Okay, the constitution, like the Bible, is not supposed to be handled from external input. It has its own premise on how it's going to be changed, and that procedure needs to be followed. That's where my take is. So the part of the constitution that spells out that this must be subjected to the referendum in order for it to be changed cannot be sneaked through the parliament. That is being cunning, looking for 290 people to decide what the 20 million registered voters are supposed to decide over. That's my point of departure. And why should you do that when you know that this requires this to be followed? Look the way the William Ruto administration went around the Hustler Fund. Okay, any fund that is established by any regime is supposed to get authorization from Parliament. Okay, but what happened to the Hustler Fund? The author of Hustler Fund came up with something he called an ambit in the law, that he found that instead of it going to Parliament, it can just go to the Committee of Parliament, and made an adjustment that accommodates it. So as it stands now, the Hustler Fund, the way it's functioning, is unprocedural. Okay, and then we are seeing a pattern developing whereby how can we work around the law instead of making the law guide us. When that pattern is sustained, what happens is we reach a place when the law now will become a problem to us as an administration. And when the law becomes a problem to us, the easiest thing to do is you sideline it and do whatever you want to do. And that is my reason for rejecting the procedure that is being applied by Kenya Kwanza, which the naive Kenyans are calling it clever, they're calling it genius, they're calling it smart. But at the end of the day, it's going to turn around and begin to bite them. And when it begins to bite them, they will have no way to change it because it has already been instituted. That's why I'm saying, kama constitution imesema this thing must be subject to referendum. Let us not look for a shortcut to the same. If you are afraid of a referendum, then leave it the way it is until you be ready to conduct a referendum, then attach that part of the law. But don't go to change the constitution in the wrong way. I am for change of constitution any day, but let it be done procedurally, because the reason they put these clauses is for safeguarding the change of the constitution. Having come from a regime that changed the constitution and procedurally, and we ended up having no constitution, or the constitution we had ended up serving one person at the disadvantage of the entire country. You are a part of that regime. I mean, you lived in that period and you saw how much things were happening, okay? That the president became the law. He was superior than the king. I was there, I think I was in standard 3 or standard 5, when there was a ban on Vilab. Those of you who are old enough, you know Vilab, where they used to meet and take buza. Instead of going house to house, there was a center place where they would brew that traditional, and then people would go and drink and then go home. And then one morning, Moi just woke up and said, from today, no clubs. And people had already brewed their busa, they had already brewed their, and so it became problematic. And then the Askaris moved in, and they would get into that place, fill the lorry, and take people to custody. No, we will be endangering the liberties we have now when we institute a leadership like that of Moi in the current dispensation. It will be problematic. And look the way things are happening. For example, how is William Ruto handling the multi-party state of this country? By him wanting members of parliament to cross from Azimio to Kenya Kwanza without subjecting them to by-election. Isn't that what Moi used to do? Okay. In fact, Moi couldn't do that because the constitution was clear. If you resign from a political party, you lose the seat, you go and vie for it again. Now, he is urging members of parliament to cross from Jubilee to UDA without by-election in between. Cross from Azimio to Kenya Kwanza without them losing a seat. That is part of weakening the constitution and making the functioning of the constitution impossible. In the process, we are going to have no party. We're going to have either one party state, or the political parties will have no power anymore. It will be tulienda kuongea maendeleo, tulienda kuongea maendeleo, like they are getting those excuses right now. And in my opinion, that is wrong, especially when the person who is supposed to protect the constitution is the one presiding over that. Nani Mama Agnes brought up the issue of the devolution, okay? Look the way the President Ruto is handling the governors, okay? The law stipulates that the link between the executive, the central government, and the devolved government or the counties is through the Council of Governors, okay? Through the Council of Governors. But he's jumping the Council of Governors and dealing with governors directly. Why? It's giving him political mileage in being seen with a particular governor, or persuading particular governors to join UDA to get the majority of governors without subjecting them to a new election. In other words, he's defeating the purpose of the law. He's defeating all the clauses and the safeguards that have been placed there. If he's presiding over that, that is why I'm saying he's not ready to lead the country in its current state. He wants to change it into what he can lead. And he can only lead where he is ultimate, where he is the only mind, where he's the only decision maker. If he has to subject himself to inquire from somebody or go be cleared by somebody, because, for example, he wants the supplementary budget, the law requires that he has to be cleared by the parliament. But before he takes the matter to parliament, he makes sure that he has bought enough members of parliament so that whatever he brings will not be scrutinized. It will just be what? Rubber stamped. If that is how he's going about this, then it's clear he's a dictator. He wants to do this country the way Museveni is doing Uganda. Now, if that is the case and Kenyans are comfortable with that, they have accepted to be enslaved in their own country. So I'm not against change of constitution. I'm for change of constitution, but procedurally. The way they follow the law, everything will be okay. And don't change the law like he wants to privatize parastatals, but he doesn't want it to be taken to parliament the way the law says. Now, you want to do what the law, you want to privatize a parastatal. The law says you should be cleared by parliament. And then you are going to change the law so that it will not require you to go to parliament. And you're not planning to steal. So, Mr. Eric, being a senior citizen, I mean old enough to have lived through Moi regime, you will notice that if these patterns are sustained, we will still end up where we were with Moi. Hakuna muujiza mwingine hapa katikati, hata tukiomba hapa katikati. Hakuna vile, kwa sababu kama mtu mmoja ndiye atafanya uamuzi na mtu mmoja ndiye atakayehudumiwa na parliament, ahudumiwe na judiciary, ahudumiwe na senate, we are as good as a monarchy. I hope I'm clear on that.
Maybe one point. Maybe one point, Bernard.
Yes.
I want to agree with you that I was one of the people that opposed BBI because of change of the constitution, which was not necessary. And even in this one, if you can go to my wall on December 10th, 2022, I made a post and said we oppose BBI. We opposed BBI because of it was mutilating the constitution, and any attempt by William Samoei Ruto's administration to change this will be met by the same force. I still believe that changing the constitution to put a leader of official position is not part of me, and there are people who have opposed it. But we can't speak for the president. He may have his own idea, and I'm glad some members of opposition have said no. We don't need a leader of official position, as Mbadi put it. I listened to him, and that is part of the ideas UDA members have in their minds. So we don't support that. That one, I can assure you, I don't support it. Let's have what we have. Two, Bernard, you cannot say that Ruto to stop wooing people into his party. Ruto is a politician, as you rightly put it. He's not a preacher. And as much as you call him Nabi, his main role is a politician. And a politician is to get power and retain power. You agree with me. You made mistakes, you guys, especially in Azimio, when you admitted people into a coalition as individual parties. When we came here and said that you are doing a mistake, some of you were really abusing us. When you invite me into a coalition in my full party, in my full dress, I can still leave. I only need to sign a divorce. But if you take me in as a party, as ODM, and I go against a party manifesto, a party constitution, you have the right to dismiss me. But if I come there as a Jubilee, and you're not meeting my demands, just like you can't meet the demand of your wife, she can pack and leave, because that marriage is no longer existing. So what Ruto did, and we saw it, immediately took power. He went for independent candidates, because those they didn't even have a marriage. And he took all of them, except a few, about two. Then now he's looking at the opposition coming together to form a formidable force to fight his leadership, to an extent where some people say we don't recognize his presidency. You definitely expect anybody to start panicking quick and organize his house. And one of the ways to organize his house is to pick anybody who is left on the streets. We know very well, Azimio nyinyi watu ni wachoyo, ampeni hata pesa. So if there's a poor MP somewhere and they can come in from his independent whatever camp, what is wrong with that? That is politics. You woo others. What is preventing you wooing UDM from Kenya Kwanza? Is it because you are stingy?
Banarika, I would want to
let me finish.
agree.
So I want to say that as a politician,
Arika, whatever you are pushing is not valid. Whatever you are pushing is not valid. Whatever you are pushing is not valid. That somebody is poor doesn't mean he's subject to be purchased. And that you are buying somebody does not mean it's procedural and constitutional. So as much as everybody should look for survival in politics, where do we separate between unconstitutional dealing and constitutional dealing? When you
I've already answered you that Bernard.
No,
you allowed
you are advocating for you are purporting to advocate for constitutionalism and supporting unconstitutionalism. Okay, if you
look here, Bernard,
if you
just
cross
down. Look here.
Hold
if
on.
You invited me as an independent candidate, must I be with you?
Change political parties. Okay, for example, like now Jubilee and its leadership. Okay, Jubilee and its bona fide leadership is where in Azimio. Then you create amorphous and procedural committee, okay, of both members of parliament who now claims to be the leaders of Jubilee. And you are the president, and you are claiming to have what? To have won Jubilee over by sidelining the current leaders and getting the new leaders to bring you Jubilee. That is exactly going against the spirit of multipartyism. You are not helping political party to thrive. You are making political parties to stifle. And that makes the constitution ineffective. That is my point of departure. Any person is free to cross, but when you cross, you should lose your seat. Then go and ask for fresh mandate from the Kenyan people. That is upholding the law. But
Bernard,
if you want to go past
you can
that,
lose your seat if you leave your party, but not a coalition. Which constitution are you referring to, my friend? You know, sometimes when we talk constitution, tell us where these people came to you as individual parties in a coalition.
Who is the party leader of us? Who is the party leader of Jubilee? Pana David.
Jubilee party leader is Uhuru Kenyatta.
It's Uhuru Kenyatta. Is Uhuru Kenyatta in Azimio?
Yeah, he's in Azimio.
Okay. So has Jubilee left Azimio?
Plans are underway. Actually, today, if you can read the papers you saw, they are getting a go ahead from the political parties, registrar political parties.
So if the party leader is an Azimio, the party leader is an Azimio, and he has not left Azimio, okay? Then you go to the registrar of political party to purport to have left Azimio.
Bernard,
are you working as Jubilee Party or as a rebel member of Jubilee Party?
Listen to yourself. The church is not you and the building. The church is the people who pay tithe and sadaka. So if they are saying
that's not true. Leave it there.
Members,
part of them are saying you are twisted in your understanding of things, and I think we are spending too much time on nothing. Fine. Thank you. Let's end it there. I am for procedure. I am for following the law. Anybody want to defeat the law so that he does evil is evil like his imaginations and his maneuvers. And when we allow this dragon called William Ruto that we are creating right now, when we begin to swallow our children, swallow our farms, swallow our houses, swallow our wives and children, I will be here to ask you, because I'm not planning to die any soon. Okay, and Bwana David, I also pray for you. You will be here. When this monster will begin to swallow up your children, I would want you to smile the way you're smiling and clap the way you want to clap. But from where I sit, where I sit, it is evil to go to twist the law to suit your status and even justify when somebody is breaking the law. That one, I I won't support you. Let's end it there. Thank you. Tufanye hivi. Naomba hivi. Bwana Leo, where are you? What is really happening? Leo, are you there? Yes, Kelvins.
Bernard, unajua huyu David Arika sikuelezewa vizuri, ajui nini inaendelea vizuri. That's why they talk like they're talking. But David, we have majority and minority. Do you know how the Kenya parliament operates? We have majority and minority. That's how each can operate. There is no opposition and whatever inside it. In minority, we have Azimio. Do you know minority leader in parliament? It's Opio Wandai from ODM. Do you know minority whip in the parliament? Shabina Shege. So get to sit down and get these things clearly how it works. It will help you. Don't just talking like you think RUTO. You get things wrong, and then you guys somehow you look like you don't know what is happening. So by the time you take Shabina Shege from minority whip to UDA or Kenya Kwanza, so they have the majority whip and the minority whip on that side. How is this one looking at you? Unaonaje hii kitu?
Usipojipanga utachukua nyinyi wote.
Ameclose. Wacha kuongea ni kama unaongea ni kama mtoto.
Bernard, tuwe tunafukuza hizi nyang'ao zinakuja kuharibu. Wewe toka hapa.
Tumia akili.
Nyinyi mnasikia maendeleo yetu mmeharibu. Toka hapa. David Africa. David Africa, toka hapa. Nyinyi ni nyang'ao.
Order. Okay, thank you. Let's do this. I think David knows what he's doing. He's just here to irritate us, and he's doing what he cannot do in his own house. I am sure he cannot do that in his own house and his own children and the way he deals with his wife. So he's just playing, in my opinion. He knows that doesn't work. Okay, and
maybe sorry.
If the wife begin that in his house, she will not survive, or both of them will not live together. So let's just end there. Kuna haja kusumbuana.
Bernard usiwe anaitikia manyang'ao kama hivyo, anakuja kutuletea shida. Psychopath.
Hey.
Rhoda.
Maybe I just want to say this. I am signing out peacefully. Okay.
And before you sign out, I just wanted to ask this.
Leo, I want to leave you that trouble. I'm
saying before you sign out, I just wanted to ask this. My good friend and bright looking, I think he's even having glasses, can see ahead. What happens if Sabina Chege, who is the minority whip, crosses to majority side? Does she remain a minority whip and she is in the majority side?
You know, the problem with us guys who come here, we are too emotional and we shout and even abuse. When someone dispenses his point, maintain your cool. We are telling you hard facts which you have ignored all along, and you keep on losing. If you are losing your own members, nobody went for Sabina Chege. She came by herself, and you are not treating her well.
Just ask a question. What happens? What happens if she is currently the minority whip? If she crosses to the majority side, what happens? Maybe legally, or maybe in your own now personal eyes, what happens?
I think you are aware that
he still remains to be, becomes a member of a majority and he whips the minority. Does it make some sense? Even
I'm answering you, I wish you could give a minute. I think you are aware the party leader of Azimio made changes today, if not to yesterday, according to time difference.
No, there was a coup, so the party leader...
Why don't you listen? You know you are talking a lot. Listening is part of conversation.
Okay, order.
They dismiss that leadership. Which leader?
Let's do this, Leo. Let's do this. It is important that we have an enriching conversation. I think what we are arguing about here is a non-issue. a non-issue in the sense that those people who are hell-bent to break rules to live by breaking rules, they can't function with the rules. The hardest place for them to function is where rules are applied without compromise. Okay, and whenever they get into that particular department, they will look for how to suspend the rules because they can't survive with rules. But what I will say to Arika and like every other person who thinks like him is that there is what is uncompromised laws in life, okay? Like the force of gravity, the laws of nature. You can break them as many times as you want, but you can't avoid the consequences that come thereby. The same applies with constitutionalism. The moment you meddle with the Constitution in its function, the consequences thereof, you can't stop it. That is it. Just like you go to the top of the KICC and you jump, you will fall, okay? You can be speaking in tongues as you fall, or you can say, I will not die, I will not die. But when you arrive down, you will have died. So you people can enjoy the way you can function without laws as long as it lasts. But from the look of things, I know by experience that David does not run his home the way he wants Kenya to be run. He does not run his family the way he wants Kenya to be run. And so he's just being mischievous. That's all. That's all I can see. Because if you can't apply it for your children and apply it to your wife and your family, and you want it for Kenya,
Bernard, with due respect,
I'm sure it doesn't work.
If the 9 of you don't want to accommodate my divergent view, how do you expect
Bwana David
RUTO?
is
Listen,
not
how do you expect
divergent view
RUTO
or
to
lying view?
entertain opposition if you can't
Lying
entertain
view
me?
or divergent view?
You know, you are
I
mad on
ask you a
me
very
simply because of
straightforward
giving
question.
my
Do
idea.
you work like that in your
So do you
house?
expect RUTO to entertain the opposition? He can even if it's me, I will dismantle it
RUTO is not
properly.
supposed to
It
entertain
is
the opposition.
politics.
RUTO is supposed to preside
Ruto,
over
yeah.
a country
And
called
Uhuru
Kenya
did
according to the
he was not the same like
constitution.
Ruto.
Okay? He's supposed to preside over the country based on the constitution. It is the constitution that gives him office. It's the constitution is supposed to do what? To uphold. And that constitution spells that Kenya is what? A multi-party state. If it's a multi-party state, it requires other political parties. The moment Kenya becomes a single party state, then it will be unconstitutional. Do you understand that? Because it's supposed to be multi-party, and now it is single party. It cannot be exist as a state because it is unconstitutional. So his number one responsibility is to sustain the status quo of the constitution, of making sure that Kenya is a multi-party state. But you think that by banning or rather destroying all other political parties and remaining with UDA, you are safe. You are not safe. You become unconstitutional. And just like the parliament should be scrapped off if it doesn't get the 2/3 gender rule, okay? The same thing. The moment a state becomes one party, there has to be change of constitution to recognize that. Failure to that, it is unconstitutional. So it becomes irrelevant. So we are not just talking about winning or losing. We are talking about, do we have a constitution that will govern this country, or we have people who want to play games with the minds of Kenyans? And one thing I'm not happy about is huwa nasema kwa hii forum over and over, kuna umri ukifika, kuna mambo mengine unaacha tu, okay? Kwa sababu it looks bad on you if you carry on with it. When I was a child, I thought like a child, I spoke like a child, I reasoned like a child. But when I became a man, that's Bible, 1 Corinthians, the love chapter, it should be 13:11. I put away childish things.
Pastor, with a
Unafika
lot of
mahali
respect,
unakuwa mzazi,
Pastor,
ukiwa
with a lot of
mzazi
respect,
unazuia
as
mambo
our chair,
hata ambayo sio
Pastor,
yako kwa sababu wewe ni mzazi.
with a lot of respect and as our chair, when I give a divergent opinion, it does not reduce my age. It doesn't make me a fool. It doesn't take away what I am.
I never
I'm
said you are
I'm
a
simply
fool, Brother
saying
David.
You
I
must
only said
respect
you are a
yourself if
father,
you want
you're
people to
supposed to
respect
behave like
you.
one.
Shame on
You are
you.
a father, you're supposed to behave like one. And the father does not lead his
but
children
what
to
have I
error.
done? I've only said
Order,
you went there as individual
order.
parties, and you can as well leave.
As
What
a
is wrong with that?
father, you need to guide your children, not to mislead them. It is disappointing when you mislead the public as a father. That's what I'm talking about. Now let's do
Okay,
this.
much obliged, sir. Much obliged.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Enough. We have spent enough time there. Leo, and you can arrange
Please
your
give me
team.
permission, Bernard. Bernard, give me
Brother,
permission. Let me
you're out of
just 5
order.
minutes.
No. You stay in the quarantine for a while. Nataka to let's clean up. Leo, you take charge, please. And I want us to remain within our standing orders. Let's contribute quality debate for the help of the Kenyans who follow and trust this channel. I don't want people to come here and leave disappointed. Instead, them profit from what we are saying. And if somebody is giving what is outrightly unconstitutional, outrightly a lie, it should not be encouraged. Okay? But we should not sideline people simply because they don't think the way we think. But if what somebody's advocating cannot be applied in their house, then he knows what he's teaching is not right. And that becomes very bad and very sad from where I sit. So please, let's remain within our positions and do what is required. Tusirukiane tafadhali kwa sababu ya wale watu 322 people are watching right now. They need to profit from what we are saying. They should not pass time while listening to what we are saying. So let everybody be given his 2 to 3 minutes, make their submission soberly and quietly. If somebody is out of order, Leo, you know what to do. And then of course tusikae kwa studio kama hatuna cha kusema kwa sababu we can only carry 10 people at a time. So leaving so that somebody gets space to get in is also part and parcel of bringing in fresh information from the outside. Thank you very much. I sign out. Guys, let's do this again later on when we meet in the other show. Leo, you can carry on with the rest and end the show anytime you're ready to. We're ready 3 a.m. that's East African time. So around 5, thereabout, if there are no new people joining, you end the show. The other people want to have the other show, they can begin a new feed other than having a long outstretched feed. You have already done, this is the 5th hour. So if you add another 5 hours on it, that's good enough. If you add another 2-3 hours on it, it's okay. But when it becomes another 5-6 hours, itakuwa too much. The video becomes too long, and even YouTube will begin to tell us we are taking too much of their space. Asante lakini. So Leo, take charge, and there are people who have not give priority to Phil. Okay, Phil has not said anything. Revolutionary Mind, did you make submission? I saw you here, then you did. Okay, so the two, Revolutionary Mind and Phil. The other have made their submission, then from there now you can begin the second round. Otherwise, tuonane baadaye.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for the time and the heated debate that it has been. So actually, we understand that is the situation we are in as a country. We are in a situation of diverting the attention from the real cause to non-issues. So don't get surprised that anybody with the same mind and thought of Kenya Kwanza will always do that, though nothing personal against David Arika. I understand you. There's a hand that has been raised for a long time. Kenyan Getachew, what was it? Before we go to Revolutionary Mind and Fail, I think they joined in that order. Kenyan Getachew, maybe a minute for intervention. Unmute, huh? Let me do it from this
It's me?
Yeah, you're okay now.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's me. Okay. Tusiwe watu wakikuja hapa tukujagi mchezo.
Who is speaking?
Rhoda. It's
No,
my
no, no,
time.
no. Rhoda, it was not
I'm
you.
sorry.
Kenyan Getachew wanted to intervene. It is not your time. You just wait. I'll tell you. You okay, Mama Mary? You can just speak. You don't need to do anything. You already just speak. Open your mouth. Oh, you've locked yourself again. All right. I think there's something wrong with your microphone. Maybe once you're sorted, I'll get back to you. Just write that point down so that you don't forget. Let me hear from Phil, then we go to Revolutionary Mind. No Revolutionary Mind, if I give him 2 minutes, he's going to take 5. So just allow me to start with Phil. I know we will be brief. Phil, karibu.
Okay, thank you, my friend. Okay, thank you, all of you, and the panelists, and those who are watching us from wherever they are. Yeah, it is a good debate, and sometimes it is an emotional debate, but we are all Kenyans and we understand each other. You know, people come with different views and different perceptions, but we have to accommodate them that they are Kenyans. These are not Ethiopians, they are not from Somalia. They are reasoning, they are at that level. We can't reason at the same level. Yeah, you know, it is embarrassing to see what's going on and the way we are putting our points here. Sometimes you think to understand what some people are trying to agitate for, it doesn't make sense. Even if you are a kid, there's some things you cannot comprehend the way they are being done. Yeah, for the way the government is running, they have the government and they are running the government, but when we are criticizing what they are doing, it is not like now the other side which are criticizing the government, they are the devils, the way some people are trying to see. When we are saying something is wrong, tell us why it is not wrong. But don't tell us, oh, we can do this, or wrong as we are in the government, we can bring this one in. The same person was telling us opposition will do their work and they will do his work in the government. Why is he running to buy these opposition people into the government? If we knew what he's supposed to do. He said he doesn't want to engage with the opposition people. That means he has the majority in everything. He can do everything he wants. Let him do it. Why is he buying these MPs from opposition to bring them to his party? You know, these are the kind of conning things we say here. And people say, oh, we are not accepting the ruling, we are not doing what. But in the reality, the leadership we are seeing is not the leadership which is making any change in the government. If we had a strategy of what he was supposed to do, he could have done something to at the moment now, the Kenyan could have seen the impact of the leadership of RUTO. But what we are seeing here is just side shows. Oh, Maombi, oh, Maombi, oh. It is okay. We can play, everybody play. People play in different ways. But why do a lot of comedies here, like as if Kenyans were too stupid, we can't separate what is good and what is bad. People are suffering with the economy here. And you are here chasing people who you want to change the constitution or you want to make this law. You don't want to give CDF until people pass some laws which you want to advocate for your own benefit. And, you know, even our MPs, I don't know whether it is me who is thinking beyond wherever. Because when I see some, the way these bills are being brought to the parliament for the changing of the constitution, you know, he doesn't want to give CDF because he wants to change some parts of the constitution so that the CDF can be inside. So he's just trapping the MPs that if you don't pass this for me, then I'm not going to give you the CDF. What does that mean? The CDF has been there and it has been dispersed all the time for 10 years. Why is he having it like something to tease out with MPs to pass the laws which he want to pass with force? Then when we are asking this thing is not right, we are
Point of
telling
order,
you,
Bwana Chairman. Can the speaker address the topic of the day? Because he's more of lamenting than addressing the really topic of the day.
All right, maybe he's building his point, but the moment his 3 minutes are going to expire, then it will be upon him to fortify the point. So if he decides to take his time building the point, I can't control that. I'll.
Much obliged, sir.
you know, I like what you say. You want me to talk the point of the day. This is the side show of Matiang'i. Okay. You want me to talk about Matiang'i? That's what you want me to talk? That's why I said everybody has his own way of reasoning and the perception and the point to say. If you feel you can talk about the topic of the day, you can talk about it. What I'm talking about, the legislation which was being passed in the parliament, which was brought by the president, it was on the day. It was not for the last week. So that's what I'm saying, that the way the president is running the country, it is not having any hope for the Kenyans. Everything you are seeing here, I don't think it is for any benefit, but it is just conning and sideshow things while the Kenyans were suffering. So my brother who want me to talk about the topic of the day is about Matiang'I'S slaying. So last week when they did the same thing, they said it was a sideshow from Matiang'i. Today they were there. So we don't know, I can't talk about it because I don't know what they're looking for, because if Matiang'i has had a problem, we could have been told, oh, he has been sued for ABCD. Then that will make sense that Matiang'i should go to court. But when they are raiding his home, they are bringing the gate and everything, we don't know what they are looking for. So I don't know what you want me to say about it, because I have no idea. And I don't know whether Matiang'i committed something they're looking for. I don't know, Arik. Unless you know, you can tell us. Okay, thank you. Are you okay now?
Okay, thank you very much, Phil, for your contribution and your time. Though we can't control what everybody is saying, because here we are just giving our opinion and our view. So when somebody starts speaking, the only thing we can control is when you go extremely out of the topic of discussion. So some of the highlighted issues there are just highlighted happenings of the day, because there we basically speak of the politics of the day. We can give the projections of the future, and we can also be able to touch on the past happenings. That is why we keep on even reminding those people who voted on the other side that this is what you are promised, but it has not been done, or the contrary has been done, so that you can at least rethink of joining the Azimio side, so that you can push on together and ensure we get a better country. What everyone will have to agree with me, including the Duke of Omariba, they'll have to agree with me that Ruto promised to take people west, but is taking people east. So unless we want to blindly, when somebody blindfolds you is when you'll be able to follow without knowing the direction. But if your eyes are opened, you won't just follow knowing the direction. You'll be able to identify that this is not where I want to go. So we are just trying to unblind, fold people, so that you can be able to see that, okay, we are moving. We are not denying that we are moving, but we are moving in a wrong direction. The economic advisor yesterday shocked me when he said that we are borrowing 25 billion every Thursday. He also went ahead to shock me that the Hustler Fund that we people have been thinking is being run and managed by the government is being run by private individuals. The only thing he didn't reveal is who is this private individual. And the government doesn't know. What they know is that they know the private farm that is running, the program is giving people loans, and loans are changing people's life, so they don't know whether the success stories are outside there or not. So it's really shocking. But that's a story that we'll have maybe to talk of the next day or as we proceed. Let me give an opportunity to Revolutionary Mind. Umefungua radio badala ya kufungua mic yako.
Ni kama Rod alitaka kupeana point. Sijui kama bado anataka kupeana point before I talk.
No, Rhoda is okay. Her time is coming.
Okay.
Her time is coming.
Okay,
So
fine.
you just
Thank you.
proceed.
Okay, let me say. Okay, now you know now. Let me use the Bible a little bit, sababu naona ndio inatumika sana on the two lines of divide. But one thing which I want to tell people is that hata ile wakati Nebuchadnezzar, when Nebuchadnezzar was putting the three righteous men on fire, there were people who were abating him or were helping him. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that even when kings are doing the wrong thing, either ignorantly or by design, there is always a multitude which helps them to do what they are doing. And that is what I want to tell Mr. Arika here. Arika sometimes is not very good to think on everything. It's always good to question things, which that's why some of us, not everything about Raila Odinga we support. But at least it's always good to be a bit practical on some of the things you're saying. So when I hear somebody coming here and saying that the president, the purported president, is supposed to dismantle other political parties, so what are we talking here? So in other words, to me, I think if that is the point of reasoning here, I would sorry to say that there's no need of having this discussion. And if that is your point of reasoning to us here, I think what you have said today is very unfair to Kenyans. There is no any human being, more so, even from another country, who can come and dismantle a political party which belongs to millions. He is not a god. So when you are coming here to tell us that William Ruto should dismantle political parties, what are you telling us about? Do you want to tell us Kenyans we don't have right? Do you want to tell us that some of us who cannot agree with UDA, we have to be in UDA by force, by fire? So please, Arika, you have to apologize to Kenyans for telling them that it is wrong. Otherwise, you are supposed to be banned from this channel. You cannot come and start addressing people as if you are a government agent. There's no problem about that. You can be a government agent, but you cannot come and address people the way you have addressed us here. It is lack of respect, and it is morally not good. To today's point, I know even Duke will support that, even if he is a UDA crony. One thing which I want to say here is that our country, in fact, you know, there is something we have been calling the middle class. That is what I want to address. I'm reading many reports about Kenya, and I try to do some inferences. But I know the Kenyan government cannot let you to know. For the last 6 months, the middle class of Kenya is shrinking. I know those reports, you are not aware of them. And what there is that Kenyans are shrinking to poverty. That is the big, you know, since 90s, that bigger population, or the people who are living below the dollar and hiyo mahesabu. So we had started building another population of middle class. At least, and the Kenyan population, we were having close like almost 20% of the Kenyan population was now going to the levels of middle class. meaning that those are the people who can afford food, they can pay their rent, and even if they cannot do much investment, but at least they have comfortable life. Now, if Ruto presidency continues the way it is going, that population is going to halve. That means we are going to lose a half of the Kenyan population, which is already middle class. They are going now to slide into abject poverty. By just having this regime, Kenyans are going some serious, and then what is going to happen is that they will create new billionaires and millionaires. We don't deny that. But are these millionaires who this government is going to create? Because every government creates its own millionaires through scandals, through other things, because we know very well in Kenya, there is no work which is done. We have to be frank about that. All the billionaires we create in Kenya, they are political billionaires. Right? Like now, Ruto government, we after 1 or 2 years, we will be having between 15 and 20 billionaires, new people who will benefit from the system. And I think we will have 1 or 2 billionaires from industrialization, and maybe mtu akaanzisha biashara hivi, but luckily akakua. So, but majority of the billionaires we are going to create, they are political beneficiaries. And you know the problem of political beneficiaries, they cannot help you because their money is not in the system. Their money is just floating money. So that money can only be invested elsewhere, and it will do little, like it is not real money in the economy. That's the reason why you see Kenya and the majority of African countries, we cannot grow wealth because our wealth is driven by political billionaires. And the political billionaires, their wealth is not serious. And now what, like you can see already, by just Ruto becoming a president, he was able to create all the 21 cabinet secretaries he created. You can be assured they are going to become billionaires because some of them, they are not very serious people in the society. They are just people who are rewarded because they were able to help him to become a president. So what I'm trying to say is that we have now amplified, even Kenyatta government and the other previous government, we had political beneficiaries. I don't deny they were there. But now what is happening with this government, we have accelerated it. And now we are now mixing it with the tribalism. You know, when you now mix it with the tribalism, it means now you are now shifting wealth to certain tribes. And now in the next 1 or 2 years, we will now start seeing shifting of wealth to Kalenjin community. Why? And how do you do that? You make sure that you give them planned positions in areas where they can be able to harvest the money easily. So in the next 1 to 2 years, Kenyan wealth is going to, majority of the people who will be owning Kenyan wealth, they will be Kalenjins and the Kikuyus. So, but at least now there will be some shift. Maybe the Kikuyu they will reduce by 20%. But now Kalenjin people are going to have a lot of wealth in Kenya, and I can tell you that. And now what will happen is, and it used to happen like in 80s and the 90s. The same system was when we had the Bagretunye people, those people, you know them. Now we have drifted to the same system. The system is not homogeneous. The system. Now, like for example, you can already hear, nasikia hakuna mukisi kwa ngava, ni mmoja ama wawili. So by default, you don't expect to have a billionaire within this dispensation from Kisii community. They are not in the government. How are you going to create money? Unless some of them become wash and maybe some of their MPs, they see how they can work with the government. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we are just promoting a system which cannot benefit all the communities, and we are just alienating. And that is why places like Turkana, people will keep on fighting there because wealth is not alive in there. Like we have marginalized our people. We have countries which are bigger than Kenya, but they have managed to distribute their wealth everywhere. That Turkana issue is not a very big issue. Peleka development huko, jenga mashure huko, create wealth there. Like I can travel from Nairobi and I go to Turkana and I work there. See at Kukwetu, the only jobs which are in Turkana, they are government jobs. You cannot grow wealth that way. We have to see how private sector has to reach those areas. The only industries zimekuwa in Turkana ni ilikuwa hii maneno ya mafuta. And then of course you are now seeing in the current dispensation and in the current world, there is a lot of issues on green energy. So hata kama Turkana wako na mafuta, hiyo mafuta iwezi tusaidia sana because now the investment is tilting towards green energy unless they invest in solar and wind. And I thank God at least kulikuwa kumefanywa Turkana thing, the Turkana wind farm. So, but we cannot continue saying that Turo oil, which was working in Turkana, can help those people. So, unless the government has to come up with serious private investments which can put those people to work. Sababu, all those guys who are doing cattle rustling, huyo mtu hata ukimpeleka pahali kwa kazi, hata umulipe 200, that guy will leave that job. But the problem is, huyu mtu tunamwambia acha cattle rustling and you are not giving him an alternative to lifestyle. So, create opportunities as they are in Nakuru, create opportunities as they are in Nairobi. But why should we have, and tunakuja even at a government, so we have, why should a government have marginalized counties? It is wrong. That one should not be in our physical plan. In Kenya, we should be having development everywhere, homogeneously. Every child in every county deserves the better. We should not be having better schools in Nairobi and bad schools in Turkana. That one should not be a physical policy of any government. That's why I'm saying, even the previous government, they did wrong. That word marginalization is only for people who are not thinking. It's only for governments which are ran by cows. That is the only place where you hear of marginalization. But a government or institute or countries which are thinking and they are thinking about their people, that term of marginalization is not there. And we were ready to deal with those things through the Azimio government, but suddenly it was we were hijacked by people who wanted to rush their leadership because of their own interest. Anyway, there's no problem about that. I'm one of the most optimistic man in this life, and I believe even if Azimio leadership and Azimio principles were hijacked, I know in some day Azimio mentality will rule Kenya in some day. Hiyo ya Ruto tunajua tu ni it's just for a while. He might be a president for one term, we don't know. But one thing which I know is that whatever Azimio and proposed, kila mtoto aende shule, hospitals and bringing industrialization. Every time I read Azimio manifesto, kila saa, every time I have stress, nachukua ile Azimio nasoma. Because I know that was the only dream which was supposed to take Kenya to Canaan. And by the way, that term Canaan was not a joke. It was a real imagination. Now you can see, tuko Egypt na miguu mbili. Sasa.
Yes, we should remind as you wind it up, maybe the remaining points you'll give so that at least we can be able to hear from people. Ndio wengine wasianze kulala studio, umejua ni tabia mbaya. Sawa.
Okay, let me conclude. So nasema saa hii tuko Misri na miguu mbili sasa. We were almost crossing the sea tuingie pale Canaan, but suddenly we are there. So what I'm telling Kenyans is that we have to monitor this government. We have to monitor their deliverables. If they are not going to deliver anything, tema wao.
Chairman, do I have the right of reply? Now that I've been mentioned.
All right, I'll give you 1 minute to reply, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for considering that. I respect it. If I can take the speaker seriously, he should first write his name correctly, because what he's saying here is unfortunate, is intolerable, and uncalled for. If he's not able to accommodate one mind that is different from their view to an extent of going to air and demanding for my expulsion, that is intolerant, and that is unfair, that is uncalled for. Secondly, Bwana Revolutionary, I don't believe that is your name. And if you are anybody serious, you need to have your name right. I don't think I have anything to apologize by saying that William Ruto is a politician and he can invite anybody he feels to his camp. That is the work of the politician.
You did
And
not say
therefore, I
invite.
don't need your reply. That's my time you are
No,
spending.
you say dismantle. Unless
Secondly,
you dismantle.
when you come here, Bwana Revolutionary, I want to beg you, argue your point, not your emotions. We can be emotional as well. Stop threatening us. You came late on this channel. If you don't know your information, we are all the buddies here. So you can't come here and give us orders and directions.
David Areka, I'm sorry, that is out of order. You know, irrespective of the time that somebody joined the channel doesn't limit their thinking capacity or doesn't limit their opinion. We can't judge one's opinion based on when you joined the channel. You've been seeing the members in parliament when they are arguing or making their presentation there, they are treated equally as members of parliament. Whether you were elected today or you've been in that parliament for 50 years, let your, how do you call it? Let your long-term experience, your seniority be seen in your argument, not by the word. So that one is out of order. Let me allow Kenyan Getachew, then Anthony Kamano. I'll give you the opportunity, please. Lala, you are speaking next after Kenyan. She's just giving some point of intervention. Mama Mary.
Can you hear me, Leo?
Yes. You're loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. You can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been very patient and listening to David Arika, and when Bernard was with him and trying to make him understand the points that he brought. I'm ashamed, or I'm somehow irritated when I see these UDA people, when they come here, they came with a very talking about good stuff and trying to start with a supportive talk that we keep on listening to them. And as they continue, now they change their tune and start, irritating us because of things that they want to pass. Actually, they have learned this kind of behavior from their master. Because remember, Ruto, when he was campaigning, he would call people, my friend, my friend. You'd think that really this is a friend, this is somebody who cares, this is somebody who think about me. But initially in himself, it's not what he means. So Arika, when you came here, you started talking about Matiang'i, or you think about him positively. You started talking very sweet about that. But eventually, you changed your tune and started telling us about Ruto, how he's a good person, a good president, and even if he buy politicians, what is the problem? And there was a question, why should he use money to buy politicians? Why can't he be the way he is? And he said, you people, you are poor, you don't have money. But I just want to remind you, Ruto is using taxpayers' money to buy these politicians to be on his side. And that is bad because he's offending all Kenyans who did their work, the diligent work, waking up in the morning, going to vote for their politician who will help them in their constituency. What is Ruto doing? He is snatching our people. He is snatching our idea, taking it to him so that he can use it against me. So, Erika, when you are here, talk like a Kenyan. Don't talk like somebody Kenyans. And we want to have peace in our country. But the initial problem that we have, it's lies. When somebody lies to you, how do you feel when you come to find that it's a lie? I want to ask you a question, Arika. Okay, you are poor. You marry a woman, and a rich man come and snatch your wife and goes with her. How do you feel? How would you react? So I don't feel good when you guys, you come here, talk like, foreigners. You don't look like you belong to Kenya. You don't want Kenya to have peace. You don't want Kenyans to have comfortable life. Because of what? What are we missing here? It's very annoying and very sad that Kenyans don't feel about each other. Buying politicians is a crime, I would say that, because really, you don't need to do that as a president. If you are elected, stay with the number you have. If somebody want to cross, let them cross with their own guts. But don't do a business with our money. You are buying them because that is the reason why they are crossing to the other side. I feel irritated, and I thank Bernard, and may God bless his heart, that he has got a heart of listening to you and arguing with you until the last minute. I appreciate for his patience and even listening to you. Because when you come and you start telling people different things that are really not even true, and the things that are offensive, things are not helping Kenyans in general. Even if you bring here is very irritating, because we want to live where we can say hi to each other, however different we have. But you cannot be talking like somebody who don't care, because your talk, Adika, is like you don't care. Even last time when you were here, I remember people argued with you, and when you got out of the forum, you called people dwarf. That's very bad. And that is a very bad language, having
That
a
is
togetherness
misleading, Chair.
argument
Can you
that
protect
can.
my
So,
name? That is
Mama Mary,
misleading.
it was a point of intervention, so I'm just quoted you the respect that we have, and being that, you know, there are so many men here and there's only one female voice, so I think I allowed you to speak on behalf of Fartun, Mohamud, and the Nancy's who are following over there. Anthony, your hands were up. Let me give you this opportunity. Just a minute. Your time for submission will come, and then we go to Lala.
I think what I wanted to say is we need to take a step back and start thinking seriously, meaning that uh, you know we've been making noise, and noise is not going to help us. And I think when I come back, I'll add to what I want to say. If I thought you were giving my time now, but I'll come back and say what I want to say.
All right, thank you. You can proceed. I can see Lala is a bit away.
Okay.
Yeah, you can proceed.
So there are two tribes that are controlling Kenya. I'm originally from Nyeri, but there are two tribes that are intentionally taking control of Kenya: Kikuyu and Kalenjin. So the other tribe have to start thinking like the Igbo and Nigerian. They have to start saying, why are these two tribes controlling us? And they're taking power, they're kicking other tribes out. So I'm calling upon other tribes to take this seriously, because there are people in other tribes that are being used, like Ongwai, the former governor. People like Ongwai are people who are evil. They've used Raila Odinga to step up to what they are today, and they stab him at the back. And I think Raila Odinga has to think and say enough is enough. And right now, Matiang'i, their own, is being mistreated, and I can see some Kisii supporting this government that is stabbing their son. Matiang'i fought for this country, and nobody cares. Nobody thinks about it. Nobody goes and say, hey, we protect our people. And that's the reason why kudos to Luos. When Luos, their own Baba, is stabbed at the back, they go and say enough is enough. Where are the Kisis? Where are all these people? They're letting their son to be stabbed at the back. A man that sacrificed so much for Kenya is being mistreated. And the Kisii as a community are looking. Do you know why? Because we have people in this community, like say the government, the current governor, I heard that he's already chickening out. And these MPs who are going to State House, they are misleading. They are not sincere. They are hypocrites. And I'm asking for us to forget about these leaders and start supporting the bunge of Mwananchi. There's so much energy that has been used just to talk, let's keep quiet and say, now, these people are getting smarter than us, but we have to start thinking, hey, because they're pretending they're smarter than us, we need to start going to grassroots. Who are the grassroots? The Caucho. I'm calling upon the people who are in diaspora to start putting money together to support the gauchos and say, we want to sponsor you for the next 1 year and feeding you. We need to start pumping money to this bunge of Mwananchi. Those from Kisumu, you need to start pumping money to the bunge in Kisumu. Those in Kisii, start pumping money to the bunge in Kisii. So when these people have money to eat, when they go to Jacaranda, I see them without food. I see them without water. Let's start buying them water. Let's start buying them food, because that's the only way. Because Baba is getting old, and with this situation, we're not gonna be defeating these people. So these people are really ganging up against the Mwananchi, and they're using money to buy the politician. They're using money to buy the Kisii leadership. They're using money to buy the Luo Nyanza leadership. They're using money to buy people from Northeastern. So my point, the two pointers I want to give tonight, let's take a step back. Those people who support Baba, and start going to the grassroots. Start supporting the gauchos. Start putting your money together. Start coming together. That's the only way. These people are looking at us making noise, and we are doing nothing. And let's ask Baba, please, Baba, come on. People are tired. Take that step, because these people are not playing. They are not playing. RUTO, I know RUTO personally. I met him here in the United States. The man is not playing, and he's gonna run this country dry. Meaning, he's gonna stay for 10 years, and the only way is everybody stepping up. So let's stop making so much noise. I don't know. Somebody's joining and their mic is on. So my prayer is we make noise and start pumping money to the gauchos. Let's start supporting these guys. So that's what I wanted to say. Otherwise, I'm calling upon the Kisii as a community. I'm ashamed of you. You can't let your man be mistreated like this. This is terrible, and a shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think, Alex, let it be specifically a question. You see the way Lala is looking at me.
Yeah, it's a question. It is a question.
Okay, question, proceed.
Yeah, I'm asking my brother, he's saying, let's pump money. And one thing, the discourse I have with my party is, my party has been receiving some of the largest amount of money when it comes to political money that is allocated because of the new law that was enacted. I have never known how they spend it. For instance, the Bunge la Wananchi, which advocates for all these things we are talking about, you want to tell me that my party cannot afford water and take it there? Sifuna as the Secretary General, I've never seen him there. At least Babu Owino goes there and support. It is also our desire to see our party look at how EFF does his things. EFF, when it goes to universities to advocate in terms of registration of new members in communities, in schools, in hospitals, everywhere, they buy food with the money they have, the allocation. Where does our money go within our political parties? Now, Wiper is receiving, Jubilee is receiving, ODM is receiving. That money, instead of saying, let us pump money, first of all, let us them show us how they're using that money. Because we don't want that we are receiving money, but we have never known. There was a debate between Mutula Kilonzo and Sifuna in regard with that money. There was no clarity on how that money. So I also urge my party, if it is listening tonight, that before we start pumping money too, we will pump money, but at least they should show some empathy or sympathy to all these people who go to Jivanji or Bunga Wananchi or whatever we always enjoy watching. They must also get involved so that we can be seen. So I'm asking my friend who just spoke, can't we also put our parties into accountability in the way they are treating us, and yet we have money that is also being pumped to us?
Okay, can I answer it quick? I'm not gonna stay. It's an issue of the leadership, and that's the reason why you see the 9 MP. They're selfish. Everybody that is run for Senate, MP, and all these people, they've used Raila Odinga for their selfish gain. And Raila Odinga, as a leader, he cannot do everything. So until Sifuna, if Sifuna can give the idea, maybe because Sifuna is selfish, it's because of all these MPs are selfish. So I feel like majority of the leadership that have gone through ODM look for their personal gain, and they don't care. Once they get the leadership, they don't give a damn about Bunge ya Mwananchi and all that. It's because of their selfishness. That's the reason why. So that's the reason why, if for us to be able to change that country, the Kenya as our country, because right now I'm spending like 100 over 100,000 to help bury my auntie. I was the other day they were in Nyayo Referral Hospital, and to be in the Nyayo Referral Hospital in a general ward, it was difficult to take care of her. So I had to pay extra money for her to go to amenities, which is a private wing, for her to get all the scans and everything. So the moment they knew who I was through the connection that I have, she was taken care of very quick. By the time she was being taken care of, it was too late. Do you know why? Because our leaders have become so selfish and we won't care. So it's gonna be upon the Bunge ya Mwananchi and we to step up and forget about all the leaders. That's the only way we can survive. We can't wait for the MPs anymore. We can't wait for the senators anymore. We can still trust. Raila, but anybody else, and maybe the guy from Masai land. What is it? At least at least alipewa rungu. Tunaweza msamehe. Now maybe I can trust Babu Wino and the Masai guy only, but the rest of the leaders are selfish. So we, as I end, we have to overcome and get over them and support the Bunge ya Mwananchi. But because the moment we start looking at the past, tutafinywa bwana. Hawa watu wachezi, tutafinywa. Na auntie yangu, I just lost my auntie because she was put in general ward. She wasn't taken care of properly in Eldoret. We're gonna lose our aunties. We're gonna lose our uncles. We're gonna lose our cousin. There is no time. Let's do what we have to. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Manalala, umefikiwa sasa. Duke, you're on the line. I know you are eagerly waiting to submit and to condemn this government for storming your neighbor and your brother Matiang'i. I know. Lala, karibu.
Asante Leo, asante all of us, Duke, Rhonda, Anthony, Leo, Revolutionary, David, and I'm happy to be with you tonight. I think we we are blessed with a mind to synthesize events and things and issues and help those who cannot access the kind of information we have to understand what is really going on. I think we all, every Kenyan, first of all, the truth. Truth is key. Without it, we are going nowhere. And so if your conscience is still clear, then you should be provoked in your thought, in your mind, in your conscience about the state of our nation at the moment. Let's talk about economics. Let's talk about growth. We all know, you and I, we've been to school. We know that a country develops if it has good ideas, and there are those that are willing to invest. In our time, we need both internal, but a lot of foreign investment.
any country, the US, everywhere, they're looking for foreign investment. And the key thing is to provide a healthy environment where people can come in. Before this election, I sat with Baba in Washington Hotel. This was way before. And I live in Ohio. He gave us a task. One of the tasks we're doing was to connect with the business community. I took time, spent a lot of time talking with a lot of people that make things work, both civic as well as private people. And their idea was, what they told me, they're looking for a safe environment where they can put their investment and expect a return. The problem that Kenya is presenting to them is a place where you cannot trust. And when you can't trust a place, it means you cannot bring long-term investment. People will bring money sometimes, but these are drug money and others where they want to make quick money and leave. So you see things, but really there's nothing underneath them. And so with the fact that our election has presented this problem, this is an electoral problem. Every 5 years we are fighting with something is happening. And that actually makes it impossible for long-term investment to take us where we ought to be. Kenya has a lot of potential, but it's a forego by major investors because of investment. So when this last election, because we tried to assure them things are going to be fine, everything is going to be fine. And so when they watched in horror what happened during the election and the way it was handled in the court system, and you go back to them trying to talk to these people, they don't want to hear anything about Kenya. And here we are talking about, about RUTO and the government. This government has nothing to offer our people. It has nothing. Somebody mentioned that we are now moved back in our index. We have lost our position because of perceptions. Some of it come from perception. If somebody perceives that this is an environment where I can't put my money, then we are not trusted. And if we are not trusted, then how are we going to grow? We may be just inviting a lot of corrupt, a lot of drug money, a lot of insecurity in the country by the very act that perception is not there. So good people who want to be participate in the system are not there. I'm happy. I've lived here for a long time. I've got nothing that people can say this guy is corrupt. Okay? So I don't, but I see men and women that all they look for is money. Is how do they're just brokers moving around from east to west, and nothing is there to build that economy. And those who are stuck are the poor, the less fortunate, because they've got no way out. And some of us will go out there and given some little money, and now we come here talking about the government we know very well has got nothing to offer our people. We know it. You know it in your mind, unless you never went to school. If you had gone to school, got little information, you should know that something is wrong with our system. And then it's more embarrassing to see the church joining the wrong side. And today, watching what was happening at MATIANG'I'S home, because when this thing started, the government said they were not part of it. MATIANG'I was doing his own thing, creating it. And then all of a sudden now, some of us who watch from outside looking at what is going on, that the government was part of it, the police was part of it, and So Matiang'i was right. And so people are wondering what is going on with that system. And so to me, I think when RUTO and Osei Kamago and that Chebu, whatever his name is, decided to do what they did, they actually messed this nation. That was the beginning of the worst of this nation. And that will be recorded in history. If things go bad, worse than where it is, okay? If we don't correct it, and correcting it is very simple. Truth. Let truth be there. Let truth. Some of us, will stand and watch corrupt people telling us things to do. When we know, all of us know, that at the root of everything else is a theft of an election. And I always say, it is that ballot, that thing called a ballot, that safeguards democracy. It's a showing that we trust. It's where mama can go there and let their voice be heard. And when somebody comes and not allowing this struggling people to have a voice in their country, that's the worst thing. And so, to me, I think, and I'll stop here, I think the only thing is to get rid of RUTO quickly, fast, or open the server. Let's see the truth. And if the truth is that it won fairly, I will say sorry. But if to hear people like David talking the way they are talking, it's like they've been paid something. We don't even need them here. It's better to have points and clear, articulate your point across so that we can understand what's going on, but not to come here to talk about issues that are non-issue at all, when you know very well this is wrong, it's not correct. And so I want somebody to come in, but that's my point for the time being. So
thank you, Lala. I can see David's hand is that. David, 30 seconds, huh?
Thank you.
I know
Lala, you have made very serious claims and you purport to be,
yes, I have.
Be living in the US. I want to remind you that Baba mentioned he had ethical hackers who could monitor the election. Secondly, I want to call upon your conscience to understand that we have elected 6 ballots, people elected from governor all the way down to president and everybody. It's a fallacy for one to accept 5 elected individuals and deny one. Thirdly, you were given the opportunity to go to the court of law and defend yourself and bring all your evidences. You people, you are flat-footed. Then when you come here and call for the president to go, that to us is just crying. Lastly, you cannot purport to send people away who have different opinions. At the same time, you are crying out there to tell the president to have multipartyism. If you can't tolerate an individual called Arika, you are calling me all names here. How do you expect the president to do that? So I therefore call upon sobriety and the reasoning. Stop demonizing people. We have our reasons why we are saying we won. You have your reasons why you said we won. So when we are saying our mind, you can't call for our expulsion. That is unfair of you.
Arika, maybe, okay, I can see Anthony wants to respond because,
Yeah.
I think we should not just waste time, keep on in such arguments. Arika, you know very well that the results, the whistleblower is there, and the IEBC, which claim that they declared the winner, have not challenged it. They've not even sued for defamation or something close to that. So there's no way you can convince us anyway. Yes, Anthony.
Right. I just want to tell Mr. David 2 things, advice, 2 things. Tell Mr. President then, if he knows he won, tell him and the deputy president to shut up. They need to deliver what they promised. They say they have bottom up going up. They need to shut up. They need to stop poking holes on the people that they think they defeated and deliver. If you won, then why you keep on opening up your mouth? When you win, you shut up and you do what you're supposed to do and you deliver. That's the problem I have with them. I congratulate you if you think they won, but tell them to shut up at least, not to keep on poking people on their back and all these stupid prayers. We can pray, but you cannot keep on doing more style. Every time you're doing more style and you won. If you won, congratulations. But get some work going. People are struggling. People don't have food, school fees, and all situations. Just talk to them. It seems like you support them. Talk to them, tell them to shut up, and be like Kibaki. Kibaki closed his mouth and in State House he delivered. If anybody that talks a lot will not deliver. So that's my point. Thank you.
Just there to divert our attention. We've known you, so I think I think you should appreciate the fact that we are giving you that airtime, and you are giving you the airtime. Because even Kenyans are not giving Ruto airtime. He has to force himself and get cash in services so that he can be able to advance their hate and their planless actions. The Duke of Omariba, karibu sana. We are looking at we're looking to the issue of where the police keeps on raiding the lion of Kisii, Matiang'i. You know, I confused Areka when I came for the first time because in Somali there's Arka. Arka means a lion. So when he called himself David Areka, I related to Somali Arka, which means a lion. But when he spoke like a cat. The Duke, Karibu.
Lion. Yeah, I can hold all of you. You see, you are calling for me to be expelled. I'm the lion. Uda lion.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's listen from the Duke.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. First of all, I want to deconstruct that mentality, actually, which started from Anthony, who said that we should protect our own. Actually, first of all, you contradicted yourself by saying that Kikuyus and Karenjins are intentionally dominating other Kenyans, which may be true. But again, you went ahead and to say that people should support their own. So that's a contradiction because you are saying people to support their own tribesmen or those the tribal kings, something of that kind. But that is
Duke,
actually
are you responding to the previous speaker or submitting? Because if it was a response, I think there was an opportunity for responding. So if you didn't raise your hand to respond, kindly just submit. I know you.
No, I'm submitting. That's where I've started my submission from. And that is in connection to the case of Matiang'i, where people are trying to say that because he is coming from Kisii, therefore, if he has made a mistake or he has done something wrong, then all the Kisii should say, we are being attacked. Even within a family, a nuclear family, you can have a criminal. That criminal sometimes is reported by the same family members. So it is actually petty for you to try to perpetuate that. And actually nothing has happened to him. He has not been arrested. What happened, let me give you the situation as it is. What happened is that there was news that security officers are trying to arrest Fred Matiang'i. Those were serious allegations, and it was captured across the main media platforms. Then it was not reported to any police station, but we witnessed Raila going there and some lawyers. And when they went to court, they did not go to court for that case. What they went is that they said that some people want to harass Fred Matiang'i now. We want to give him an anticipatory bail so that he cannot be arrested in the future. Then there was members of public, specifically Asimium supporters, actually even in this platform, who were saying, why can't the government tell us? Because the government is not taking any step. They wanted to know the truth because they insisted that it was the government. But the government said no official or security officers were sent to Matiang'I's home. And because of that, that blackmail of the government, or people trying to say that the government is trying to return some people, then the government wanted to investigate and to find out the truth about it. So all what was happening is actually an investigation of who are these people who tried to arrest Matiang'i. They are just trying to solve that, which was the previous report from his home, that unidentified individuals were surrounded his home. They wanted to, so they wanted evidence on that, so that to solve that. And that is actually the right situation. Now assume maybe there are terrorists from Somalia who wants to murder him, something of that kind. Then if the government does not go ahead and investigate.
Maybe before you have a lot of, I just want to guide you, the words like the T word, those are some of the sensitive words that sometimes you have to substantiate. There's some words, the F words, the T words are normally sensitive words, that. So it seems you have a lot of details in this thing, because even the DCI themselves did not know the people who attacked Matiang'I's place. So kindly, maybe first of all, we might be able to know, are you speaking at the perspective of as a security expert or as a legal expert, so that we can be able to believe your information? Or you're just giving your opinion? Is it an opinion or an expert information?
First of all, which sensitive information have I put across? That's number one.
No, you're giving us the details of the details that even the DCI did not.
So which details are you? Which details are malicious or are suspicious or are maybe dangerous in a way? You specify what I've said about that before I respond.
You're telling us that there is likely that there's some people who attacked Matiang'I's place, yet from Matiang'I's home, few meters away, there's a police officer. They did not. There was no report of the same. So what happened in this case that we know is that the police officers raided Matiang'I's place, and everybody saw it was covered live. It was not reported. If it was reported, you can maybe ask questions. Maybe it was a video shot somewhere, but this one was live on TV and everybody was able to see. So can you stop playing games of the UDA, the games they're playing with the Kenyans?
No, actually, you are the one who is playing the game, because you are trying to interrupt me in a way. And you don't do that to us new members when they are speaking. So what I was saying is this. I said assume. We don't know. Of course, it was captured live, but we never witnessed or see videos of police officers the first time who were trying to arrest Matiang'i. We didn't see that. We actually saw lawyers giving statement and Raila Odinga speaking. We never witnessed any video or graphic video of policemen or officers trying to arrest or trying to invade the home. But what the fact is this, the government has officially said that it did not send anybody or any security officer to arrest Matiang'i. But Matiang'i and his lawyers are insisting that some people tried to invade his home. Therefore, it's the responsibility of the government to investigate. So to find the truth, whether who are these people who are trying to arrest him, or indeed, or is it true, or is it fabricated? And that's why I said, if you assume, now assume these people were maybe terrorists from Somalia, an assumption. And maybe they come back, they kidnap him, something of that kind. It's the government who will actually take the responsibility. Even if they are actual terrorists come and murder him, something of that kind, all people would say it is the government. So that's why it's essential for the government to take necessary steps to investigate, to find out the truth about those people who are trying to arrest Matiang'i. So it's actually doing good for Matiang'i, but not bad. It's because people are trying to sensitize that. However, what I can say is that the government has the right to, the government must follow the same legal procedures provided in the Constitution. in this case, there is an argument that the search order was not granted, and the government saying it has an emergency search order. So maybe tomorrow or days to come, we will establish if it is true that the government or the officers went without a search order, or they were having the search order. So that's where we can say it was wrong or it was right. So as per now, we don't know the reality, because the police are saying they have the search order, and the lawyers of Matiang'i are saying they don't have the search orders. So that's what we wait and talk about that. Finally, about political strategy. So most of you are
We cannot say we have the search order. You show the search order. So because the search order was not shown, we are sure it is not there. You can't have a search order and keep it within your pocket if you ask for it. So had they had that search order, they would have displayed it. The fact they did not display it, it shows it was not there. Then secondly, it is Matiang'i have not complained that strangers raided his home. Matiang'i said the police officers raided his home. So it is upon the police officers to go and prove to us that they did not raid Matiang'i's home. They cannot go and get the evidence from the person who accused them. If I've accused you that you stole my pen or you stole my phone, you don't come to my house to do a search. You go and prove to me that you did not steal that phone. You don't come for evidence from me, and I'm the one who accused you. So that is why I do believe that the Kenya Kwanza, they are not organized.
Actually,
they are
that's
trying
a very...
to create some stories that are not adding up. Where did you people stop with your issue of kulipa ushuru? Those were some hot air. They diminished. So right now, because Ruto is planning to introduce some dangerous bills in parliament, he will again started with the intimidation of Matiang'i. But we are happy because on Friday, it has given us something that is going to unite us with the Gusi on Friday, before we go and say some prayers at the anniversary towers. After saying the prayers there, because that is the first place where the people's will was turned down, then after that we'll go to Supreme Court and also say prayers there. Then finally we'll have our final prayer at State House. So that is what we are focusing on right now. Thank you for your time, and thank you for always coming here. I hope you do give back the information and tell this government that Kenyans are tired. It is not those MPs that you're telling us of the Jubilee or whatever. It is Kenyans who are now speaking.
Can I conclude, because you cut me?
Okay, you can conclude. Let me give you time to conclude. Then we call up.
Actually, the statement you are giving is the one which is not adding up. Because how do you investigate something? For example, if people came to your home and murdered you, you correct samples from that scene, and maybe there is forensic audit or something of that. So for you, you are saying that investigation should be done outside the scene, the crime of scene, or the scene of crime. So that means you are trying to advocate for piousness in a way, because that area has a CCTV footage right from the gate, the road, all those. So by scrutinizing actually those CCTV cameras, actually even the Matiang'i family are free to release them to the media, so that people can see that these were police officers who were trying to enter his compound. So by the police going to take those videos so that they can actually find the truth of the matter is not actually something wrong. So maybe we talk about the search order, they were granted access, something of that kind, and what does the Constitution say about that? So that's what I can say. Lastly, about the political strategy which you are trying to attack Arika, and Arika did not make any malicious statement. It cannot be even 1% of what some MIO members say here. He was talking about a political strategy. If you are in a political competition, you actually try to weaken your opponent and maybe strengthen your, that's how competition works. You advocate for your strengths and you expose the weaknesses of your opponent. So if maybe the government is trying to use the mistakes of ASMIO to try to attract members of ASMIO to enter into UDA. That's a political strategy or a political competition, unless they are, if they are forced or paid, then that's bad. But if it's politically trying to convince people that the side you are is wrong, this is the right side, then that's good politics. Actually, that's what's the basic definition of politics. So in short, that's what he was saying. So I end there. If maybe people would ask me questions.
Thank you. I don't think. Okay, let me. Phil.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Yeah, I don't have much to say, but I wanted to talk with you a little bit about what he's talking about Matiang'i. You know, when this thing happened last week, they said it was kind of drama, but it happened today. And the Duke is trying to give us about more information that it was an investigation. But my brother Duke, if you think it was an investigation, it could have been a moderate investigation where they could go and talk to the soldiers or the security guards and talk to the people who want the compound. But when you are going with force, breaking the gate, what kind of investigation is that? They were going to look for evidence. The evidence could have been provided by the people who were in the compound in good heart. That's when you will say they were doing good investigation. But when you're going to break the doors, having the soldier putting behind the car, then you say they were doing investigation to get the evidence. I don't think it was something good, or they had good intention of doing what they were doing. I don't know what Matiang'i did. We don't know why they are looking for him. There is I don't know what to say, because the motive behind Matiang'i, it is, you know, we are here, we are all Kenyans. We understand what Matiang'i was. And we understand, or we see what he did when he was in the government. But at the point where the government is behind looking for Matiang'i with this kind of thing we are seeing here, and you are saying, oh, last time we didn't see the TV media screen or showing us what happened. Even today, when they were doing it, the TV were told to keep away from the police. They were far away from the raiding home. They were told not to pass through the roadblock, which they put there. You saw it. So what about when it was nighttime? If they can't allow them to access when they are doing search during the day, what do you think they were doing at night? That's what shows that even if they came that night, the media were not allowed to come closer to them. Maybe they were chased away. You know, some things we are not talking about, we are coming from heaven. It is Kenya, it's our country. We live in Kenya. We understand how things work. But this intention is not a good intention. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kenyan Gatecho.
Yeah.
I give it to you.
For me, I have a question, and that question is why, as the other speaker just left, why did they block other people to go in peacefully to see what is going on, and especially the journalists? Journalists who are not going to hinder them doing whatever they were doing, but they will capture, even there would be good evidence that whatever they were collecting from there, it's visible in what they took. But I don't expect somebody who is going for investigation or for scene of crime, whatever, I don't know what happened, and then you start breaking things of the person. That means you are not investigating. You have gone there for a fight. You didn't go there peacefully. Breaking things of someone will change now to be like you had gone there to either kill, if you find the person, or steal, because I would say that is stealing, because you cannot go on breaking things. If there was the piece of going to pick investigation or evidence, this is whereby you you include the person who is around there, open the door peacefully, the door is opened, you get in peacefully, do your investigation, take your things that you want to take. I know there are times whereby even computers are carried because this has to be checked all over the place. But you cannot go forcibly to somebody's home where you are expecting to get evidence and start breaking things. That is not how people do. I don't think so. So their intentions is different. And if they had gone there previous night or another day at night, the police were informed and they never reported to go and check. Why were they going there today to get the evidence? There is a lot of questions there because if there is a case in court, actually the person needed to bring all his things from the house. Can you bring the video to the court? Not them going to pick it. Bring the video and mark you, the case was not on the table so that now people can stand on different dockets and then argue and put their evidence on the table. They never waited for that. They ran for it. So why don't we have questions about that? That is something that is questionable, and we will never understand what this government is doing because they are using force of getting things done, and they are trying to hide their pose, whereby we have seen that one when they had gone for the evidence at night, there were people who went there to see what is going on with the Matiang'i. So what are you telling us? There is a lot of questions. So don't let us think too much about something that really this government is so illegal and so criminalizing people anyhowly. Leo, I'll just stop there because this is something very very disturbing, and you see all this harassment going on with the government. It's just because they are able to do that, and they will continue doing that. I pray that Matiang'i will be safe wherever he is until this case is over. Thank you.
Thank you. The Duke, I'm seeing your hands are up. So that is how they broke into the house belonging to my interior CS. So what do you think they'll do to a normal like you? This is somebody who served in 3 different ministries, and in each ministry he left. His shoes were so huge that people will not be able to fit in them. The Duke, what are you saying?
Before Duke says something, Leo, let me say one thing, please. And also I will add this. How can they get the person who could have given them access of entering, hold him, arrest him, and put him in the boot? It's like people who are ready to do damage in that house. You cannot arrest somebody who should be questioned. That, what did you see? Did you see these people? Where is the owner? You arrest that person in the first instance and put him in the boot. How about if he dies? These people don't care about people's life. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you. The Duke, your hands are up. You can proceed.
Yes, I want to respond to that. You see, if you talk, we are talking about an emergency search order. So, for instance, most of you remember the way the home of the former president of the US was searched, Mororago home. That's the former president, Donald Trump. So we are talking about whether that emergency search order was given by a court of, because if you give room, somebody can even delete the evidence or change everything. And so the critical item is about the search order, whether there was an emergency search order. But if there was no emergency search order, then those officers must be sued and they must pay, because you can't just do that without an authority to do that. But if they have an emergency search order, and you are allowed to break and access what you want.
Can I just step in?
Thank you. Yes, Lala.
My other concern here is the perception that the world has on Kenya. Kenya had been deemed to be an upcoming democracy, with a lot of respect in the past. But when we see Matiang'i himself, the one who had just left the office, treated this way, now the people are questioning what is the continuity of the institutions in Kenya. Can we trust? Can we trust deals, deals with these people, contract with these people? Can we? How safe are we? What people don't understand is that even when a government come out to look for money, governments that provide that money are simply guarantors for that money. But the people who talk about the money are the commercial banks. And we all know that before you can invest, you look at the history, the institutions in a country, how they're taking care of their businesses. You look at all that. And so when someone like Matiang'i, is treated this way, someone who should have been invited, called, and even they can't even produce the judge, or the magistrates, orders, and things are done in a way that leaves a lot of questions, as to what kind of country we are, what kind of people we are. So it doesn't do well for a nation like Kenya, but trying to make it. And so I don't know how they expect from the treatment of Matiang'i this way, how that will help them build the economy that we have. And so I think Ruto and his team, as people had mentioned before, I don't think they were ready for the task. I don't think they understood what it is to build a nation, to build on the progress of the last administration and the others, to take it to a different level. Practically what they have done is really put the country on a downward spiral because people just don't trust the government will protect them when someone like Matiang'i is not even protected. It's even they talk about the gangster, some I think is Duke talking of the back, trying to get him, the speculations, and that is worrisome because a lot of times people like Matiang'i should have government secrets. They're supposed to be advising the new coming team, especially him being in the key docket, having served as key docket. And so for him to be treated this way, just tell you the dysfunctional pattern within this system. And that's worrisome.
Yeah, that is true. I do agree with you. When it comes to transition, there are some ministries that need some guidance. They need to learn to get some information. Like somebody like Matiang'i was not somebody to dismiss immediately. The people who are joining that docket were supposed to learn a lot from him. I was supposed to give him a lot of secrets of the government. But if you start mistreating him, then it also worries people. The people who should be worried are the ones who are in that office currently. And you also have to note that those people who've always been in the position that Matiang'i was in, they've never made it alive in the next transition. If you just look at people with the Nkaiseri, that has always been a challenging docket, and the ones who've always been there have never made it in the next government. So Matiang'i is one of the special guys who made it and alive. So could they start bringing us or inviting a conversation whether they want what has been happening to the previous holders of that office to happen to what? It's a surprise that Matiang'i is one of the few who've been in that docket for the last 20 years and is still alive. We've seen people disappearing, losing life in that docket. So we don't know. There are so many questions that Kenyans can be able to ask as far as the Matiang'i issue is. And we are allowed to speculate because we're not being informed. We only stop speculating when enough information is given to us. We'll have to welcome Tusi.
Oh, thank you so much, Leo. And thank you. Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Leo, am
Yes,
I
I can
audible?
hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, okay, very good, very good. Thank you so much, and greetings to everybody. And I'll just make a brief submission. And Paul Sana, one of I think I had one. I was driving, so I cannot tell who it was, but one of the guys, you know, in the diaspora said he lost his aunt. So Paul Sana, I know it's really hard when you're on the other side. But I just wanted to give a quick rejoinder on this Matiang'i thing. It's plain and simple. These guys wanted to grab that CCTV. They take it to Kamango so that he can correct a few things. And then when they go to court, it's never, because that's what they do. Just get it, take it somewhere, fabricate it, and then, you know, all the evidence is lost because it was deny that the police were not there. But they just want to make sure what else, you know, what else was captured. So, and a friend of ours here is sympathizer of Azimio. I just want you to send you a message, you know, to the prayer warriors who are just praying, and we need to pray for the prayers because they are praying too much. And we see the opposite. I think that God is answering the other things. You know, things are going haywire. And I was listening to one of the guys. I don't want to, you know, say him up here, but he was saying, we send you to do the right things. We didn't send you to tell us that God is going to solve our problems. We knew that God existed before you went to power. And if you know, these guys, they are not talking about bottom ups right now anymore. You'll never. When was the last time you heard RUTO talk about bottom up? Because he knows the bottom up is gone. They have stolen, and you know they are stealing from them. So it's bottom up, you know, to the top. So I mean, we can speculate here as much as we can, but this government is going just to do what they have been doing before. I mean, the characters are there to be seen, and you know, we have to act. And one of the guys up here, as I said, I was just listening. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't looking at the faces. One of the guys was asking, what can we do? What can we do as you know, the people here and the panelists to see what's happening in our country? And he suggested, you know, we can start helping these grassroots guys, just like the gauchos. And I mean, and I think somebody else rebutted and said we may need to see the political parties. That money cannot be accessed to the grassroots people, because it's like you are telling people in the Bunge la Wananchi, you know, they are, you know, is an aggregate of everybody. You are telling those who are for Jubilee go and access money from there. Those are for ODM. Those guys, they are there for Azimio, and there are people for UDA who are not happy, who thought they, you know, they elected the right guys, but you know, they are disappointed. Which, I mean, the disappointment is out there. So we can support them, and that's the only way, you know, this information is going to get to other people. How to how to start a revolution, because it's coming. I know, the UDS sympathizers here, they cannot sit pretty, but it's coming. You better be ready. It's coming, because the prayers that you are doing, you see, you call for a prayer and it lasts for 1 hour, then 5 hours is politics. Yeah, what kind of, hypocrite is that, But you can keep on going. We can see it through. Because today Ruto says, the church has come to the center of politics. That's what he wanted to do. It's called capture. But he doesn't want to do anything. The other guy is saying, he wants to strip naked to show his butt. That's we don't want to see your butt. That's not where the economy of Kenya is run from. So these guys, we need to see them from who they are. Mr. UDA sympathizer, just tell you guys, this is not working. You can cry the whole day and pray. It's like during the time of Elijah and those the Ahab, they will cry the whole day. But we just need to tell the people, these prayers ain't working. Tell them things that are concrete. Show people how to make money. They knew the God existed. And also, it's not only God. The Muslims are in Kenya. Can you imagine if today Hassan Joe became the president, that we are subjected to?
I have a point of order. We are UDA members, registered members who subscribe, not sympathizers. Is it in order for a member to keep on referring to UDA members as sympathizers? What does it mean? Can he substantiate that?
Actually,
what is the difference? You're just a sympathizer
when
here.
you talk of sympathy can't be substantiated, really. How do you substantiate sympathy? It's shown. If you are supporting something that is not supportable, then it means you are not supporting out will, but you are just sympathizing with those guys. You are supporting somebody who is giving you a loan of 500 and expecting you to make profit, and does that not warrant you to be called a sympathizer?
That's false.
So
Is
is
that not
it in
sympathizing?
order also to call you as neo sympathizers? So that's not a.
I am a supporter. I am a sympathizer. I'll take any of them.
And you don't know what you are. If you don't know what you are in a party, you
Well,
don't have to brand others.
you are just coming here to waste our time. So just shut up for a minute, and we will let you know. I mean, you can go to prayers, But I think I don't know whether you can all hear me, because I think I lost my mic. But I was asking. Yeah, I was asking if today, there was a Muslim president. You mean every Friday now we'll be praying the whole time to the mosque and those who are not there? Because we are trying to show like the only Christians who are just making things happen in Kenya. And that's hypocritical, because we are people who don't believe in that, but they are contributing to that. And as I said, I saw the deputy president going to the mountains and pray to the gods of the mountains. And then he comes back and tells us there's another God. You need to choose one master, one of the two. So, Mr. whatever, the UDA guy, tell him that I know he's just here to distract everybody. And that is his intention. I think they are sending a lot of people every group that is happening. And we are going to be stronger, and we are going to thwart all these, the guys who are coming here to distract us. But we are not going to cow down. He can write all the names up here and take it to UDA. He can take it to Mr. Ruto, and he can come for us. I mean, we are not hiding our faces. He can screenshot and take it up there. Because I know that's what they will start doing. When you cannot articulate anything, you change to fighting. And that's what they cannot find anything with Matiang'i, and that's why they are coming to to distract his property, because they cannot find anything to take him to court. So I'm not going to take much time, guys. I think I'll just listening, and I'll very good points up there. So I'll let somebody else take over. So I may have to listen a little bit and leave for a minute. Thank you so much, Leo, and the rest.
Okay. Okay, thank you. This opportunity to Hezi Yule Moja. Duke, I'll give you time. Let us listen from Hezi. He or she just joined. Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be on this platform. It's my first time, and I've been following you guys for a minute. So I have 3 points to make here. The first one was from Duke, and there's something Duke was mentioning about the security. I think the former CS deserves to have tight security for so many reasons. This is somebody who's vulnerable at this moment because he has enemies all over. You know, when you're running a government and then when you exit, you have no power. So it comes to a point you become a target. Na kila msee anakutafuta huku nje. Hata ule jamaa mwenye ulishika alikuwa kwa street, who's a mere thing, is looking for you. You like it or not. So this guy really needs security. Now, whenever Anna raises his concerns, and then we call them hot hair, I think it's just nonsense. Because once there's smoke, there's always fire. So this guy anahitaji security and iko very tight, and we cannot keep saying that there's nothing going on. The security agency wasn't sent there. Then who's going there to cause all this mayhem? At the same time, there's a sensitive thing Duke did mention about the terrorist organization. We can't say such things at this moment. Kenya right now, we have a chip on our back. Anything is possible. Wase saizi wanangojea tuseme kitu ya ujinga hivi kidogo, and then the next thing you know, tumeanza kustuliwa hapo Nairobi, tunapigwa huko Nairobi. So some things, let's censor them out. Let's keep terrorism out of this. And then the second thing was about religion being used in politics. I don't think this is the way out. And this guy has been using religion because I understand this is the soft part for Kenyans. Kenyans are struggling now. They've turned they're back to faith, because there's nothing happening economy-wise. There's nothing. So unapata msee saizi anaomba hoping manna is gonna fall from heaven. Now the amepata, this is the best way to go about it. So I'll use this religion to cover everything that is going on. There's no solution. He has nothing to offer. So Wakenya tuende tukutane mahali tukaombe, ndio tutoe attention hapo tukiomba maybe loan which we're going to use. So let's put religion out of this thing. Religion is not working at all. It's not working at the moment. Ni kuchezea watu tu roho, na unajua mtu ukiwa maskini you can't find anything, so you end up following your faith. Maybe something may happen. So let's put those things aside, and at the moment Kenyans are going through a lot of problems, and tukiongoza na hii kitu ya kanisa, I'm not speaking that we have lost faith. No, we still do have faith. As time goes by, we shall regain ourselves, but don't use faith and politics together. It doesn't work that way. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And just to echo and support your statement, I just want to play a short video here.
Restrictions that KEBS has. Tell KRA, give everybody who's starting a new business amnesty for 3 years. No tax paying for the next 3 years. Start your small business as long as it's a cottage industry. Don't tell us to pray. You go pray. You go pray. It's good. It's a good idea for you, but it's not a good idea for us. As we need to know how we get money in a pocket, and the only way you can get money in a pocket is if we stop importing and start creating what we consume. Cities have been built around industries. Cities have been built around industries. That's what you need to be talking about, Ricky G. This prayer is such an emotional tag on us, bro. It is so heavy. It is so heavy because now we sound so hopeless that only God can save us. We gave you the job. Now you're sending us to God. Bro, I know how to get to God. You do the job I gave you, which is, now the other day he's saying, oh,
if you want to remove our trousers and whip us on the buttock, go ahead. We don't have the money.
What? What are you saying, Mr. Ricky G? So I agree, maybe you guys are a bit spiritual and all that, but keep that shit to yourselves. Sounds like a good idea, but to the rest of us, it just is nonsense.
Your Excellency, I have seen our detractors are very concerned that we come to church every Sunday.
To the rest of us, it's nonsense. Bro, I'm serious. Because those guys are looking at you as hopeless guys. You have no ideas. You don't know how to get us out of problems. So we elected the wrong. Show us the right people. But you cannot be you cannot be telling fear. Tell us, bro, for the next years, things I'm going to be segemneg. We are going to have to go to come back up strong. Prayers will not have never taken us out of problems. Prayers have never. Huh? Oh, Rigiji was praying for his 200 million. Na ilitoka. Sasa mtu 200 million anakuambia tuombe Mungu atusaidie. We're not praying the same prayer, bro. We're not praying the same prayer, bro. We're not praying the same prayer. Some of us have a very different prayer from yours. So you pray your prayer, me I'll pray my prayer, and when I want to pray, and I know how to pray. So it's good, at least you've told me. But fix the problem of the country. Whatever the problem is, because you said you could. That was your campaign. Your campaign was, we can fix the problem. Now you're sending us to God.
Yes. No, sometimes I know Kibe is always one controversial man, but sometimes I do find sense. No, not always. Just like a clock. Sometimes he speaks some sense. Like in that case, he had some sense. Duke, your hand was up. What did you want to say? You were just waving.
Yes, I wanted to. At least there we can agree, because actually, since from the campaign I was against using religion as a campaign tool, and my stand still remains that the church and the government must be separate. That's why even in the US we have the First Amendment. Because actually the church is being abused from two fronts. The first of all is the politicians, but the extreme one is the fake pastors who have come and they're saying you send 1,000 and then you become successful, you get work somewhere to do. Actually, that has become extreme. It's a multi-million industry where people, and they have now their TV stations, and they know they are primitive people in rural areas who knows that anything which appears in a television is accurate and factual. So when they hear that you send 1,000 to this M-Pesa number and very rich, and they give false testimony, the people struggle and send. So I think that needs to be regulated in that way, because actually, that's why I actually support the traditional establishment which we have, like Catholic, because at least even if you pay Sadaka, they have hospitals, they have some schools where they can give back to the community. But all this other nonsense where they are trying to cast demons, that's stupidity. So that one, I agree that there is no miracle from God to solve unemployment or to do something. It's just a form of control, maybe to give people hope. Let me call it false hope, so that to be settled or to be convinced psychologically. That's how I can establish it. But the issue of Matiang also needs to have, that's true, he must have security. And I did not say that they are terrorists from Somalia or something. What I was saying is that we assume if maybe people who are trying to attack him were terrorists, and then the government does not investigate, and then they come back and then they kill him, you know, that the government will be blamed. Therefore, the government must take action to investigate, find the truth, and increase his security. So that's what I was trying to say. And you have also talked about a revolution. How does a revolution start? For example, if you are talking about the Rwanda genocide, you know, even those who are trying to start a revolution, they can intentionally sponsor something or do something, and that will trigger like a revolution or something of that kind. That's how Rwanda started, because we are told that the president was assassinated so that to trigger the genocide. So it was like organized in a way. So you may find if those people were for a revolution, they may find organize something, and then maybe if something happens to Matiang, and then revolution starts something. So you have to consider all fronts and try to mitigate them as much as possible. So that's what I can say for now.
Okay. Thank you. Karibuni, the ones who are still joining, we are still live. I know Kevin have not asked for that. Jerusha Kinywa, hakuna mtu ametusi Mungu. Nobody's abusing God. And we all know that hii pumzi tunapumua ni ya Mungu. But what we are saying that we're in a 21st century. There are some things that even God himself will have to punish you. You, for example, you are a parent, you go home, na umepata mtoto hana chakula, then you start telling the kid, wacha tuombe. Really? And you know the necessary. You don't, prayers are good, but the thing that makes sense. Why would I use millions transporting people to Nyayo when I know the problem is water? Na hii pesa inaweza chimba borehole pale Turkana na wapate maji na wanyunyuze kwa shamba na shamba itoe mimea na wapate chakula. That is common sense. I believe, I think I've read the Bible severally. I also did some CRE in school, and in the first, there's this book, Genesis, it talks of after God creating man, he told man to go and subdue the world. And it is good, we are having Reverend Lala here. He will explain that one better to us. Subduing the world simply mean God gave you some brains and some senses so that you can be able to know what to do. You don't just expect that now everything you're going to pray. And the same Bible in the book of James chapter 2 talks of some faith with actions or some prayers with actions. So yes, you told people to go and pray in Nyayo. After that, it would make sense if the president says that, okay, we are going to dig this dam, then we pray that God gives you some grace. You wake up the next day, mwende mpate nguvu ya kunyunyuza maji kwa mashamba. But telling us we are going to pray, as Kibe is telling you, those pastors who went there and the bishops who went there, people like Muiru to pray there, they were paid to go there. And the person who even confirmed that, I think there was Canon Wainaina on a live TV today. That is a pastor. He's not an imam, neither is he a traditional African ritualist. He confirmed that. So the only person who was not paid is you, who believed in that prayer na umekaa kwa TV, hujalipwa na watu wamelipwa, wamebebwa na magari kwenda pale. Maybe you would have said that, oh, people are hungry, let me now buy food with this money, badala ya kwenda. Those are nonsense. We are not mocking God, we are not against God. We've been praying even before Ruto made himself president. Kenyans have been praying, even before the missionaries came, Kenyans were praying. This is the first time we are starting to pray. It's humanity, it is our nature as human. Africans were even praying before the white men brought their religion to us. They brought their religion, they converted us, we became Christians, we became Muslims, we became Hindus, and we still pray. So Ruto is not the first person to remind us and dictate on the days of praying, unless you want to make our country. You know, Kenya is a secular country. That is why you are allowed to become an African traditionalist and perform your religion. You're allowed to become a Muslim, unless you want to make us. You know, there are some countries that are so conservative when even it comes to the matters of religion. So And I know dictators normally use that. They use a soft. They need soft landing, and religion is one of the soft landings. That even in Kenya, if you want to rob people, you don't need guns. Just get a Bible and a nice suit, and maybe work on your voice. You will not need guns to rob people. Mtu ataenda na atapeana kila kitu. Mr. Lala, I can maybe welcome you.
Thanks, Leo. I just wanted to make a comment on religion. I think the church is like a knife. A knife, you can use it to kill people, but you need it in your home, in your kitchen. You can't do without it. And so it is really the wrong use of the church, or the improper understanding of God's scripture, the scripture, that creates all these problems. And so we have to know something about the text, the scripture, to be able to know when it's being wrongfully applied. And that's where the problem, keep coming. I don't want to make this a theological, discussion, but one of the challenges that we have had has been a theology that came out of where I am, which is really prosperity gospel, which put focus on material. In other words, when you have big car, lot of money, then you are more anointed, more blessed. And so a number of our bishops are motivated, to be bishops by what they see. Everything gotta be first class. And so people would literally fight to be up there, to get what it is to be this big, great man of God. But when you read work of men like Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who literally the Second World tried to kill Hitler, and died. His understanding of the church, of faith, he calls a faith the grace that bestow blessing on ourselves as what we call cheap grace. And so what we've seen is basically cheap grace, which really has got no strong theological backing, because life of Christ was lived for the downtrodden. Look at the Beatitudes, and compare it to what we see today. So I think if we understand the church and what it is, then there'll be no problem. We're able to do our politics. We're able to do many things, and without any problem, because some of the great institutions, whether it's Yale, whether it's Harvard, they started by faith. People moved by, to do something for the people. And so if all you do is pray, without doing other aspect of what prayer is all about, then we find ourselves in this kind of situation where religious leaders go by whoever's in power. If one goes to power, then all of a sudden now that is the man of God, that is the anointed one, when actually God may not even be there. So I think understanding scripture is key. And I think faith has to be something constant. It's what informs what we do. It's where we get our value and use it to empower society. And so I think a proper understanding of theology will help some of these preachers, and also curbing that appetite, for power. And I also challenge our young people. I came to Kenya, went to Rabai, where they had the first missionaries who came there. And I went to the back of the church, that old, one of the first churches, and Methodists. And you see the graves of the people that were there. They were like in their 20s. These are the people who left home not knowing where they're going. And so they followed the calling, which is discipleship. They came to preach the word of God, to live for God. And so it is important for us to understand where God is, or else we'll be sidetracked by this breed of preachers that are about prosperity rather than really the word of God, which is supposed to help us stay the war, the fight for Kenya. Because right now, the key thing, God has given us a leader, and the key thing is to get that leader back to power, get where God has called him to be. And so if we're using religion to create a perception that God is here, it is wrong. There's nothing, of God, what went on. People can pray, you can pray, but God is not mocked. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you. Yeah, most people are even losing the urge or maybe that need to go to the churches. The churches that we have currently, I'm sorry to say that some of them have even been turned into some comedy platforms. And you'll find that they no longer make sense. If it is not for prosperity, then some of them have been, it's either a commercial entity or an entertainment. They are like entertainment joints. So there's a lot that needs to be done. We need to do a lot, and the remnant church would need to stand up and fill the gap and give some guidance, or else I'm seeing most of the churches leading people to hell rather than leading them to heaven, where it was the initial intention of the church. So it's sad that even the head of state can decide to take that direction. But already know what we are now determined, what we are, majority of Kenyans are currently determined in reclaiming the stolen victory. So maybe as I'm waiting for Mzalendo to put on his video before he joins the stream, let me play this one to my fellow hustlers.
Kwa sababu ya ile mipango ambaye tulikuwa tumepanga. Tulikuja hapa na tukakubaliana ya kwamba mtatupatia kura na mkasema mtatupatia. Si tulikubaliana namna hiyo? Na si mnaona ni mimi rais? Ni nyinyi mlitupatia. Si tulikuja hapa tukasema bottom up. Bottom up. Ni nyinyi hamukuelewa vile tulikuwa tunamaanisha. Tulimaanisha namna hii, tutatoa vitu kwa bei ya chini tupeleke kwa bei ya juu. Si mnaona serikali imeanza kufanya kazi? Na hawa vijana ya bodaboda tukasema tutasaidia hao. Si mnaona vile ni wengi? Si mnaona vile wanaanguka kwa barabara hovyo hovyo? Tukaona tupandishe mafuta ndio wawache hiyo biashara, watafute kazi nyingine. Na bado hata hii mama mboga hii inaleta shilingi 2 kwa serikali. Tulikuwa tumemwambia tunampatia wheelbarrow, sio kutandika hii vitu kwa barabara kila wakati. Si namna hiyo? Sasa tunakubaliana namna hiyo my friend. Na sasa iko vijana wanasema sijui William ulituambia utatupatia shilingi bilioni 60. Mimi nauliza nyinyi, wewe uliona wapi pesa ya bure? My friend, hata hiyo kazi kwa vijana hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hii kazi mtaani, mwende mkatafute mjengo. Ni sawa sawa? Tunakubaliana namna hiyo? Si hata unga ikifika shilingi 500, si Mungu iko?
Phil, why are you laughing? Okay. Take it.
I like that guy. Actually, it has made me to come very quick and see what was going on here. My friend, by the way, that's the reality. That's a person in the street thinking like that. And he's analyzing what he was told before election. He's a smart guy. Are you seeing the reality? He's facing the reality. Now he's expressing the reality. What is happening in the ground? What we were told and what's happening It's two different things. Duke was talking about the charges and the money the judges are asking on the TV or something like that. How can you remove it from the Hasra fund? Look here, my friend, Rio. Hasra fund, they say you borrow 500, he deduct 30 bob to save it for you, which you can't access and you don't know where it is. The more you borrow, the more he deduct, and he say he's saving it for you. How is that not conning people? How can somebody save your money where you can't access it? And you are blaming the churches, but you are not. He's acting like the churches, which are like conning people money. If he was saving for this Hasra people, he could have told them, okay, I'm saving you this money, you can access it this way, or you will get your money back after 1 year. People, they don't have information. They don't know how to get that money. But immediately you borrow 500, he deducted, I don't know, 30 bob, the people were saying, and they say that's one he's saving for you for future. Which future? Somebody saving you money which you can't access it, and you don't know where that money is. And you are blaming the charges in the TV who are praying for the people and asking for money. It is the same thing, like Asura Fund. You are taking people poor's money for no any benefit. If you are helping these poor people, why don't you tell them, take this 500, use it for 2 months, then bring it back for free? That's when you see you are caring about these people, poor people. You know, sometimes we mock God, but anything happening with a reason. That's what I always believe. Ruto told people that immediately he puts the Bible down. The price of unga itakuwa 70 bob. Mafuta sijui ya petroli itakuja 100. Where are those things right now? He's the president. Bible aliweka chini kitambo. Those are the things people are expecting to implement so that people can be happy with the government. But where the petrol was, it is more than where Uhuru left. And you are here telling us, oh, the government is working. We are okay with the government. Let's go for prayers. It's okay to pray. But can you do your action? Can you do the reality? People who were rooting money in the government, their money has been repassed back. They are safe now. They are in good hands. Yet people are suffering here. And you are telling us now the government is running okay. My friend, everything in Kenya right now is being taxed. Now, how are you helping people? You know, I don't know when people say this government is okay or they are supporting this government. I don't see what is this one thing you have seen in this government for these 5 months they have been in the government, which is motivating you to see that they are moving in the right direction. As a Kenyan, as a general Kenyan, you can say, oh, since Ruto got in the government, they have done A, B, C, D. Now we are seeing things are working. I don't see. But we are here saying, oh, he's doing okay. Oh, Matiang'i, they are finding investigation. My friend, you know, Matiang'i's a reader. By the way, you know, some people of us who, you know, I don't know, Matiang'i has some, yes, that guy is a reader, by the way, to me, not to everybody. If we see Matiang'i where he has been as a reader, you know, even me, I didn't know Matiang'i, you know, where he came from, I didn't know. I just saw Matiang'i when he was nominated as an IT minister, the first term of Uhuru. When he moved everything to digital, that's when we started knowing Matiang'i. When he moved to education, he smuggled the things in the neck and he eliminated rigging of exams. That's when we knew Matiang'i. He has done something which is touchable to the country, which is people can see as a positive revolution in the country. As a reader who can think and do something good for the country. I don't say he's perfect in everything, but he's one of the readers who can do something and make life of the Kenyans feel like something is happening. Now, when the government is going against him, threatening him right and left, looking for him like a tag, you know, many questions are in our minds. What is the problem? Why don't they say like, oh, Matiang'i did ABCD, we're going to search for those things in his house? When we are okay. But when things are happening at the night, they say, oh, we didn't send the government. Then a few days you are there breaking the gates and everything. What does that show? Since Matiang'i left the government, he has not criticized anybody. He has been quiet as a common citizen. I don't know, but let us hope for the best.
Let us hope for the best. Let us hope for the best. David Arika, you can say something, eh?
Thank you, Chair. I've been patiently waiting to talk for the last now 2.5 hours, though I've been answering a few questions from those who don't like me. But I'm still put. I have a thick skin. It was even worse than now. But let me say the following. Don't fall into a trap of mocking God. I'm speaking my individual opinion. Even when you give your tithe and your offering to the church, whatever it does, it shouldn't be your concern. It should be the concern of whoever is using it. You have done your duty. You remember towards the run-up of elections, somebody stood on a podium and said, if there is a God that RUTO worships, then that God may are going to be there. I want to tell you, brothers, that religion in a poor economy like Kenya, from the people, you can't separate it because people feel they should be having someone high above to reverend to. And the politicians have mastered the art, knowing that if you want to meet people, you either pass through their religion or you meet their basic needs here and there. That's why you see some bribing done. I want also to say that when people pray in a weekend, it should not be a big problem to an extent that people are now up in arms. In the Bible times, Lala can tell you, when there was no rain in Israel, prophets were called upon and they prayed and rain came. When some people tried to mock God, they were consumed by fire. So on your own evolution, leave those who condemn religion aside and just keep your cool. I don't want to condemn anything. But again, it baffles some of us when you condemn prayers so harshly, then in the same breath, you go ahead and call upon prayers at the Universal Towers, prayers at Supreme Court, then prayers at State House, unless they don't mean the real prayers you're talking about. I also want to say that the government has a duty to meet long-term and short-term goals and the needs of her people. Maybe what the government is not very keen about, and this one must have been pointed out by some economists, are short-term goals. From where I stand, I know there are good long-term goals, but they need also to blend with short-term goals. Like if people are crying of hunger, look for short-term goals as fast as you can to cushion people against hunger, to cushion people against the short-term problems as you plan for the rains and whatever to plant and do everything. That one, I want to agree that short-term goals need to be given priority, including even giving subsidies. I remember here where we live, when we had COVID pandemic, the government gave us some money to put in the pocket. There's no refund. You can only pay tax on it. And we received some stimulus packages. I'm not saying from hearsay. I am a straight and a direct beneficiary here in the US. Recently, we were also given by the state. We were on the national government. So what I can urge the government, which I supported, is to look into short-term goals and cushion citizens or the general citizenry from the problems they are going through, either revisiting the subsidy aspect and anything they can to cushion the people. What we are seeing, the riots, the call for revolution, is actually a symptom of a hungry person that needs immediate attention. Lastly, I want to say that, as I said earlier, Dr. Matiang'i is a good worker and he has worked very well. That one we agree, everybody. In the ministries he worked. Secondly, Matiang'i worked in a very sensitive ministry that had secrets of the government. The only problem I had with Matiang'i is when he forgot and got into politics to an extent that he became disrespectful to the sitting deputy president, who is now president. I think that is why he put himself in hot soup to an extent that the president cannot be comfortable leaving him, as you suggest, Leo, to proceed or continue with the orientation of the ministry. And this one is serving as a warning to everybody that when you're given power, strictly stick to your mandate and leave other things that can put you into problems, as we can see. A speaker said here that the key is we must rise and protect our son, and if not so, it's shame on us. We may agree with you to some extent, and we may disagree, because we are the same people who have accused others of retreating to tribal cocoons. I therefore say that let government follow the right procedure. If there is anything Matiang'i did, let them do it in the rightful way, not to evoke emotions, because I want to agree that Matiang'i commands a lot of respect, not only to his tribe, but to Kenya. So I want to urge the president and his team, if he knows anything, let him go slow on some issues and work diligently and openly with the fairness. But again, I want to caution our brothers from Azimio. As the Duke said, you may not know, you may never know whether the guys guising as police officers are the people that Matiang'i stepped on their feet. So instead of politicizing the issue, let's sit down as leaders and now come as a lendo, and let's love our country. We are complaining like everything. We don't offer solutions. Instead, we are giving complaints. Lastly, Leo, when we come here, we spare a little time of ours to come and listen to Kenyans. But I urge you respectfully that manage your crowd, because you are so intolerant to some of us when you know very well we are from UDA. Because even when we want to say what you want to hear, you want to provoke us to say the other way so that you can have ground to abuse us. So tell people like Naomi, who are calling us night runners, witches, we are not. We are respectable members of society, and we manage our families and affairs well. This is just politics. Politics is here to go. We will have politics today and tomorrow and the other day. So let's be respectful to other people's opinions, and let us rebuttal each other professionally rather than retreating into our weak internal fiber of abuses and throwing words here and there carelessly. I thank you, Leo, for the chance, and I beg to leave.
Okay, thank you very much, Mzalendo. Rhoda, your video is also not there, so I don't think. Okay, I'll give you people time to organize your videos.
But I can take a question if there is one or two.
I don't think they know. These guys are satisfied with the questioning you. Phil wants to give you a question.
Yeah, thank you, David, for your points. But it is okay. Maybe Matiang'i went. But even if you say that Matiang'i was in power and he went the extreme to the deputy president when he was the deputy president by then, Unless you point out and you give me some clips here where Matiang'i did something revenge or something attacking the deputy president directly, which can make him to start frustrating the Matiang'i at this time, I don't think so. Matiang'i has been abused by the UDA MPs several times, and he has never said anything against these people. This thing you are saying that he was against the deputy president, that's why he's doing this. Can you specify what Matiang'i did to the deputy president by then, which can make him to do this kind of things at this moment? Then I can believe that, oh, he did something wrong to the deputy president.
Okay,
Now
Philip, if you are a keen follower of politics in Kenya, I don't know where you're speaking from, but I hope you are speaking from home.
Yes.
But even so, we follow Matiang'i keenly because, as you know, we were architects of and supporters of UDA. And we can give you a lot of scenarios that showed a lot of disrespect of Matiang'i to the deputy president then. But I want to give you just one, where Matiang'i said when he was being interviewed, or rather when he appeared before a parliamentary select committee on security, he said, the person you are referring to, the deputy president, he doesn't behave like so. And you can remember other scenarios where he went to Luo Nyanza and he said stuff like, mtu anaweza kuja hapa waambie ndiye impregnate all your women. There are so many scenarios. Actually, I agree with you that there should be no revenge, but that one is a lesson to another person that when you are in the office, respect your people. You never know what you're going to be tomorrow. Matiang'i used his chance towards the end so ruthlessly. That one is no secret, even the babies know. So we are not saying it should be sacrificed, but it should be a lesson to other people that don't disrespect people to that extent. It was too arrogant, rude, and disrespectful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Calvin.
David Atika, you know, if you say Ruto is doing this to Matiang'i, and you are saying it should be a lesson to other people, the question is, who do you think this lesson fits? Because Matiang'i did it when they were in power. Now you are teaching him a lesson, and should be a lesson learned by other people. Who do you think these people to learn? It's Ruto who is in power. So that some things you should come away from, get out of. So it's when they will stop. But when we keep on doing it, somebody will come and will do the same. In the name of teaching other lesson, but it's them to learn the lesson. The other thing you guys mistake is when you are told we need a functional government. It's not that you are being attacked. It's very sad. You guys, you cannot sit down and see Ruto as a president. Ni kitu hamujaona kabisa. And you can help him. But it's like you are living on denial. Like when a president called for a national prayer, who do you think should be attending? It should be the whole nation. Everybody. Because at the end of the day, it's on top. So it should call everybody. Hey, as a country, let's go pray. It should include the UDA. There should be no party here in prayer. There should be no religion. It should call everybody, including traditional prayer. So that's what we are telling you. The way you are doing it is wrong. You bring a difference. Mnafanya watu wanaogopa kanisa. Because kanisa inakaa ni kama kuna kanisa ingine ya Ruto. Na watu wengine wenye si watu wa UDA. Sasa kanisa yao iko wapi? These are the things tunawaambia, just sit down and look. How will you feel one day kama Muislamu ndio atakuwa president? Na ito Waislamu wenzake wakuja waombe. How will you feel you as Christians wenye mko kwa hiyo nini? Duale amekuwa president, amesema anataka Waislamu waende waombe pale Uhuru Park ama Nairobi. How will you feel? So tell this guy to go beyond that. Parliament need to function. Let's check on the functionality of it. How does it function? We have a chief whip, we have a majority whip, we have a minority whip, we have majority whatever, we have a minority for it to function. But kama umeondoa whip, minority whip, who will be whipping the minority in parliament? Ameenda ile side nyingine. Ni vitu tu tunatakana sasa. Wewe kama wewe mwenye una support Ruto, mwambie ukitoa Sabina Chege hapa, we are doing harm to parliament, not ODM, not other these things. That parliament will not function because nobody is there to whip the minority. So those are the things mnaambiwa. And you guys, you stand like it's time for campaign. Campaign is over for you people. Your people, you're only being told, maze kuna njaa kiangazi. What do you guys need to do? Wacha kuangalia Raila yako huku. Yeye anaweza do anything. But nyinyi watu mko wapi ndio mtatue hii shida? Who do you think should be solving kiangazi in Kenya? Kama huyu jamaa na throw towels anasema ati maze tuende maombi. It should consult. You should have even technocrats. You should have people who can sit there and tell him the truth. Maze hapa, we don't need to do it this way. Inapia vibaya. That's what we keep on repeating. Mujaribu kuona. It's not time for you to talk. Ruto, hakuna Kenya ameshinda. Ruto will only atashinda after 10 years. Akitoka, ndio wewe utakuja hapa tuambie maze, huyu jamaa amefanya hivi na hivi na hivi. But the way you are going is like you are praising him and he's doing nothing. After 10 years, will you talk the same way you are talking? No, I don't think so. Watu wenye wananunuliwa wanaingia UDA. For now tunaweza furahi. But kesho watakuwa wanatoka UDA through the back door hivyo. Utafurahia? So ndio tunasema let's have some standard kwa hii story. Kama mtu ana cross over huku, mazee arudi apige kura. Ndio waogope. Because tomorrow itakuwa ni UDA, watu wanaondoka UDA. Wamerealize story yao, they cannot be sustained kwa hiyo mrengo ya Ruto. I'm very sure when many of them, they will come back, wanataka kurudi upande huu. What will you do? Utafurahia tena? So na Kenya najaribu kuambia, let's go back in our history and we learn something from history. We are failing. Ni kama tunasahau vitu zingine, hata naona ni kama 1992, 97. We keep on going back and forth because we don't learn anything. Hapo nyuma ilikuwaje? Why did we end up minority na majority? So in the story tunajiuliza all the time, why don't we have a way we move forward? Mbona tunarudi kwa zile shida tulikuwa nazo in 90s? Tunarudi kwa zile shida tulikuwa nazo in whatever. When we got independent, we said we want to do away with ujinga, umaskini na nini ingine. Walisema hizo are they gone? Bado ziko pale pale, meaning we are doing a wrong thing. Cheki sahi maze, in 21st century mtu anaimba ng'ombe na tumerudi tuko hapo hapo, and they're killing each other. And then we fail even to address it properly. Tunasema ati wanajeshi waende huko to do what? To kill innocent people, or what is it now? Anyway, hizo ndio swali tunajiuliza maze. But kama tuko mkikuja, it's not time to debate. Sahi ni time ya kuambiana maze, hapa kuna makosa. Kubali maze. Ukiona kuna makosa kweli, unasema hapa kuna mistake. Let's accept. That's when we'll grow. But kama tunakataa ati hiyo sio makosa, unaona ndio hiyo kitu ni makosa na unasema hapana. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Calvin, sir, for that kind information. Zalendo.
Thank you very much, Leo. I want to greet David Arika. Welcome back after being in the cold for how many years or months?
4 months, I guess.
What people were telling them, they can now believe that power is taken. Imeenda na imeenda. It's never coming back. Alex, thank you very much. I can see you there. Lola, Calvin's, Phil, I don't know, Phil. Mjamboni popote mlipo. Today the discussion is very, very interesting. Apart from the insults that we normally get on the background, which are okay, we want people to deliberate on issues. If you're on the background, you just come to the panel, bring your insult. If that is going to add any value to your cause, then that is okay. I want to go back a bit, and not so many people, I realize, including myself, know this guy called William Ruto. Nobody seems to know his background and how he came into politics and became who he is, and his connection to religion. William Ruto got saved in campus. And I remember when they visited the US, the person who baptized him, Mr. Chege, someone lives here in Kentucky. He came and visited him. That was so many years back. William Samoei Ruto headed the Nairobi chapel. William Samoei Ruto, as a leader in campus, organized the most, how would I term it? He organized very successful demonstrations and strikes. Successfully. Go back to that part of his history nobody talks about. He was very, very influential in his student life, and then he came into politics. How did William Ruto join KANU? Moi, of course, identified this guy and his potential. Then he didn't come in to steal. He came in for politics. And I read, somebody told me today that they would go to visit Moi in Kabarak, and Moi would give them like 50 lorries of maize. And on his way, he would tell his peers that, this mzee, he has given us this 50, but Moi likes a place called Kipkelion. Let us pass by Kipkelion. So Ruto would pass by Kipkelion with a lorry loaded with maize and give the locals and tell them, hii imetoka kwa rais. Because he knows that Moi would pass there one day and ask, what is happening around. He'll be told that there's a young man here who said that you sent him. And what is his name? His name is William Samoei Ruto. That is how powerful his connection and his strategy in politics is. So when you are talking about somebody you don't know that this guy is well laid, this guy is very strategic, and this guy is very smart. For the first time since I started seeing demonstrations, organized demonstration and violence demonstrations, I have not seen a tear gas launched in Azimio rallies. Not even one. You people in Azimio, should thank this guy because this is a unique kind of approach in leadership. It is not your usual. It is not what you are used to. Now you are facing a guy who went to God and asked for for favor. In Nakuru, look at the kind of prayer that was there. Was it a political rally? You can only mention one guy who tried to bring in politics, and it was Sonko. The rest, it was just a prayer and a connection to God. And let me tell you, you've been talking here that Ruto is Nimuaji, Ruto Nisiju did what, but Lola will tell you about the power of repentance. He will tell you that even sinners are forgiven. This guy, whenever you say that he has committed whatever atrocities that you label him to, you purport that he has committed, it still goes back to his maker. It still goes back to his maker. His connection with God, you cannot compare it with these other leaders. Now you are countering Ruto's prayers with a prayer at IBC. What nonsense is that? That is high-class nonsense. That is just trying, I don't know what you're trying to achieve with that. But having said that, let me go to the story of Matiang'i. There is something called karma. I believe in karma. You know, sometimes the things that you do will always come back to you. Somebody asked here that what did Matiang'i do that, that these guys should go back and, and seek revenge. There's a lot of things as an internal security minister that you can do and think that you are going to get away with it. Nothing is permanent in this world. I keep on telling you people that nothing is permanent. Power is not permanent. Fame is not permanent. It is not permanent. The people who are famous yesterday, people like Michael Jackson and the rest, people like Mandela, we just read about them. You cannot be there forever. And after fame, you will die. That is a must. You have to die at some point. So I wanted to tell you that I had a narration by the deputy president of how one midnight his house was raided and he was stripped naked in front of his children and wife by these government machineries then. And we laughed about it. It was just okay because the government was doing its work, trying to get to the bottom of things, stripping you naked in front of your children. And that is good. To you as Emio supporters, that was very good then. And you laughed about it and you enjoyed. This same guy hunted Raila like a rabbit from the airport. And my little brothers, you've got a very short memory. And it's annoying and very annoying. We have paid the highest price because of bad governance. Yet, the same guy comes back to us and extends an olive branch that, you guys come and join government. Since when? You people who are talking here all the time, vilifying Ruto. How many Luos have been employed in the cabinet? How many? How many are in the PS position? Did Uhuru do that for you? Did Kibaki do the same?
Mr. Lenders, maybe as you're winding up,
I'm
not ending you. I'm not ending you. Sorry.
I'm just
Nobody is
winding up.
interrupting.
I'm just
Okay.
winding up,
Nobody is
Leo.
interrupting
You will
you.
have.
Just a minute. I know. I know. I just want to add on your point. I'm just supporting you. I just want to add on your point that the retired president Uhuru employed Tuju as a CS without portfolio. He was a CS. We are not going to discuss with the portfolio. Number two, just listen first. Just learn to listen. So maybe Tuju, who is a Kikuyu, was employed Rachel Omamo, who is a Kamba, CS. Then number three, employed Magoha, who was a lawyer. Those are three PS.
Okay.
Okay,
You can. I was trying.
Dr. Kuta Patosiaji David. So
You
Ruto
can
employed one
go
PS and
on.
you're
You can
here.
go on and go on. But let me just put my point across. You can go
Okay,
on
now
and go
proceed.
on and try to compare. Let me tell you.
That Ruto,
Always.
employed Caldwell.
No. Leo, you will have you have had like 4 hours of discussions and another 3 hours of interruption when somebody is talking. Then when we want to have a good discussion, you let somebody talk. Then when I'm done, you say, Mr. Mzalendo, you lied to us about this and this. The way I always tell you, you lie.
Finish that.
Yes. So I mean, it is just decency. Be decent. Just be decent. Be the person you are. Be a Luo ama vipi ndugu yangu. Yeah, ungojea mtamalize, then you can now bring your point. We want to have a meaningful discussion. We love our country just as much as Azimio supporters love their country. We have been where you are before. So when we talk here, we talk from a point of knowledge of how government was then and how government is today. Some of these appointments you are making are influenced by other things. They are influenced by other things. You don't know what really happens in the boardroom. So that is what I wanted to say, Mr. Leo. And I hope you are still in the revolutionary mood. And if you forgot where the State House is, maybe I can send you look at Google Maps or GPS where State House iko. Mkimaliza rally muende pale. State House haiko huko Kisii, Ikulu iko pale tu Nairobi. Unaweza hata enda pale mkuwe na rally pale mbele ya Ikulu ya rais, mng'oe rais William Ruto, na tuone mahali hiyo inaweza tufikisha kama Wakenya. Asante sana Mr. Leo.
Thank you. But no, I just want you to accept that Ruto have only employed one Luo as a CS and one Luo as a PS, while Uhuru had a bunch of them. 4 Luos were CS. Apart from that, we also had CAS, like the young David, who is your neighbor there in Migori, Ocean. You know this, and somebody telling you that maybe making Raymond a PS interior is a great achievement. It was there before. We had during the government of Moi one of the most powerful interior PS called I think PS Oyugi. Yeah, that guy was the most powerful. Forget about Raymond, who is being controlled by Ruto through a remote. PS Oyugi was more powerful than even the deputy presidents that Moi had by that time. So these things that you're telling,
just to add, Leo, just to add on your point, because you like adding on people's point. Just to add on your point, Oyugi during his time.
Mzalendo, you just said you are a Luo, you are a decent person. But I don't see that Luoism now. I mean, honestly, don't make us come here and start condemning your Luopianism. Honestly,
I knew you'd come in. I knew you'd come in because
just allow him to finish. You said he should be a decent person. So the fact that you have interjected rudely proves that through your own words you are indecent.
Now you proved me that you people in Azimio have always been indecent in your Okay, Leo, you can go on because.
Okay, so that is why I want you to accept that because these things that you want to tell us about CS, RUTO have not even done half of what Uhuru did. That one we can debate about it. So there's nothing new that RUTO has done that has never been done. The same thing I do tell my lawyer brothers. Lawyers have had 2 vice presidents in this country. 2 vice presidents. Lawyers have had the Speaker of the National Assembly, the most powerful one, Kenneth Marende. Lawyers have had Mudavadi, lawyers have had 3 vice presidents, sorry, not 2, 3. Mudavadi was a vice president, Mudia Wori and Wamalwa. The same Mudavadi was the deputy prime minister that was put in the coalition accord. Forget about this ghost work that you've been given that is not there. Hii yenye ya kama unaonyeshwa shamba na nini na kijiti na mzee hujapewa document ndio pako. They've had more ministers than they're having currently. So if these are the things that you want to use to lure people, then there's nothing new. These are things that had happened. And if they never change their lives, then you want to tell us these are going to change their lives? That is a lie. So we are not going to maybe accept. On the direction to State House, we're heading there. We have to go step by step. We started when we were looking for votes, we went to people to ask for votes. So right now, we are people who like seeking mandate and legitimacy first. We can't just walk there. So we are moving to the voters and asking their mandates, asking them if they want their victory gone after, or if they want to let it go. So from that, we went to IEBC, who gave those, who declared RUTO a winner when they knew he did not win. That is why we are going to offer them a prayer at the anniversary towers. That is where they are. So after we've offered them there, we will go to the Supreme Court also to offer Supreme Court another prayer. That was the chronological order of things. Then from that, we'll now move to State House and make the final prayer before we occupy that house. We need to pray there. So you just keep cool, maintain your role as a government, of which you are not doing as a government. You've been defeated doing your roles because you're not been able to provide food to your citizens. You've not been able to secure your citizens. You've not been able to educate your citizens. So don't tell us how to remove you from power. We are not going to use a formula. We have our own formula. What matter? You wait and see if we are going to remove you from power. David.
Leo, with the tremendous respect, let me ask you one question. You've given us an order in which you want to pray until you reach State House. Is it the same prayers you have been condemning for the last 7 hours and 26 minutes?
No. We are not doing the same prayers.
Let me finish. Sir.
Okay.
One side you condemn prayer, another side you support prayer. Number 2, you are taking the law into your own hands. Remember, Raila Amolo Odinga was voted by Kenyans and RUTO was voted by Kenyans. Suppose, let's leave the government aside because government are our employees. Suppose those of us who voted for William Ruto, we come and join you in prayer. How will you feel? Will you feel so comfortable? Because to you, in my assumption, I'm seeing you assuming when you say Kenyans, you mean Azimio supporters. You are forgetting 7.12 million other Kenyans voted for this regime. Sometimes when you talk, do you listen to yourself? Thank you.
To start by asking you, our prayers are not similar to yours. Those ones are not prayers. Those ones are political, whatever. We are not going to pray for rain. That is the first difference. Because we know we can't pray for rain. Already the meteorological department is there. We'll take care of that. We're not going to pray for rain. That is number 1. Number 2, we've not paid pastors and preachers to come and pray. We are the ones who are going to pray on our own. We know how we are going to pray. Then, concerning the law, nobody is taking the law into their hands. The first chapter, or the first article of our constitution talks of what is called sovereign power. We are called a Republic of Kenya because of you and me. We are the ones who makes this country to be a sovereign. And this sovereign power, we can exercise it in two ways, directly or indirectly. Indirectly through representation. The people that we elected to represent us, the ones who are now representing themselves and their interest by going to State House, when they are members of parliament and they are now becoming members of State House instead of becoming members of parliament. And because they failed to represent us, we sent them to parliament and they decided to go to State House. We are now taking back that power. We are going to represent ourselves. The 8.1 million who voted for Raila, we are currently convincing the 8 million who voted for none to join us. That is why we are having the rallies, to convince the 8 million who did not vote for anybody, plus our 8.1 million, then the 5.3 million who voted for Ruto. We are also convincing youth, specifically the ones who feel betrayed. The Mama Mboga who are promised some heaven and have been given hell. Those girls who are promised free pads and they've not been given none. We've only seen their nominated senator staining herself going to the parliament. So we are now convincing them to join us in this prayer. So if you people feel that you want to be part of this prayer, we welcome you. But if you people feel that you want to show, and people know we are majority. Yes.
The way to State House is well spelled in the Constitution, and that's what we call the law. Whatever you are trying to do is illegal, and you are beating war drums. That moment that war will break out, you will cry.
That is number one. You have to know. No. No war here. Nobody has talked of war. Maybe you're planning war. The war is not going to be there. That constitution exists to serve the interest of Kenyans. And the majority are the ones who are going to march. We are a country that the constitution talks of democracy. And in democracy, it is the rule of majority. But what is happening currently is not democracy. It is oligarchy, the rule of minority ruling the majority. So that is why we have to show that, no, it is true, because your IBC did not grant us permission. Now let us go and do a head count. So if you people are majority, then we will beat. We will beat and we'll separate chaff and whatever. We will know who are the majority. So you people, you should just keep cool.
You are playing with
just
fire.
Keep cool and allow us to do our own things the way we are doing it. And that is the fact that is there. So if you are coming to join us in prayers, come and join us in prayers. So if you are coming to interfere with our prayers, it's okay. We you know, when you are doing some experiments in a laboratory, there are some that you have predetermined the results, but there are some that you're doing an experiment so that you can be able. We'll write the conclusions. After observations, we'll write the conclusions. That is what I can tell you. Anthony, karibu.
Yeah, cool. I'm on my way to work, but the reason why I came here, I've been two things. First of all,
we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Just be a bit louder.
Right, cool. I came back because of two things. There's a gentleman that came over here and he said that I was mixing up my point. The point that I made, and I'm repeating, I'm originally from Karatina, but raised in Nyanza. And what I meant is the two tribes have ruled Kenya for almost 50 years. And I say the other tribes have to step up and say enough is enough. Enough is enough. I don't know how they're going to do it. And the second thing I say, when a Luo like Baba, when Baba is in trouble, the Luo community step up and fight for Baba. And I ask, how come the Kisii community are quiet? And that was my point. The second point, I've been watching Mzalendo. And I have a question for Mzalendo, because Mzalendo is not being sincere, has not been very sincere when he comes here. I have a question for him. Did Mzalendo vie for election under ODM? Yes or no?
No, I think that is something that you created here.
So you've never desired to run for election. You've never been an ODM member. Never run for election.
I have been a life member of ODM, and I'm still a life member of ODM.
Why then if you're a life member of ODM, then why do you keep on fighting ODM? So you're not sincere.
Listen, in Kenya, we don't have political parties. We have individual patronage because most of the people, including yourself, probably you found yourself in LDP at some point when Raila was there. You moved with him to NDP. Then now you are in ODM. When he was in NAC, you are in NAC. When now he's in ODM. So you don't really have a stand. You don't talk about political parties. Talk about individual. Say, why don't you follow Raila? You don't follow any political party per se. You follow an individual. So address yourself like, I follow Raila Odinga. I don't follow a political party. We don't have political party. We have people we follow.
So why then? Why can't you?
So right now you are following RUTO.
You people, again, I have told you, I have never met Ruto in person.
Let me say
And you have pushed me to like Ruto. So in this show, everybody, when I come here, I like Ruto as a person. I like his policies. I like what he does. But I've never met him. I'm not a member of UDA. I've never been into any UDA forum. And you can ask those people who come here.
Let me finish. I think personally, you're not being sincere. And if you are sincere, you should have already moved to UDA. Okay? Because you cannot be in ODM and everything you do is to bash ODM and Baba. So that's the reason I came tonight, because I've been watching you, because I feel in my heart you're not a sincere person. You say that you're supporting the government, but your leg is in UDA or in the ODM and UDA. So if I was you just cross over and be a UDA member. There's nothing wrong to say, hey, I'm a UDA fully. But I think you have something that pains you on ODM, and I felt like maybe you are running as an MTA. So that's what I wanted to say tonight. Otherwise, you're always open and you're here regardless of being bashed. I love it. Thank you. That's it. That's the reason why I came.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. Alex.
Can I say something just before?
Mzalendo, you're being now monotonous. Let us also talk.
It's Alex. Mzalendo, you talk, you know that.
I want to address my friend David Ariga, because at least I know him. I've met him in person. We have eaten together, and I know him personally. First of all, I want to concur with you that what has happened to Fred Matiang'i is not the right thing. I think, and you did use very good words, that he was in a sensitive docket. And the synonyms for sensitivity are many. But I'm going to use one, which means sometimes if you are in a sensitive docket, it can catch up on you that there are things you may not know, or you know, or you should not have known, but you know, that will put you on a hot soup. Having known that Matiang'i was in a sensitive docket, and having known the historicity of those who are in those dockets, what has happened to them, from Oyugi all the way, Saitoti, what has happened to them. And having seen this man alive and what is happening for him, don't you think it's time for us to have a clarion call, so that, because the history of that docket is well known, that after you finish with that docket, you must go and meet with your maker? Do you think that is what Ruto is thinking about our brother Matiang'i?
The concerns you have raised, Leo, I hope I have the chance to respond, right? Thank you. The concerns you are raising, Alex, are very valid. That one, everybody agrees with it. Even me, who was never supporting Matiang'i, or never supported him before. And that's why I said it's a sensitive docket. It has to be treated as a double sword, a double-edged sword. The government could be going for him, or the people he stepped on their toes by virtue of being in that office or by his office duties could also be disguising as government agents. That's why I said this matter must be treated with caution. Let's not politicize and blame the government when actually the real person going for Matiang'i is different. Secondly, if it is the government, that's why I said then it is wrong the way they are doing it, because some duties demands that you do some stuff which you may not be happy with. And therefore, when someone says all cases must rise up, I think he's trying to evoke our emotions. So we need to reason beyond that tribe. And therefore, we can't really blame RUTO entirely, as you want to put it, unless you have any information that you can table to Kenyans and the people concerned. At this point, we want to assume that the government gave it its position that nobody is going to send police there. And if you claim the police were sent there, give us video footages to see indeed were they police or criminals disguising as police. But again, the matter is now getting political. That's what I can say, Alex.
Why would they come back to his house, or as purported, if they did not go there first? Why do they desperately want CCTV footage if in the first case they did not go there? Thirdly, why would they try 3 times within 3 days to get court orders which have been denied and eventually decide to go there by force? So if you are saying that the government isn't concerned, why were 8 vehicles seen there? Why was the gate broken? Why were the watchmen arrested? You see, Arika, you have to connect the dots to form the line. You just can't get the government away from this, given the fact that what we saw today. Do you think that the government can get away from this, from the fact that they asked prayers 3 times in different courts and they were denied categorically because of the Data Protection Act that we have in Kenya, which actually was copy-pasted from here when 2000 and when America was, the Pentagon was bombed, there was wiretapping that was going on here. And what the government decided was that nobody should be wiretapped, or Facebook or other social medias whereby you give your information should not be given to the government so that it can use or abuse it. Now, under the that Data Protection Act, it protected Matiang'i from not giving out his CCTV footage. Why did the government go there by force after being denied 3 times with 8 vehicles, and they took it by force? How can you exonerate the government from there?
Alex,
you're
aware that the government of United States went to Florida and got into the president's house when they wanted some information from there. The government has the right to do it. They say get information that they want for the purpose of security. Why do you treat this issue as so urgent?
So the government did not say it is going to get sensitive things from Matiang'i. The government asked prayers to go and take the CCTV. Okay? CCTV. That is it. So you cannot come here and say there was sensitive information. Their prayers was to get the CCTV footage. Unlike Trump, who had kept covered information in his own bedroom. So it is not comparable.
You are entitled to your words, but we are saying let's not politicize this issue. Let each part play this clip fairly. Government should be fair, and opposition as well. You should not just hang on very loose leaves to just remain relevant. Some of these issues you are overblowing. Now tell us, the 200 lawyers who are surrounding the house. Where are their photos and even clips? You guys were just simple and cheap.
You know, being cheap is asking for their photos. Because David, Alex, okay. You know, these lawyers, they did not go there for photo shoot for somebody just to come out and tell us where are their photos. If you wanted to know them, you would have gone to the scene and maybe engage with them. You don't just go and start saying that we want the photos of the lawyers who are there. Really, were they going for a photo shoot? Was it a baby shower for them to go and take photos, and or are they YouTubers or TikTok dancers to take photos and upload them? So if you want to interact with them, you go to the scene. We know you can. What the government is doing itself is politics. So you cannot tell us to stop taking politics. At least you gave us an agenda.
There were no 200 lawyers. That is being excited and uttering words which you can't substantiate in any.
My friend, there were 200 lawyers. Whether they were there physically or some joined virtually, that is the only thing maybe you can talk of. Now, currently, courts are being attended even virtually. So if you saw 5, how sure are you some were on the phone, some were present virtually? We were also there, we were following. Like right now, how many panelists are here? Are we in the same room? How many panelists are here?
You see, let me answer David what he has said. David, nobody is blowing things out of proportion here. You see, I'm using your own words against you. You said that there are dockets that are extremely sensitive. And the fact that you are in that docket, so much can happen. And therefore, and that is why, in the first case, one of the ministers that is protected after they come out of their office is the Minister of Internal Security. They still maintain security. And I didn't know that until the other time when Matiang'i was threatened to be arrested. They maintain a security of a certain amount, and their house, and also for a certain, I think about 10 years, because of the sensitivity of that docket. Now, do you want to tell me that in the future, if you know you are in such a docket, you should not be protected, you should be ransacked the way you should be ransacked, the way Matiang'i is being ransacked, just because a new government came and it felt that Matiang'i was against it? If there is any case, the person that the button should fall onto is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because this man worked for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Why are not they going after him? They are going after Matiang'i.
Alex, let me answer you, my brother. You can mute. You cannot deny that the government might have a hand in that. If you are following our debate, I said very clearly, and let me repeat it very quick for you. I said Matiang'i is a good worker, but towards the end of his work, he might have put his fingers in hot soup by being careless with his words and his actions when he got into politics and disobeyed some of his seniors and showed them some disloyalty and arrogance. That could have a bearing. But at the same time, criminals can take advantage of that situation. So instead of us politicizing the issue, we should approach it as sober-minded Kenyans and protect this son of Kenya. But if we take sides and start throwing stones, an enemy can come from out and do something. We can't rule that out. But because Azimio is just fixed at RUTO, you fail to know that there could be other forces, third parties, that could be taking advantage of your situation. Lastly, Alex, even the behavior of Matiang'i, he should be told. I hope he watches this stuff. Even his behavior towards the burial of the professor Makoha and the behavior of Uhuru can evoke emotions in supporters of Ruto. You know, sometimes we talk so carelessly as though we own this world. My friend, let's tame our tongues. That can be even his problem. You know? So in as much as we want to sanctify him, he did a good job, yes, but he should tame his pride and his tongue. I don't like the way he does stuff sometimes. Thank you. And I beg to leave because I have to attend some issues.
David, you are not being honest. 2017, Matiang'i supported Ruto and he spoke the same way. So what was the difference between 2017 and 2022? So when he was supporting Ruto and speaking the same way, it was right. Now, when he was speaking the same way and not supporting him, it was wrong. In fact, 2017, Matiang'i even spoke worse than even 2022. So what is the difference now? Because he was supporting Ruto then, and now you're also supporting him. Must he support Ruto?
The difference is, as I live, you must know people. Respect your seniors. Thank you. I'm gone.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Very cheap man. He can't even answer simple questions. Mzalendo, now you've come here and told us that we know insidiously by abusing us that maybe we do not know the way to State House and you are trying to give us directions. So Mzalendo, are you joking with our intelligence as if we are people who do not know what we are doing? Or is already left too?
Mzalendo, I'm already away.
Okay, so it looks like mimi na wewe ndio tumebaki last man standing, and Rhoda is here. So
Mzalendo amerudi.
So insidiously, you are trying to give us the the address to State House by saying State House is not in Kisii. And you are trying to abuse us that as if we do not have GPSs or our smartphones to know where the address is for State House. What is your real problem? Is your problem that we haven't matched there, or you're trying to cahoot us into your own vendetta?
Alex, have you ever gone to war with someone who tells you, you know, I've got all these weapons and I'm going to finish you? Niko na njora nimebeba hapa, I've got a gun, I've got all these things, and you come. He dares you for a fight because he has got all those weapons. Actually, he has already shown you whatever he's preparing with. So Azimio are like that. Ni kelele tu mnapiga piga hapa. There's nothing tangible lile mnaambia watu wenyu that can help the country. You know, you go to these rallies, you are only abusing Ruto. That's the same thing that you did and you lost election. You're not telling your people mtapiga kura namna gani, mtashinda namna gani. Siasa yenyu ilikuwa ni kutukana William Samoei Ruto 24/7. Mimi nitaweka yeye ndani, nitaweka yeye kamiti, sijui itafanya nini. Upuzi mtupu tu. So sometimes you need to go back and strategize.
Do you ever listen to yourself how you come here and abuse people, and then again you turn around and saying we are abusing people? In fact, as we talk like this, hold on. As we talk like this, you've abused us several times in your submission, and Leo has been very tolerant of you. Even now, you've just abused us in your submission, and yet you can't even listen to yourself. Have we abused you today, or have I abused you in my questioning you? And yet, even before you finish answering, you have already abused us 3 times.
Okay, Alex. Give me the word.
Is that
how did I abuse you?
You listen to yourself? It's not a matter for me to tell you. If you can't understand what if you cannot distinguish between kutukana watu na kugive a submission, then I think we can never have a debate here that is progressive. Is it because you lost your MCA position that vendetta is still there within the ODM?
We are talking about the future of the country. And then each and every time you drag me to non-issues. So I have never participated in an election with ODM ticket. I keep on telling you that, but people don't get it. When I realize that there's so person that you you adore and think that is the best to lead this country, did his own thing in his own political party. And that is what you see people like Inambadi today coming out clearly and telling you that this political party or this political formation is bogus. It does not allow the will of the people to prevail. And you know that, Alex. And I keep on reminding you, everything that I tell you will happen. I told you Matiang'i will be arrested, ulikata, he's going to be arrested. Hata upige kelele namna gani because he's your tribesman, he did the wrong thing, he must face the law. Nobody is above the law in this country. And that is what we are emphasizing. Even if Ruto breaks the law at some point and is now a private citizen, he can be taken to court and he must pay for what he did. Whether it's your tribesman, ati mtu wetu, kabila yetu, that is, I don't want to use that word because you will say that I've abused you. You are just behaving like some of these people. Yeah, ati mtu wetu. Sasa zile akipata mshahara anawagawia kidogo. Hapana. Maendeleo ndio Matiang'i amefanya huko Kisii, amefanya ndio, but amevunja sheria. Kama amevunja sheria, kama aliiba shamba vile inasemekana aliiba shamba ya Roraka, ongeeni juu ya hiyo shamba ya Roraka, whether you are in Azimio or not. Ongea, find out the truth.
You see, some of these things that you listen from Itumbi, I think you've become another Itumbi. You see, if you know the role of Itumbi is to be a propagandist, and I think it has come to your head that Ali Basham, the other day they were asked, wakasema, no, we were trying to do this and hiyo kesi bado hatujaona vile iko, so that case is still not in court. Matiang'i has come out and said, if I stole land in Ruaraka, take me to court. Does it take 6 months to arrest Matiang'i that he took the land from Ruaraka? I mean, those are propaganda. And I think you're eating to that propaganda to a point whereby now you want a vendetta against our person and you think we are supporting him because he's a Kisi. So do we support Baba because we are Luos? No. And the fact that you have alluded here that we follow people, you are the one who was following people. For me, I'm also a life member for ODM, the same way you are. I don't deny that you are not, because you said so. But you cannot come here and purport that us, we are following an individual the same way you are doing. Just say, to you, there is no political party in Kenya. You are following Ruto. But don't come here to undermine us and say that we are following an individual. It is not just an individual. We looked at the manifestos. We compared the two, and we saw what was in these two manifestos. We decided what we are going to follow. So by you coming here and say we are following an individual, I think that is insidious and that is a lie. And if you want to arrest Matiang'i, go ahead. But there will be repercussions. Don't think that it will just be like that. There will be repercussions. That one you must know.
Kuna ile sheng inasema nasikiaga wanasema mutadu. Kuna kitu na mutadu. So that one sometimes happen. But anyway, Leo, what I can say is that when somebody is in power, hiyo power inaishaga wakati mwingine. So you don't abuse your office because you are enjoying the privileges, yeah, and arresting people left, right, and center for nothing. So at the end of the day, your day will come. There's nothing permanent in this world. We have seen these things. The other time, we were seeing how Uhuru and Baba could not see eye to eye. This politics is very, very strange, and especially politics in Kenya. When I say that these political parties, they don't have any ideology, it is individuals who are followed left, right, and center. You find that people who are in Jubilee, they are in Jubilee because Uhuru is there. The moment Uhuru anatoka Jubilee, that party is dead. Yeah, people who follow Wetangula, people who follow Kalonzo, they follow Kalonzo because there is a Wiper party there, and Kalonzo is the one heading. The moment Kalonzo exits the scene, there is no political party. So most political parties in Kenya are built in quicksand, meaning that they are out to grab power. They don't really, they're not really grounded to the common man. It is just a vehicle, like, you know, in the constitution, you have to have to be a member of a political party to run for any political seat. So that is how they are formed. And if the head of that political party that you are following akitoka kwa hiyo chama afungue ingine, mko hapo mko hapo, and that party is dead, anawaambia wafuasi wake tuende pande hii. And we have been nomads like that from NDP, LDP, KANU days to ODM, from Ford to Ford Kenya. These things have been happening, and that is how our politics is. Those are the dynamics of our politics in Kenya. So mtu akikwambia ati mimi nafuata chama cha Azimio, chama cha Azimio ni nini? What is it that you're following? You're following Raila Odinga. That is a fact. So in countries like where we are, ukisikia mtu ni Democrat and the other one is a Republican, that is a generation from your grandfather to grandchildren. Unless somebody changes their mind, wataambiwa, you know, we have been Republicans. This house is, we only support Republican candidates because of what they stand for. And nothing changes much in the Republican Party. Nothing. Their ideology has always been the same. Same to Democrats. Nothing really changes much in their ideology. So their supporters and their support base is always the same. And when it comes to how they differ in either Congress or in Senate, they come down to their representatives, that this is what we want to do as the Republican Party. This is what Azimio should do as the Azimio Party. This is what UDA, this is how we balance power. This is what we want for our people. Tupatie hii na nyinyi sisi tutawapatia hii. That is how it should work. We should not practice politics like kama zamani hiyo enzi za KANU. Things have really changed. Leo, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are almost we should be closing so that we give way for the morning show, that is Eastern African time. Rhoda, are you really there? Alex, Julia is here.
Wacha niwasalimia akina Leo, akina Mzalendo. Hey, Rhoda, umeenda kulala, umetuacha manini? And Alex was here, but I can see him in the background. I don't know. I saw this Matiang thing early in the morning, and it was aggravating me. I even texted Alex because hawa watu leo walisema kwamba hawakuwa wameenda kwa Matiang. Where were they going to steal the CCTV footage? I thought they said they had not gone to the place before. Leo, I don't want to ask Mzalendo because Mzalendo will give me an awkward answer.
How?
They was before. You remember that day the Matiang called his lawyers.
They said they were not there.
And what were they? Why were they going to see the CCTV today? Footage today?
These guys are they're just comedians.
No, they are.
And
crooks.
me, I don't get surprised with. They're just comedians.
No, they are not comedians. They are crooks.
Yeah, they're crooks.
Criminal. Yeah, and Mzalendo here tells us that is his stand. Mzalendo, umetuhubiria hapa sasa kwamba we move with Azimio Ama we move. Let me say this. Two people cannot work together unless they agree. And birds of the same feathers flock together, Mzalendo.
Yeah.
Some of us are not, we cannot even talk about Azimio, but we stand for principles. Because we cannot support thieves, thugs, criminals, majambazi. That's a fact. Sasa, however much ukuja hapa kutetea hao majambazi, it won't add anything. It just tells us the kind of a person you are. These people went to Matiang'I's house and broke into the house to steal the CCTV footage. And the other day they said that they had not gone to their place. They were saying, mwenye alienda hapo tuambiwe. See, and even today, Leo, they are not telling us what they want from Matiang'. Are they saying what they want? Have they charged him in a court of law?
They're not saying anything.
And have they charged? These are the thugs Mzalendo wastes your time here defending him. And I wonder why Mutembei gave him admin rights. Mutembei, wherever you are killing your show with people like this. And you better do something about it. Because hii show itamalizwa na akina Mzalendo wakienda kuja kuongea hizo maneno wanaongea hapa. Because call a spade a spade. I don't know why people you are sweet talking him. Call a spade a spade. Two birds cannot, people flock together because they agree. And some of us, Mzalendo, we have nothing issues with tribe. Personally, I come from Mount Kenya region. Sasa utaka kuongelea maneno ya kabila, then unaweza kasema kwamba mimi pengine nimetoka kwa ile kabila kubwa yenye imepata mamlaka several times. I'm not proud of that. I've never been president myself. And I've never benefited from being those presidents who have been president from Mount Kenya region. So I'm not different from any other Kenyan. And the fact that we've had, I don't know how many presidents, doesn't make any difference in my life unless I put my own efforts. And because of that, I'm not going to here and start supporting thieves and thugs because we have had presidency. Ama because Gachagua sasa nikuja hapa nianze kutetea Gachagua with all his nonsensical statements and behavior. I won't do that because I'm even ashamed that he comes from Mount Kenya region. So Mzalendo ukisema maneno ya party, some of us work by principles. And me, I totally believe it was only Baba who was going to transform this country. You said that you just told Alex some nonsense here, that tulikuwa tunasema hapa we'll win without planning how to win. What you meant, Mzalendo, without planning how to rig. You are right. We did not plan to steal because we don't believe in stealing votes. You're very right. You people planned on rigging. We did not plan that. And even now, as we talk, we don't believe people should rig to win. And me personally, I don't think two wrongs can make a right. Sasa mkianza kuuliza baba ati alikuwa wapi akimbiwa kura, which means that he was supposed to hire people to go and steal votes. No, Baba shouldn't do that. We believe in a free and fair election and justice and fairness and law and the rule of law. And that is what Baba should continue kutetea. Aseme kwamba ati kwa sababu mtu mwenzako ameiba kura, ati sasa wewe ukaenda kuiba kura. Pana. We are not going to turn Kenya into a jambazi country. We were progressing so well in a multi-party democracy until Kenya Kwanza took power. So, I wanted to say this, that what they are doing to Matiang somehow may be a blessing in disguise, Mr. Leo. Kwa sababu gani? Hivi leo wameonyeshana kama ni maneno ya ukabila, basi wameonyesha wakisi kwamba wanawaingilia hata wajawapatia any seats. Now we can go ukabila and say, remind the Kisii people, even the appointments that are in the public, hamjapewa anything or much. So, munaingilia Matiang', and Matiang' is one of the super performers. He had his own weaknesses. He made mistakes. He did things that we don't approve of. So we will not say that he's perfect and he's an angel and he was perfect when he was a cabinet secretary. But we can attribute to him so much. Everywhere Matiang' worked, we have the Matiang's, we have the Magohas, and we have the Mishukis. Those are people of different caliber who have made a difference in Kenya. Those are cabinet secretaries that we can talk about. Wherever they went, they performed. Sasa kumuingilia, mjuage kwamba Matiang'i is our hero. Mkisikiria mnaingilia Wakisii peke yake, si Wakisii ni Mkenya. Mnachoma nchi. That is what you are doing. You are exactly lighting fire. Ile moto yenye mnaakisha hamtaweza kuizima. Because nobody, why I'm saying this, nobody has charged Matiang'i in any court of law. You see, if he's charged in a court of law, we listen. We listen and say, amepelekwa kotini juu ya case 1, 2, 3. We've not had that. Even now, hatujasikia chochote. Tunasikia ati kwake kumevunjwa, ati there are policemen surrounding his area, ati they want to arrest him. We don't hear any charges. So you won't blame me if I say this in serikali ya majambazi na unakuja hapa kuwatetea mzalendo. I'm like, seriously, Leo, I can't be in the same platform with Mzalendo. I'm sorry. I have already made up my mind. Hata wacha niambie Mtembei penye yako akaya akisikia hivyo. Kuna watu wanaamua kwamba hawezi kuja hapa kuongea kuteta na Mzalendo kwa sababu every time he'll bring that rubbish from Kenya Kwanza. I mean, kuna maneno zingine hata kama ni baba yangu president ninaweza kanyamaza. Niseme wache tu ninyamaze kwa sababu hata kumtetea ni ngumu. I will be quiet, I'm telling you. But me, I want to tell you that Matiang'i is our hero. Wherever he went, he performed. From the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Interior. Hata wakati tulikataa kuhama. Sijui kama leo you are in school.
Yeah, hiyo mambo ya digital na analog.
Alituambia tuhame analog.
Yeah, ndiyo alihamisha. In fact, he's the one who did the digital migration. Akatoka akaenda Ministry of Education, yende akakuja na hii NEMIS.
Akakuja na NEMIS. Alafu when Mahoga was the neck, he with Mahoga as the neck boss.
Yeah, but that time Mahoga was at the neck. Na hiyo ndio wakati uwizi wa mtihani uliisha.
Me, I remember 2015, I saw a mathematics paper, KCSE, paper 1. Ilikuwa inawekwa kwa TV na Citizen. And this next boss called Wesonga, alikuwa anasema kwamba ati hakuna cheating.
Oh, you can remember Wesonga.
Yes. And what did Matiang'i do? He sacked that guy. And 2016, watoto walipata A za Matiang'i. Mtihani ikalia watoto hakuko na cheating.
Ulikuwa unauliza mtu like a friend or a cousin, umepata nini? Nimepata C ya Matiang'i. So they had to add ya Matiang'i to justify that hawajafail.
From 2016, wamepata A's na B's na C's za Matiang'i. And you remember all the kids who had a C+ went to the university because the C+ were not many. Sasa alafu at you want to harass him. He's our hero, man. You try that. You tell God, Mzalendo, you are on hire here by KK. God tell your bosses, wanaasha moto. Na ile moto wanaasha hawataweza kuizima. God tell your bosses that. That is exactly what they are doing. Because Matiang'i heroism, he has his mistakes. Like when he was used by the Jubilee government to harass the opposition, we don't approve of that. We don't, even me personally, I like to call a spade and mention and point fingers where I should, okay? But at the same time, his good things that he has done in this country, really, ni mingi sana. Now let us compare Matiang'i and the likes of CS wa Interior Secretary anaitwa nani? Uri Soprano anaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Kindiki.
Kindiki Kuthira anaenda Rift Valley, anaongelea maeneo ya security, wanaasha moto just in the neighborhood to disrespect him. Haya, huyu CS wa education ameingia education. What has happened? Mitihani imeanza kuibiwa, right? Even before, this guy has not even worked for over 6 months. What are we doing? Irregularities in the national exam. That is what we have started seeing. Now, I was seeing that, I think his Nation newspaper was saying over 6,000 children, our 9th grade 7 have not reported to school. So you come out, you know, your gazette leo, over 6,000 children have not reported to school. So what we are trying to say is that, Leo, you people, you are in some group with akina Mtembei muambie, Mzalendo is going to ruin his show. Let me call a spade a spade. Mzalendo is going to ruin his show. This show, people, so many people come to watch. Na kuna wenye hata wamesema hawaingii as long as Mzalendo. I'm not saying Mzalendo should be kicked out, but I'm saying he should not have the room hata kukaa kwa curtain because others are not in the curtain. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mzalendo. I'm not usually very. That's me. I don't like to hide. I am in black and white. Period. Kuna haja ya kubembelezana hapa leo. Na nimeenda na mlale salama salimini. Na wenye wanasumbua Matiang'i, wajue wanaosha moto. Na hiyo moto wanaosha ataweza kuzima. Asanteni. Kwa heri wa Kenya. Good night, Leo.
Thank you, Julia. Actually, we have come to the end of the show, so that we are going to have another one. I think kina Mato wanakuja. We are going to start the one for the day kwa wale wako Eastern Africa, na wengine I think theirs is ni ya usiku. So we have to end this one now. We've been here for 8 hours. We were talking of 6 hours. Yeah. So tazile mnaenda kulala, kuna wale wanaamka saa hii walikuwa wanalalamika hii ya usiku inakwanga ya wachawi. So they'll just have to wait in the next maybe less than 30 minutes. They'll get another show that is going to be shown. So Kabino Chieng is when you're joining now. Pole. Waskon, I'll get your number from Bernard. I'll get it. Amos Otieno, Karibu, show ingine inakuja. Igla, I don't know that name inakwanga Igla ama Egla. Elizabeth Maua. Ini Maua ya jana ama ni Maua gani? Travel with Fred. They'll get misused after being misused. Yeah, that is what happens with Ruto. They'll misuse you after misusing you, then they'll dump you there. That is what he does with his people. So wacha Mzalendo waendelee kushikilia, lakini kile wanashikilia mimi asioni kwa hiyo serikali kitu wanashikilia. Kama Dennis Itumbi mwenye ali fake hadi kuwa abducted, na saa hii amepewa sijui amewekwa na anaitwa Aziz ama ni nani, wamewekwa komiti moja na hao watu wenye wanachezanga TikTok na hao ndio walipigania serikali. Sasa sijui Mzalendo atapewa kazi gani?
Waende huko wakapewa hiyo kazi. I don't know how long that kazi zao zitalast, lakini it is better, people, these people who are saying that tumeuza na watu wa Jubilee, it is good now we know between black and white. Tunaenda kujua tofauti ya mbivu na mbichi. We know nani yako na msimamo, who can sell their souls to the devil because of money.
Actually,
Alex, umerudi na tunaenda kulala.
No, pengine Alex,
hapana, tunafunga hii, tutaanza ile nyingine, but nilikuwa nasema hivi, kama Mtembea ameamua kupea Mzalendo admin rights, Mzalendo should start his own show with the UDA people and we see how sustainable it will be. Tutaingia huko na tuwasikize.
Actually, anafaa kuanzishiwa show yao na kuwe moderator.
Yeah, I want to see Mzalendo being a moderator for 8 hours, how he can sustain that debate. Because that will be a test to show Mutembei kuwa the admin rights cannot just be given to any Dick and Harry. You have to have a character that is not insidious and is not mannerless, or it's devoid of manners, whereby in every statement you say, you must abuse somebody. That is what Mzalendo does. I don't think Duke does that. I don't think other people does that. But Mzalendo has the character of mockery, abuse, dishonesty, and all these manner of things that sometimes I do not sometimes want to be in the same platform with him, because I will lose my cool and end up not doing what I'm supposed to do here, which is to debate. So if Mtembei thinks that this man should be an admin, let him put him to start his own show so that he can have his own people, and we see how sustainable that can be.
No, Mzalendo is not having admin. I don't think. Though today he promised that
No,
he's going to behave.
He has admin rights. You haven't seen that? He has admin rights. Ndeni mwambie Mtembe, he's messing his show. Me, I cannot do this because I'm like Alex. I'm not like you, Leo. I lose my cool. I cannot do this. I'm sorry, family. I'm Mtembe.
No, we are going to divide. No, what you're going to do, we'll divide for them. We'll give them their session. It will be led by Mzalendo, Pen Nyagaka. Unaona sasa ameingia na tunafunga Pen Nyagaka. Then
Pen will be the secretary.
Yeah, Pen will be the secretary. We'll just give them a session within the issue. Though sometimes it's normally good engaging them. I do like sometimes engaging them. Manake wanachukua information hapa na wanapeleka.
Pen is okay. Let me tell you, Duke is very okay. Unaona, Duke hana madharau. Pen is also very okay. Pen hana madharau. I'm sorry, Alex, me just kia madharau ya Pen. Pen, I can debate with Pen. Hana madharau. He's very mature and he's very okay. The only aggravating person here is Mzalendo. That's my take.
I totally agree with you that I have never had a problem with Penny. Penny, when he comes, he's very respectful. Penny can be disrespectful in the comment section, but when he comes to the platform, Penny will agitate for unity. And Penny will agree where he has gone wrong. But Mzalendo, in every statement he says, he abuses us. And I think it just aggravates us to a point whereby we are going to destroy a show that we are laboriously built over time. And many people come and watch this show. We have made so many friendships, not only friendship, we have learned so much within this show. So it is not just a political show. It is a network that we can never forget or regret. But if one person can come just to finish the show, either we tell Mutembei the truth and he does what he ought to do, or if he refuses, we have another alternative. And that's why we are building sound, candid talk. And we are not threatening Mutembei. Mutembei is a good friend of ours. And he has given us a platform. But however, when it comes to Mzalendo, we can't take it anymore. We can't. I'm telling you the truth.
Period. Makahayo machache, tuonane kesho. Penny, good to see you. I'm coming for your son's graduation when you invite me. And good night. Good to see you, Pagan. Alex, good night. Rhoda, Leo, good night.
Thank you, and good night, Julia. Pagan, I think we are starting another show in the next less than 20 minutes. So utazungumza kwanza, wewe ndio utafungua. Alex bado huko, so that we end this and we start.
Yes. Let's end this. We start the other one.
We start. So guys, kindly don't. What you do, when we say you're starting the show immediately, some of you normally keep on glued on the same feed. So what you do, you'll just have to leave that YouTube that you are watching. Then you'll see another one being projected there in the next 3 minutes. So we really appreciate you. The ones who are going to sleep, I know people sleep. Ndio tunaanzisha ikiwa Motoka, Amos, Mela Kageni, Elizabeth Maua, I already mentioned you before, Kevin, there's Chamshi. J, I don't know what J means. There's a proud Lopian there. We had Trofosa Lai. I think today she is 1 year old after celebrating her birthday.